what time it is. Yeah, it's the G.R.O.W conference time. Day 2 of the G.R.O.W conference 2025. Whew. I've still not recovered from yesterday, actually. Okay. All right, let's get into it. Welcome to day 2. My name is Eloho, and I'm the convener of the G.R.O.W conference. And I am super excited to be welcoming you to day 2 officially. You know how we roll now. You know how we roll, right? Yeah. So remember to have the right mindset. Remember to look out for your word. What is that word? What is that message that you're going to be taking out from this conference today? Remember to stay focused. Don't be distracted. If you have questions, write them down. The speakers are going to be answering after their presentation. You can also send questions into the group. And most importantly, the reason why we are doing the G.R.O.W conference, what we do with the G.R.O.W conference, we don't just want it to be yet another event that you attend. You just go for the event, you get fired up, you get all the energy, you get all the spark, and then you are, and after the whole event, you go away and that's it. My journey, my transformational journey started from an event that I attended. In fact, the event was from morning till evening for 3 days. It was virtual. It was during the pandemic. I attended all 3 days. I didn't miss any session. And after that session, I moved ahead to implement. That event changed my life. It changed me into the person that I am. It prepared me. So for some of you, this G.R.O.W conference 2025 is preparing you. You are going through a preparation phase, a transformational season. And I want you to pay attention to that. Yeah. I want you to pay attention to every process, every journey that is going to be happening after this G.R.O.W conference. In fact, during and after this G.R.O.W conference. Pay attention to everything. Because in your business, the way you view business, the way you view life, the way you view execution is going to be different. The way you view marketing is going to be different after this conference. So I encourage you to do every exercise, do everything you are given, and stay focused on your message. In between the sessions, just be saying it to yourself in your mind. I am waiting for my message. I am waiting for my word. I am waiting for because it might just be one sentence, it might be one word, it might be one story that will spark everything for you. And you can go out there and do exploits. So please, as I'm stepping into day 2, take it even more seriously. I cannot wait to have you experience everything that we prepared for day 2. All right, guys, I'll come back to know how it was. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm so excited. This is G.R.O.W Conference Day 2, and it has been an amazing experience from the very first day yesterday. And I am so excited to be here today. My name is Treasure Honorio there, and I'll be your host for today's session. So I would love to hear from you. Were you in yesterday's session? If you were in yesterday's session, I would love to hear from you. I would love to see your comments. How was yesterday? I was really very thrilled with the lineup of speakers, what they shared, everything they said. Actually, I could resonate with them. So I would love to see in the comment section, did you join in yesterday? If you did, just say I was in yesterday. I would love to see the comments rolling in. And if you are just joining us in for today, you are most welcome. We are happy to have you today, and we know that your journey to achieving all of your career goals, your business goals, just got started on the right notes, by the way, on the right notes. So I would love to see, yes, yes, yes. So Jam, you said I was there yesterday. Jam, you thank you for joining in yesterday. Please, I would love to see more comments. Were you here yesterday? Oh, Rebecca, love it. I was there and it was amazing. Honestly, amazing is even an understatement. It was explosive. Yes, a preparation. Yes. And I am sure that you are ready for today's session. I'm sure you are at your notepad, your pen. I'm sure that you have put away every distraction. Even though you are still at work, you can still actually join in. Just tune in, plug in your earphones, grab your extra notepad or something and just stay very focused. Do not allow anything to steal from you today session. All right. Okay, so Elizabeth said I joined yesterday. I'm really happy to see that a lot of us joined in yesterday and we are also coming back today. That is so beautiful. So today is another day for us to learn. Today is another day for us to network. Today is another day for us to come into the fulfillment of what Grow Conference has to offer us. And one thing I would love to encourage you is the same energy you came with yesterday. I want you to retain that energy. Don't allow your energy drop because as each day goes, it's a build up, right? It's a build up. Yesterday was explosive. Today is going to be extra explosive. Honestly, I am so grateful that you did not miss yesterday's session, Faith. I am so grateful. And I'm happy to see you here too. I am happy to see you here. Victor, overload though, like I want you to really digest. I am sure you have digested everything you took in yesterday. I am really sure you have. So, because I want you to be ready to eat. Today, you're going to eat, belefu. Hey, this is belefu session. So, you're going to eat, you are going to be loaded today. So, I want you to just stay put. Don't get distracted. Even if you are going to be making a meal because it's actually evening, be settling down at home, plug in, invite your friends to join in, share this link to someone right now, tell them to join in that it is Grow Conference Day 2. All right. So before we move into today's session, I would love to ask, are you here with your conference bestie? Hmm. Are you here with your conference bestie? If you are here with your conference bestie, I want you to show some noise. Like, I want to see that noise in the comment section. You can see that prizes are going to be won today. Yesterday, someone, a pair went home with a gift. Yes. And we're going to be giving them opportunity to speak today. Yes. So are you here with your bestie? If you are here, I would love to see you signify. Just tag your bestie. Say, yes, I'm here with my bestie. And share their name. And then also your bestie should affirm that, yes, I am here also. All right. I would love to see our comments. I would love to see our comments. No one is dropping comments yet. Please go and drag your besties out though. Ah, I one of the things we are trying to achieve from today's session, and not just today's session, from all the sessions during this conference is accountability. When you have someone that you can actually bank on, someone you can actually rant, someone you can actually fall back on, someone you can actually run your ideas with, there's a satisfaction it brings to you. You just know that you are not alone and that everything, right, is in place. So that is the essence of this whole conference, bestie. So that you're not alone in this journey. You're not just joining in these sessions alone. I know what it feels like coming for conferences all alone. It doesn't really feel good, but joining in this session and having a bestie gives a kind of accountability. You have no reason to miss any session. You don't feel left out. At least if you're going to be joining on the physical day, you know you're coming in with your bestie and you are tagging along, sharing updates like how far are you dressed? I'm already coming in. Take pictures, somebody you can take pictures with, somebody you can just mingle with before you actually make real relationships during the event. So if you are here with your bestie, I would love to see it. I'm waiting for our comments. All right. Okay, thank God said he was here yesterday. Happy to have you, thank God. Are you here with your bestie today? Okay, I'm actually waiting to see our comments. Where did we run to? All right, so while we wait for our comments, I would also love to encourage us to also note that this conference is actually for our growth. Our convener said something yesterday. She asked, what are you actually building? What are you building? What would you want to take from these sessions? And she said something that struck me yesterday. She made mention of you having that mindset of responsibility. Now, this is me paraphrasing, putting into view what I learned, like just saying it in my own words, what I learned from yesterday's session, from her session particularly. So she said, Building is not just, oh, you're making sales, you're making profit. It is actually how you are adding impact in what you're doing. So even if you are going to be making sales, you're going to scale. If you are no longer in that room, what can somebody say about you? When somebody hears your name, when somebody hears your business name, what can they actually say about you? Now that's what's called building. Like there's some buildings you see and you pass through. The memory, you don't know the person staying there, right? But the memory sticks in your head, right? Because the building actually looks very beautiful. It left an impression to you. It left an impression of what? Quality, excellence, right? So that is how you should actually put in everything you're taking from this conference. You should actually take them in, assimilate them, like digest them to make an so that you can make an impact in what you're doing. Okay. So yes, Layo, are you here with your bestie? Thank God, are you here with your bestie? Faith, are you here with your bestie? I would love to know. There are prizes to be won today. We are quiet. Okay, thank God. Who is your bestie? Who is your bestie? Can you share their name? Can your bestie affirm that yes, oh, I'm thank God's bestie, oh, I'm here, oh, we are cuckoo here. Victor, what is the name of your bestie? Affirm. Victor's bestie. Can you affirm that you are here? Can you affirm that you are here? I would love to see our comments. Charlotte and Faith. Wow, I love that fire, that energy. So, Faith, what is one thing you love about Charlotte so far? Since you guys became conference bestie, what's that one thing that you can say you appreciate about Charlotte? I know that it has been a really short while, but at least there's something significant. There would be something significant that Charlotte will have done for you. So I would love to hear that. Just share in the comment section. It could be a line. Charlotte has been this, Charlotte has been that. Charlotte is the reason why I was able to do this. Just share something that Charlotte has helped you with. So I would love to see someone else sharing their conference bestie. Yeah, so Victor said, solve problems, serve people, stands the test of time. Honestly, if the problem you are solving is not really serving people, then that means you are not actually solving a problem. Yeah, you actually are not solving a problem. I know it sounds so ironical, but a lot of us, we think we're solving problems. Oh, I want to build this product. I want to sell this product. I want to be helping people creating designs. I want to do this. I want to do that. But actually, are you actually really solving a problem that can serve people, or you're actually solving a problem that can satisfy your pockets? So you have to be able to differentiate which is for which. Now, we're not saying you should not make money. You should make money, but you should also add value to the lives of the people you are making money for. So that when someone sees your design or sees your product, they would see the intentionality backing it up. Like for this event, we can see the intentionality backing up Grow Conference being arranged by our convener, DCC, that's Lucky Eloho. We can see the intentionality, right? Okay, so Faith says she's a lady that's pushing relentlessly. She's not ready to back down at all, and she's a Kenya. Wow. So you just you see the beauty about this thing. You are connecting with people even outside your location. Now, this is so beautiful. Wow. Grow Conference is actually doing a lot of beautiful things. All right. So thank God says his his bestie is Keys Digital Decluttering Coach, all right? And he has been inspiring and making me accountable to my business. Now, that's what we want to hear, right? Accountable to your business. So I believe that you've been able to maybe take some steps that you've been dragging. You see why it's very good for you to be intentional about this bestie thing. If you are sleeping on this conference bestie thing, you are on a long thing, please. I want you to go and send a message to your bestie right now. If you've not even had an interaction with them, call them, drag them, tell them, before Saturday, you should be able to at least have a conversation with your bestie. Speak with them, get to know them, because you never can tell where your big opportunity will come from. I think that was one of the things our facilitator um Ajiri highlighted yesterday. She said something. You never can tell where your big opportunity will come from. You never can tell who will mention your name in that room. So this conference bestie thing is actually a way to interact, to build connections, to network, to just be very expressive. have someone you can be very expressive to, somebody you've not met before. Because the reason for this conference is not just for you to learn, but for you to connect, for you to network, for you to come into a room of possibilities to see others that are like you and are willing to push beyond all measures. So I really love to see more comments. Okay, so Victor, you said your bestie is here. Yes. So where is tell me something you love about your bestie. I can see you phenomenal liar. I would love to know if your bestie is here. Jam you, where are you? Could you share one thing you love about your bestie, Elizabeth? I'm actually looking through. Shidera, please could you share? Kevin, could you share? While we wait for the comments, so I would actually love to say something else from yesterday's session. And one thing I would also love to highlight is how many of us have been able to explore Stelzo, one of our sponsors. They actually did an amazing job yesterday sharing what we can do with their platform. And to be honest, I was very wowed. I was really wowed that so there's this platform that you can do all of these automations, marketing automations and the likes. I was really so wowed. So I would love to know if you've been able to try out, you've gone on their platform, you've been able to see how it looks like, and you were able to do a few things there. I would also love to know
Tosan
that.
is a bold technology entrepreneur, product leader, and co-founder of
All right. Thank you, media team. Okay. Oh, Layo, your bestie is not here. Or what happened? Could you check up on them? Laya, could you check up on your bestie? Is it work or network or lighting issue? You know, we are all in Africa.
Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Hi. If you can hear me, let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat while our host is trying to come back on. Please let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, everybody can hear me. All right, cool. Okay. All right, so we're talking about going to bring your conference bestie. Please, if your conference bestie is not here, please go and bring them as soon as possible. Go and bring them as soon as possible. Yeah. So our host is back up. We are going to bring her back up and get started.
Hello, DCC. Good evening. Thank you very much. One of the things I love about being an African is we are actually able to deal with a lot of challenges, right? No matter the challenges we face, we are actually very resilient and we actually pushing through. So I would love to know, where are you joining in from? While we wait for for others to bring in their besties. I would love to know where are you joining in from. Just share your location so that I can give you a shout out before we jump into what we have for today. So I am joining in from Lagos, Nigeria. So I would love to know, fellow Lagosians, are you here? Do we have anyone from outside Nigeria joining in or within Nigeria but not in Lagos? Maybe Abuja, Delta State, Edo State. Abuja. I greet you specially. Oh, Elizabeth from Lagos, Osun State. Come on now. Uh-uh. Victor from Osun State. Victor, how is Osun State now? Layo from Lagos, Nigeria. Hello, fellow Lagosians. Enugu State. This is so beautiful. Anyone from Delta State? Benin, Port Harcourt, Accra, Ghana. Hello, Nana. So nice to have you. Warri Delta State, so area. I greet you. Jos, Nigeria. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. From Jos, from Ibadan. Wow. Welcome on board, Titilayo. Elizabeth from Ogun State. Courage from Enugu. We have a lot of Enugu people here. Oh. Come on now. Anyone from Anambra, Imo? Yeah. I would love to see it coming. Wow, you all are welcome. This is so beautiful to see that people from different areas in Anambra. Thank God. Kende, nice to meet you. Welcome from Lagos. Oh wow, this is so beautiful. See, I love conferences like this because you can just meet people from different places. I've never been to Osun State. Not that I would not want to, but Kevin from Anambra, I see you. But now I'm meeting somebody from Osun State. Just imagine a conference that brings together people from different parts of the world. This is mind blowing. I might not be able to travel to Osun State to meet with any one of these attendees today, but I have the opportunity to connect with them today on this call and actually build a strong relationship. And even Benway, did I just see Benway State? Wow. I really wish I could pronounce your name, but I see you. Keys Digital, I see you. You were being mentioned, your bestie mentioned you. So yeah, I see you from Lagos. So you can actually connect with people from different parts of the world. Wow, this is beautiful. So if you are very, very, very let me just give you a little secret. If you're very, very smart, sharp, just be connecting. See somebody from Ghana, you don't know what you can do with that connection in Ghana. You don't know from Ghana to you see somebody in Benway, Lagos, Nigeria. You don't know what you can bring to Lagos, Nigeria, and that person can actually be the key. So I want us to start interacting in the comment section, saying hi. Just say hi to one another. Say, oh, hello, Keys Digital from Lagos. Hello, Kelvin from Anambra. Honestly, I really can't wait for Saturday. Who is oh my God. I sleep and I dream of Saturday. I'm like, wow, if day one can be like this and day two is already beginning with this fire, how would day three really be? Really, I can't even fathom it. I just want to come that day and see every one of us. I can't wait. I really can't wait. So yes, thank you, Dami. Nice to have every one of you right in here. Nice to have you all. Yeah. All right. So we are, oh, don't worry, Abby, don't worry. You can join in virtually. And I assure you, probably next year, you'll be able to join in physically here in Nigeria. All right. Or even God can do it. Our convener can bring it down to Ghana, right? Or to Kenya. We are looking for ways to expand this vision. So don't worry, you're not left out. We are rooting for you. We see you. We love you. We support you. We are sending loads of love to you. So don't feel bad about it. Please, Faith, come to Lagos. So better start booking your flight, or better still, fast, we're waiting for you. All right. So we are actually going to be diving into our schedule for today. I believe that we have already seen a lineup of speakers, and today is going to leave us really, 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 really fed. We're going to eat, we're going to be full, and we're going to be set for day 3 of the event. So right about now, we are going to be bringing on board our first speaker for today. If you know our first speaker for today, can you guess in the comment section? Let me see. Please be fast as possible. Who do you think is our first speaker for today? Is anyone typing? Oh, no one is typing. All right. So I would actually speak about our first speaker. So we'll be having Fifi George come speak to us today. Yes, Fifi George will be speaking to us in a few minutes, and she will be speaking on borders. She's speaking on breaking borders, scaling your vision for global impact. And trust me, it's something we all need right now. Remember, I said you don't know the connection you will need to take you to Ghana or take you to Nigeria, take you to Kenya. So she'll be sharing insights on how we can break borders, how we can break through the limitations and scale our vision for global impact. So I'll be handing over to the media team right now to tell us more about Fifi George and
Fifi George. Fifi George is an award-winning African leader redefining the continent's future. She is a global orphan and vulnerable children activist, governance strategist, and policy advocate dedicated to reshaping Africa. She is the founder and CEO of Tackle Africa, the largest voice for orphan and vulnerable children, and VWP Under 30 Africa, a movement empowering young women to drive Africa's transformation. She also serves as the creative director of Sellar Africa Faces Company, showcasing African talent on the global stage. A medic by profession, Fifi's leadership spans governance, education, and youth empowerment. A renowned and sought-after keynote speaker, she provokes change, ignites purpose, and challenges Africa's youth to rise. She has been honored with multiple awards and international recognition, including one of Africa's 100 most influential young women leaders 2024, Kenya's delegate at the Young African Leaders Summit 2025, Youth Global Ambassador, the award organization 2025 through 2027, Certified Leader, African Students for Liberty, She Leads Program, Ketu Youth Development Program 2025 colleague, shortlisted for the She Leads for Peace cohort 2025. As an architect of Africa, she is committed to leaving the world better than she found it.
ladies and gentlemen, let us give it up for Fifi George. I want to see your emojis. Yeah, I want to see your emojis while we wait for her to join in. I want to see your emojis. I want to see the love in the comment section. Wow, I really, really loved what I heard about her in our bio citation. Yes, I want to see more fire. Yes, welcome, Fifi George. We are happy to have you. We can't wait to learn from you. We can't wait to receive from you. I am personally looking forward to your session because really, a lot of us have a lot of big ideas, but we don't know how to scale. We don't know how to push. Some of us, we've gotten to that stage in our businesses where we actually need to scale from just Nigeria to somewhere else in Africa or somewhere else in another continent. And we're like, how do we take this vision there? Fifi George is going to show us how. So while we wait for her to join in, I want you to just share your expectations in the comment section. What are you looking forward to in a session? Let's tell her that we are ready to receive her. For me, I want to see how I can scale my vision. I want to know how I can have a roadmap that will help me scale my business in the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years outside the shores of Nigeria. I want to have a blueprint that will help me know how to push my personal brand. I don't want to just speak here in Nigeria. I want to speak on international platforms, global stages, yes. And I want to know how to do it the right way, not just the backyard way. So I would love to learn. Teach us these things, Fifi. We are here for you. Oh, yeah, now. Show it. What are your expectations? What are your expectations? I want to scale. Teach us. Or more, I want to scale too. We want to show people that we can actually do what we can do as Africans, wherever you are joining in from now. It is not just about Africa, right? The reason I'm placing emphasis on Africa is because we are actually hosting this event in Africa, right? But wherever you find yourself, you can scale your vision outside Asia, down to Nigeria, outside North America. You can scale your vision to any continent you want to. Let us drink from your well of wisdom, Fifi. Oh yeah, where's your fetcher? I want to see your fetcher. I want to see your fetcher. Are you sure you are here with your drums? After today's session, Fifi George will know that we actually came to learn. I want to see the energy. Thank you so much, guys, for the energy we are bringing in. I must give you a very big shout out. But I really want to see more, more, more. All right. So while we wait for Fifi George to join in, let's keep sharing our comments, please. I would actually love to read out our comments to interact with us. Fifi, we are having hungry. I want to pitch to the international community, and you are going to do it. You are going to do it. Honestly, you are going to. Fifi, we are having of knowledge. Come feed us, Fifi. Come feed us. My drums are ready. How many drums do you have? How many faiths? How many drums do you have? Me, I'm with how many drums? Uncountable, right? I am with uncountable drums. So I want to see how many drums do you have, Faith? I brought more drums than you. I am actually more ready to learn from this session than any one of you else. So I want to see our comments. Please, let's keep on rolling the comments. So let's keep the comments rolling in, please. Actually, I would actually love to hear a story too. Yeah, that bio is heavy, like carry weight. God bless our convener, really. Who carry my baffle? Who has carried who has carried qualified with bliss bath? Hey, my sister, come and collect touch. Let me give you touch so that you will find the bath. Please, if you took a bath, return it. Be on. Hmm? I actually love you guys. You guys are really giving. Like, I love the energy you are bringing in. Okay. I actually love to hear a story, right? I would really love to hear a story because that bio is actually very, very, very inspiring. Very inspiring. One thing that attracted me to her is her smile. She has such a beautiful smile, really. I can't wait to see her. I can't wait to just hear her speak. Just seeing her picture alone, reading her bio, I was like, Fifi George. And even her name sounds so unique too, right? So I can't wait. I'm just saying all the things that have been sweeting me before now. Lio has found your bath, please. So go and get it from her. Thank you, Lio. This is the energy. She has a cute face. Yeah, she actually does. Oh God, she does. Fifi, we actually love you, and we can't wait to learn from you today. We really can't wait to learn from you. Even that Samaritan woman no get. Okay. Public service announcement though. We are excited. I can see it. Dami said, let me give you extra, please. Dami, you are my plug for today. You will help me with a lot of bath because I don't think I'm as ready as you are. Oh God, oh my Lord, where are all the guys?
Hi everyone. Well done, guys. So I just came up to say that Fifi is having connectivity issues and she's trying to join us. So
Oh,
yeah, maybe let's just do the game for let's give out the freebie for the bestie in the
okay.
next 10 minutes. So if
All
she's
right.
going to join back in another 10 minutes, yes, please.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, DCC. Okay, so our winners from yesterday's bestie conference bestie game we did, are they here? If you are here, I would love to see your comments. While we wait for Fifi to join in. Thank God, don't worry, she will join in. Don't worry. Fifi is coming, yes. So if for the conference bestie, we had winners yesterday. So I would love you to indicate that you are here and you are here with your conference bestie. Is our winner here? Are our winners here? I'm not seeing any comments. Are they not here? If they are not here, please. Okay, so while we wait for our winners to indicate that they are actually here, I would love to ask another question. I would actually love to ask another question. So are we ready for this question? If you are ready for my question, let me know. My bestie tango, hope you are here. Kiss Digital, were you the one that won yesterday? Just to confirm. Please, could you respond, Kiss Digital, before I proceed to today's game?
I don't think they've called a winner yesterday. So I actually was trying to pick a winner yesterday
Okay,
before the
okay,
session. Yeah. So we are going to pick
okay.
the winner today. Two besties. So is there any bestie here that wants to come on live? I mean, who are
Yes,
here
I
with
think you
their
can see
besties that
two
want to come
besties.
on live? Yeah.
Yes.
If you would like
Thank
to come
God.
on live,
Thank God. There are two besties here actually. We have Thank God and we have Keys Digital. So Keys Digital, you can't come live. We actually want
okay. Somebody
a play.
Rokibat is saying that we are ready. Are you saying we are ready to come on live? Rokibat, who is your bestie?
Rocky Bat, who is your bestie? Oh, please, could you
Let's
actually
finish
share
this
a
in
full
another
sentence?
5 minutes.
The yes and the no's are making us get confused. Are you saying yes, you are here, you are ready to go live with us, or you are saying no? Could you make it a full sentence? Okay, yes, I am available to join the live with my bestie so that we can tell which response is for which. So Keys Digital, Rocky Bats. All right. So while we are waiting, so I actually have a question to ask, but I want us to just be clear on the besties that are available to come live before I ask my question. Okay, so your bestie is not here, but you're available to learn from other members. Okay, that's fine. So Keys Digital, thank God, Victor. All right, so thank God said is available. Okay, beautiful. So thank God we'll be adding you to the live session with your bestie. Your bestie is thank God, so we'll be adding you soon to the live session. So give us a few minutes while we are trying to work on that. All right, so the link is already in the comments. So thank God and Keys Digital, you can join the backstage. Jam you, I see you again. You are welcome. So if you would love to join the backstage, the link is there. So Keys Digital, thank God. Please, could you join the backstage? Wow, I really love this. And I can't wait for you all to meet your conference besties on day 3. That's if they are going to be there live in Lagos, Nigeria. So if you are planning to miss the physical events, you're I don't know what to say. If you are in Lagos, if you are in Lagos and for no reason you are planning to miss out, and I will not beef you, but I just want to say that you are going to miss out. I was there in the live session, the physical event, right, in Lagos last year, and I told myself I was not going to miss any group conference again because the lineup of speakers, there's one thing to bring speakers, and there's another thing for the speakers to actually speak, like what they are saying, you can actually resonate with it. Oh, it was mind blowing. I left that conference, I was thinking about my life. I was like, Treasure, what are you doing? What are you doing? Not because I'm not doing anything, but I was like, God, there are men and there are people, right? My God. So I'm so excited about this conference, seeing the lineup of speakers for day 3, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to come empty, very empty. That day, you will see my face very serious. I'm just kidding, right? But I'm just coming to learn. Aside the fact that I'm going to be interacting with us, but I'm coming to learn. So Jamu from Ibadan. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. You can turn on your camera. I can't wait. Thank God. Digital. Please could you turn on your camera? Besties are going to win prizes today. Or if you like, sleep on this one. People will be taking freebies home. And you'll be looking. Go and drag your bestie here now. Whole lot of bestie.
Yeah.
I can't see your face. Please could you turn on your camera? Let's see your handsome face. Let's see this fine bubble that has been giving us energy on the comment section. Oh, my P-Babs, I can see you, darling. Yeah, I have my conference bestie, yo. Don't joke. I'm not joking. Where are my people? You guys were joining in and oh
Hello, good evening,
hello.
everyone.
Good evening. See your freshness. You're hiding this beauty from us. Why? What did we do to you? You have such a
Uh,
beautiful smile. It's
welcome.
nice to see you. Good
Thank
evening.
you.
So, what's
Thank
your name
you.
and where are you coming in from?
Okay, my name is Thank God Wibe. Um, I'm zooming from Anambra State, Nigeria.
Anambra. Ibo Kwenu. Ah.
Yeah.
So, where's your conference bestie? Is he having traffic, network traffic? It's not here on this
That,
video. The network is actually acting up. If you can still hear me, please affirm in the comments. Hello, P-Bams. I see you. I see you. Thank God I can no longer hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm here, but my camera is not working. Like I need to enter a code before my camera come up. So sorry
Okay.
about.
No, it's actually very fine. So, Kiss Digital. Is your name really Kiss Digital? Let's know your
Okay,
real
my
name.
name is Kizito Ojoma. So my tech name is Keys Digital. So I'm building something on
Okay.
Keys Digital,
All
and
right. That's
thank God it's my
beautiful.
bestie, my conference bestie.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's having network issues, though. So, we'll wait for him to join in. But before he joins in, do you know his full name?
Yes,
What's
his
his
full
full
name is
name?
Wibe. Thank God.
Better, but where in Anambra does he live?
He's from Anambra. He's from Anambra North. That is I
Mhm.
don't really know, but he told me once before. But I know that he's
Beautiful,
from Anambra
excellent.
State.
That's actually
Okay,
beautiful.
he
So,
stays in Onitsha, but not presently in Onitsha, but from Anambra State. But I don't know
okay,
his village name, and I don't think that matters.
okay. So, how long have you guys known each other?
Okay, we it's about 2 months now. Immediately the pair or so we began to make friends. We began to encourage each other every time we have Wednesday shout out or class on the Google Meet. We will always share ideas together, learn, and we are backing each other up already.
Wow,
So it's
this is
about
so inspiring. This is so inspiring. So, I would love to ask you one question. As since you guys met, has thank God been able to give you any business advice that actually helped you in a way in your business? Has he given you any advice for your business at all that really helped you achieve something for your business within the space of 2 months since you guys met?
yes, thank God is loaded and is talented. Thank God have advised me severally on, because we are building something together on video editing. It's just a small startup.
Are you guys
So
just met? Sorry, you guys just met like 2 months ago,
yeah.
and you're already
So
building something together.
yes, we have the same. We
I
our
love it.
ideas align together. So we are
Wow.
always discussing. So thank God advised me on how to navigate through my Capcork because I wasn't that good. Then
Mm-hmm.
he suggested one other app for me. Then I pick it up and we are working together. We have even start building community because I have some persons before who wanted to learn one or two things. So thank God to have people. So we opened a small social media account like WhatsApp. So we are beginning to build small and
Wow.
networking and connecting with people.
Wow. You guys are the real conference besties, though. Like, you guys deserve an award, like an award on its own. I am actually
Thank
very
you so much.
impressed with this intentionality, and it actually shows that you love your business and you are very visionary. The both of you are visionary and you both love your businesses, because within the space of 2 months, you guys are already thinking this far. Ah, President General among the nations, I salute you. Wow,
Thank you so
that's
much, ma'am.
beautiful. That's beautiful. You guys can't be live on day 3. If not, I would have actually loved to personally meet the both of you. But nevertheless, I
I'm
love
going
this
to be
energy.
there on day three because I live in Lagos. But thank
Okay,
God
so thank God
he will
you'll
not
be
be
there.
around. But I'm representing him as the conference MC. I'm going to give him the
This is
highlight of the
energy.
reality of the show, of the conference. He will get the online version while I relate to him the reality of the live conference show.
We need to stand up for the both of you, because like I really literally want to stand and just clap. See energy. Somebody, let me just read some comments for you so that you guys will blush. I want you guys to blush and feel good. It said, besties that build together, grow together. And that's what you guys are actually proving. Yes, E for what? Energy. That energy carry weight. Adenike said, see love. Oh, yes, God, are we potatoes? No, we are not. Oh, God of besties. Wow. That was beautiful. That's beautiful to know, Kizito. What am I bidding? Wow. So thank God is here. So thank God. Are you here? Can you hear us? Really? Let me read out some comments while we confirm if thank God can hear us. It said, you are not a microphone. Please, why? Oh, God of bestie. We nominate you both for presidency of this bestie association. Honestly, you guys deserve a lot more. And I'm sure that right now our convener should be very, see, there's nothing like when you have a vision and you implement that vision and then you are seeing the impact of that vision. So even if it's just the both of you that have this experience, I know that our convener should be more than satisfied, because she has achieved the purpose of this conference, Bestie for Grow Conference. So you guys are actually very inspiring. You guys are intentional. There is a lot to learn from your relationship. And I would love the comments, those that are joining us, yes, the others in the comment section. I want you to share one thing that you have learned from this relationship that they are building. I want you to just drop one thing. It could be a word, it could be a sentence, it could be something that just struck you, and one thing too that you feel that you are going to implement with your conference bestie after this call. So while we're waiting for those comments, I would love to hear from you. Thank God. Can you hear us now? Thank God. Are you there? Honestly, James Prince will thank you for actually bringing that to reminder. She actually said it, that if it's just for one person you are doing this, then carry on. Because that one person is going to impact in another one person. And that one person that is being impacted will impact in another one person. And before you know, you fed one person that is transferring it through generations. Let's take, for example, our parents, right? They gave birth to us and impacted in us. Their impartation in us, we took it outside the home and met other people, and we passed this impactation to other people. And these other people were influenced by the same impactation and they passed it on to other people. So you see that there's a train of influence. You are an influencer, you are a voice, you are an influence in this generation. So whatsoever you find yourself doing, you have to do it well, because there are people that are tied to you. There's a rope. our convener, Lucky Eloho, did not damn all the fears and tell herself that I'm going to host this conference. Thank God and Kizito would not meet themselves. And I don't even know if there would ever be a connection between them. You never can tell. There might not be any connection between them. So you see that for every vision, there are people tied to it. And if you don't maximize this opportunity that you are being given to skyrocket your career growth, your business growth, your any kind of growth, then I don't know what to say. All the prayers you've been praying, this is the answer that is looking at you, kuro kuro, like is looking at you. Some people will meet their wives here. Some people will meet their husbands here. It's not prayer points. It's actually what will happen if you are deliberate about it. Some people will meet business partners just like Kizito and Thank God have. You don't have to be jealous. Their story is actually one that should not inspire you to take your conference bestie relationship very seriously, right? So this is they are actually inspiring us to not look down on this conference bestie thing, but to actually see the real impact of it. I can't wait to hear them. If they can do this within 2 months, these guys, in fact, their zeal. You know when you guys, your zeal is just giving me joy. Like I am excited. Just 2 months and see the impact you're already creating. I need to really give you guys flowers. Take your flowers. Take your flowers. So Kizito, since we can't hear thank God, is there anything you have to say? Do you have anything to say to our convener, to your other conference participants? What do you really have to say?
Okay, I really really want to see after the class yesterday. I went back and started reading the notes, and I was like, wow, somebody arranged this, somebody planned this. DCC was. I was following the whole activity. I was like, even I used to tell Taga, I said, is this lady sleeping? Like the energy was top notch. And I've never attended any conference that they have exposed a lot like this. They can tell you to me,
True.
like, when everything was mind blowing. Like I follow everything from the beginning to the end. Thank you so much, DCC. God bless you. You have built generations, and we that you are encouraging, we are going to build more. And this message must reach everybody down there. And to you guys, the team members, honestly, the way you handle things, the team energy is beautiful. We learn from you people too. Like I'm wondering, like, are there people who are this kind, who are these generous, who are these? Because I was actually following the whole Wednesday training, and whenever we have someone else to handle us, exactly, you are also the spirit is one. You are working like DCC, and I was like, wow, this is what they call impartation. So God bless you, ma. I
Amen.
on behalf of Thank God and myself, we are grateful. We will keep praying, and we will follow this program to the end. And I've shared my the flyers on my the details on my handles, and I know that somebody or two or one more person are here. So I'm really really grateful. This opportunity is more than expected. Like I was expecting something small, but it's fire. Is beyond my
Mm,
expectation, and I cannot since morning. I just couldn't stop talking about it because I spoke to Thank God, and I was like, how did you see the class? And he was running like we started from the first speaker to the last person, and I was like, wow, see, even I didn't know about the state call before, but Thank God knew about it. He told me before now. But when the Mr. Umba was explaining yesterday, everything just opened to me. Wow. I was like, wow, see opportunity, see energy, see leveraging, see system. God bless you so much, ma. I'm very, very much grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kizito. Thank you. I think if this is all I get from the Grow conference, like I said yesterday, I think I'm fulfilled. I'm more than fulfilled, and I'm inspired by your connection. And so I'm giving you guys a free one-on-one session with me, like a group session, you and your partner, right? So after the conference, maybe in July, you can redeem the session. So it's going to be a one-on-one session. Whatever
God bless.
question you want to have, maybe probably what you guys are building, we can look through it together and see how you can make it better to even get an even beautiful result from it, right? So we're going to, yeah. So Congratulations and well done. I'm proud of what you put together.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you that one session with me. So we'll follow up on that and ensure that it happens. Yes. And thank you so much,
Thank you
Kizito.
so much,
But I
ma'am.
want to ask you guys one question because there's one recurring thing that people have been saying about, oh, my bestie is not answering me. My bestie is quiet. My bestie is that I send messages, he did not answer, I did not do this. How has it been, interacting with Thank God? Like, how did you guys ensure that you are able to align, even though you didn't know yourself from the beginning? What was something that has helped?
Okay, so when you pair us together, I discovered that I am the like I am elderly and thank God is younger, but we are not dealing with age. So he lived this in distance, but I discovered that he's calm. So we connect immediately and we exchange phone numbers. I started following up with the words. If I see any message on the group, I'll be like, thank God, did you see that message? If he sees anyone before me, he'll be like, did you see that message? So we keep working pari passu. So I understand him that, oh, this person is filled with energy, so we just pack up. We equally have our other friends like Michael, Oji, Chidubemu, and few others who we are friends with, that we are chatting with on WhatsApp too. So we are beginning to create good networking with the conference and everything. So it wasn't difficult meeting Thank God and connecting with him. It was just a one way discussion, and everything went through. And every day when he wake
Oh,
up, check up on me, and I also check up on him. And anytime there's training, Wednesday, he will like, Kizzy, how far have you seen that we have started? I say, yes, I'm coming in. I will like get in. So thank you so much, man.
wow. Has there been a time where maybe probably in the beginning when you started reaching out, you didn't hear from him or he didn't hear from you or something like that?
Yeah, anytime thank God did not hear from me, he's going to spam me. Like, you send message, he will start calling me. And if I did not hear from him, I'm going to start sending message because I have his handles. I have his WhatsApp, Facebook, LinkedIn, and I'll just send message. And anytime he sees, like, hey bro, I see your message. Oh. So it wasn't that difficult. Once I did not hear, even this morning, I discovered that he didn't chat with me till 9 o'clock. I just bossed him and he busted and we started chatting. So
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. So just to add the spice to what both of them has shared so far, I want you to understand that when it comes to building relationships, you don't have to. Some people have different personalities. We have the okay, so we have the people who are quiet. We have people who don't know how to reciprocate. So as much as you want to build this thing with this person, it can be tiring when you're sending somebody a message and the person is not answering you, right? That can be tiring. And I understand that. But again, you also have to do things with intentionality. Look at the example that Thank God gave. Like, what are conversation starters? Okay, he sees something in the group. He'll be like, oh, Kizito, did you see this thing in the group? I'm like, oh yes, oh, I've not seen it. Let me go and look at it. Or what do you think about what they just shared? And you go, what do you think? You saw how they said after yesterday's session, they had a conversation and say, oh, how was the session? What do you think about Grow Conference Day 1? Those are conversation starters that can help you build your friendship, because it's difficult when you're trying to say, oh, okay, what do you do? Okay, that's the only thing you are asking. You're not There's nothing else for you to talk about. So all these things happening in the group, in the sessions, these are all like, for example, today is day 1. You could have reached day 2. You could have reached out and say, I didn't see you in day 1. What happened? Or, oh, are you going to show up in day 2? Can you try to show up? Is everything okay? Are you doing okay? Just checking in on them could make that difference. And one thing that I'm going to say in building friendship, the energy might not be the same at the beginning. Everybody do not have the same energy. Like Kizito said, he noticed that Thank God is a very calm person, is a quiet person. So you can't compare me. I have friends that they are very calm. If me and some of my friends are together, you'll be imagining that how are these people friends? Because I have a lot of energy and then we have the calm one. So in the beginning, for those kind of relationship, it was really hard because I was trying to understand, they might be they might be responding to me, but that's how they are. Like, but me, I'm be seeing it as this person is giving me a cold feet. But it took me to realize that, oh, this is how this person is. Oh, they are just calm, you know. And even now that we are now very close, I still need to shake them up sometimes for them to, shake and leave their comfort zones and things like that. So that's the intentionality that comes with building friendships. And I think this also mentioned something very, very significant, that he said that they've also made friends with other people. They've made friends with other people like Chidubem, like Michael, Oji. These
Okay.
people were not their conference
True,
besties.
true.
They were not conference besties, right? But they connected from the group. They are now like, forming this relationship that is going to blossom 1 year from now. I want us to come to Grow Conference 2026, and we're like, oh wow, oh my god, I can't believe that we met here in 2025. This 2026 we are here together and doing amazing stuff together. That's why I'm really inspired. Even myself, I'm inspired by to see that Thank God and Kizito, they are creating something, and I want to be a part of that. I want to contribute, the little way I can, and just, offer you guys a one-on-one session to look through things and see how to ensure that things work out well for you guys. So thank you so much, Kizito. Thank you so much, Thank God. Um, this is like truly amazing and inspiring. Thank you so much, guys. So we'll follow up and ensure that you redeem your price. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, ma. God bless you.
You're
Amen.
welcome.
Thank you so much,
Amen.
DCC,
Oh,
for this
amen.
platform.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you are doing for us. Thank you for the value you are actually adding. I think one of the things that Kizito shared was the impact they got from the Wednesday sessions you had. Asked Me Anything, and that blew them off. I think that will be one of the things that actually even sparked their curiosity to want to work together and will see the beautiful things that they can do together. So Kizito and Thank God, I don't know what to say to you guys, but I wish I can squeeze myself into this relationship because success, no, but everybody wants to associate with people that are actually successful. So let's ask. I would love to ask: is there any other pair, any bestie pair that would love to come live, just as Kizito and Thank God have come live? Faith, where is your bestie? Let me even come to this comment section and be dragging everybody here. Kizito and Thank God have given us a bar. They have raised the bar, the standard now. So, is anybody ready to come on live with their bestie? Prince Will, you've been very active. Is your bestie here? Elizabeth said, see as I dey blush. All right. So I'm still waiting to see if anybody's here with their bestie. You never can tell. See how they won a free one-on-one section with DCC. That's amazing. Hi. Just imagine you are just alone with DCC for just 45 minutes. Ask me anything. Let me help you with your idea. In the next 6 months, if you see me, I don't blow. My shoulder, I will raise my shoulder high like this because it's not easy to win. In short, Kizito and Prince Will, content idea that you should shoot this evening or tomorrow. Your shoulders are up. Nothing to your shoulder, but for the fact that you were able to win a free 45 minutes one-on-one session with DCC, it's not easy. All right, so that's beautiful. So we'll be moving right away into our next activity for the day. Um, Unfortunately, because of network issues, Fifi George might not be joining us in now. But I'm happy to say that we have one of our speakers ready to actually feed us this evening. I said feed because we're actually going to be eating very well this evening. And it's no other person than the CEO of Sellar, Douglas Kenderson. So I'm handing over to the media team to actually play his bio so that we can learn more about him. And also over to you, media team. All right. Yes, please. While we wait for the media team to actually display the bio, please ensure you are subscribed to the channel. Please. One way you can actually support this vision and get more people to see what we are doing is by your subscription. So please subscribe, like, watch the other videos on the channel, DCC has a lot of videos there that she has uploaded that would actually be beneficial for your growth, even as you prepare for day 3. So subscribe to the channel. What happened to your bestie, Elizabeth? Please look for your bestie, oh. And you guys were bonding so well. No weapon fashioned against shall prosper. Please, Elizabeth, drag your bestie. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for these fire emojis. Like, you guys are so lovely. The energy you guys bring. Thank you for this energy. Okay. So if you've ever wondered what it takes to lead, to innovate, to disrupt, while staying grounded, I'm going to let you know that in the next few minutes, you will learn how to innovate and stay grounded. So there's one thing for you to have an idea, but there's another thing for your idea to span time. It's not just an idea for the moment. I remember there was a particular post about Skype. Skype, no, they've closed down. So there is a particular video about Skype, post rather about Skype I saw on social media. They've closed down. And someone said something. They actually had an idea that could span the test of time, but the strategy they were working with did not allow for them to accommodate technological advancements that will come in. That's the advent of AI and every other thing we are seeing today. So the idea that you have, can you sit and ask yourself that in the next 5 years, 10 years, would this idea be relevant? If yes, how relevant would this idea be? How can this idea incorporate these latest trends in technology? How can I incorporate AI into what I do? Oh, you are a fashion designer. How can AI help me to scale my businesses? Because the businesses that would not be advancing are the ones that are not actually innovative. They are not taking in ideas, taking in opportunities, trends, and all to scale. So our speaker is here. So I think we're going to bring him on board. Media team, I'm not going to fight with you, but it's fine. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited.
Or skill via digital products like ebooks, courses, or services. He's had a lot of experience working at billion-dollar payment startups such as Flutterwave and Paystack via digital products. Douglas Kenderson is the founder and CEO of Sellar.com, an online store builder for anyone looking to monetize their knowledge or skill via digital products like ebooks, courses, or services. He's had a lot of experience working at billion-dollar payment startups such as Flutterwave and Paystack. Sellar has been running for the past 6 years, recorded paying over $4 million to African creators, and keeps working actively to grow the creator economy of Africa.
Please welcome Douglas Kenderson.
Hey, wait, I cannot hear you yet. I don't know if you can hear me. Wait, I cannot hear you.
Good evening. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi, Eloho. How are you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Okay. Hello, good evening. How are you doing?
You know how I'm doing. I told you I've been sick for the last 1 week. But I think I'm getting better. Actually, I don't know if I'm getting better, but I took some tests yesterday, so I'm waiting for the results to come out. But I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing fine for the most part. It's good to have you on my stage.
It is really good. It is
Thank
really
you so
good.
much for coming on board. Thank you. Thank
Uh, this is really lovely.
yes.
I mean, we go way back because
For
like
those who don't know, Douglas used to be he's still my boss. I still call him boss.
we go way back. Like
Yes.
we used to
Douglas
work
is my
together.
boss and
Together. That's really
yeah.
nice.
Yes, way back to 2020. And I remember, yeah. And I remember, Douglas is one of those people who gave me like, okay, Eloho, I believe in what you're doing. I believe that you can do something amazing. And he gave me a chance, and it's something that I can never forget. It's something that I would always be grateful for. So it's as one of our speakers at the Grow Conference 2025 to share, the seller journey with us and also share his journey as well as a builder and as a founder. Seller is a platform that I love with my heart. Like from the first time that I found Seller, the first time the first time I understood what Seller was. Am I audible? Douglas, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Hello? I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, I think I'm back. Is it better now? Can you hear me better?
Yes, I can hear
Is
you.
it better?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay, okay, perfect. Okay, perfect, perfect. All right, thank you so much. So I was saying that Douglas is one of the many people who gave me a chance. No,
Okay. Because like I was concerned that because I cannot hear her now, and it's good to confirm that like people can hear me.
what's happening?
Like what is a like what is an important event if not like technical issues? Like what is an important event if not technical issues? Like this has to it feels like a rite of passage for a session that's going to go really well. So it's fine at all. How's it going over there?
It's going well, going really well. Okay, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I don't know. The connectivity is dealing with us here. So can you hear me now, Douglas?
I can hear you clearly. Yes.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm back. Thank you. I must do this introduction. The network would not stop me. I want to do this.
You know what? Maybe the network is saying
So
let's
I
get into
was
the conversation.
saying, in case you guys did not hear me, you did not hear. No, I must say it. All right. So Douglas is one of the first persons to give me like a chance, into marketing. And Sellar is a product that I really love, a brand that I really love. And Douglas is the founder of Sellar, building Sellar to what it is today, what we all see. Seller is a platform where creators can sell their digital product, can sell their knowledge, can get paid from in multiple currencies. And even the ticket for this conference was sold on Seller, and it's one of the seamless things. I think the first time I found Seller, one thing that really struck me was how seamless Seller is. And today it's still very seamless. Like I've seen other platforms and I'm like, no, Seller is too simple to use. Even the the most non-techie person in this world could actually use Seller, right? could create a Seller account, and in few minutes you already know what you're doing on Seller. Before we go into that conversation, I just want to know what was the inspiration behind making Seller that seamless. Why did you do that? Or why was that?
I would say that a lot of, so I think I would describe myself as a sponge in a way that like no matter what environment I'm in, I'm kind of just like soaking whatever like knowledge or information that is available to get. Um, and just at the time when we started building Sellar, which is 2016, I worked at Paystack. And before then, I think I'd been freelancing, doing like side projects for 3 years or so. And I guess I am someone that I would also just describe myself as meticulous. Like I like to like comb through the lines, make sure everything is fine. But then because of a lot of my freelance experience, I built different small products for people. And I mean, for me, I always cared about like it's been good. But then more importantly, when I got into Paystack, and it's like you watch these people build something really great, and there's no way that cannot like leave an impression on you. And I saw how user experience was such a very, very big differentiator for a company like Paystack because yes, I don't know if all of you might remember this, but before Paystack came on board, InterSwitch was there. And if you try to use Quick Teller in the past and try to pay via InterSwitch, they were only like, you know what like a terrible payment experience was like. And then I think VoguePay came, they tried to improve on InterSwitch a little, but just didn't get it quite right. And then Paystack happened, and it's like you have such a seamless payment experience. And for me, it's like when you're building something, you really want to make sure that you take almost all the good parts from everywhere that you have amassed knowledge. Yes. So that's how I would describe that.
Oh wow, that's really interesting, and that's one of the core things that I anybody that could share Seller with, that's one of the core things they always they always applaud first even before anything else. And well done on that, well done, I really love that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so you when you were in your conversation right now, you said that Seller started in 2016, but I know that it became very active in like 2020.
Yes, yes,
Seller
that
became
is
like very active in 2019-20. So
yeah.
yes, yes, okay. So but Seller grew from 24K dollars and 17K users in 2021 to about 16 million dollars and 1.5 million users in 2025. That's like 3 years or 4 years now. How did that
For I
happen?
think
How did that
roughly
happen?
for
What made that growth so possible? Like that's really fast. Yeah.
um so the thing is that's not it feels like an easy question to answer, but I guess it's also a kind of complicated answer because what I would say is we've been throwing all our energy, all our time, all our love, all our everything at it. I think even for like the time that you were at Seller, like you could tell. I mean, I think I was very stretched on every side because I was doing the most, but you could tell that there was a lot of intentional work that just had gone into this product. So, but I don't want to keep this vague. I think I want to keep it practical for a lot of people. I think I'd had Seller since like maybe like 2016, and then in 2020 I sort of like decided I wanted to like try to make it like I I think I said that, oh hey, I've had this for like 4 years now. I'm gonna give this one more year a push. If it goes well, good. If it doesn't go well, I'm just gonna go back to doing like full-time work. And what happened in that year was I kind of wanted to apply a lot of like my learnings from all the different setup I'd worked at. I think I wanted to just be more intentional about marketing, and this is 2020. Um, and so that just involved like cold DMing people, also just building the product. But then I think just to answer that question of 2021 to 2025, 2024 specifically, I think a lot of intentional work went into marketing. I think we really try to build our community. If you look at our social media, I think at the time that you joined, we used to do, or like at the time that you were with us, like we used to do all this very impersonal like social media stuff, and then I think we switched to like normal pictures. That was like a whole thing that an audit brought. I think on a product level, we have also just been
Yeah.
building this product a lot. I mean, there's one product that you wanted to kill me for, and it's like recently we try to make some like useful updates on it, and I'm really excited about that. Um, and I mean, it's a lot of other things, and so there's that. Um, Interestingly, I think it's also just getting to work with so many amazing people that care about this vision and care about this
You
work.
didn't have to call me out like
No, 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 because like I literally nearly frustrated you with that. I mean, I frustrated you, but I mean, I'm really happy. I think I'm really happy for just like where we are now. But yeah, but just circling it back, I think there's been a lot of intentional work in product. There's been a lot of intentional work in marketing. There's also been a lot of intentional work in collaborations. Um, if you look at our social media, you might see that like we're in the press a lot, and it's very intentional. It's not even people used to think that it was because we're trying to raise money, and that's why we're doing a lot of press. And it's like, oh, we're not even trying to. We just are trying to improve the public's perception of who we are and the kind of company that we are. And I think all of these many
yeah,
things
yeah.
come together to actually just give you a stronger company, give you like a bigger push. Because the thing is, if you're building a startup, if you're building any product, it's not always just like one thing that you do that like changes everything. It's a lot of things. And for if you're building a startup in
Mm.
Nigeria where like so many things are happening and things are out of your control, you're better off just like pushing as many levers as you can day by day and pray that a lot of these things will add up over time and then they'll be good. Yeah.
Wow, that's very interesting. And just from everything you said, it's more like people could see that, oh, in 3 years, in 4 years, Seller grew from $24K to $16 million, right? But actually, in the back end, it's not just saying, oh, in 4 years we grew from this. Is an like accumulation of the work
Yes.
gone into building this thing over the years. Even in the year, like from the one that we did from 2016 to 2020 that nobody saw, or probably
Yeah, this
nobody
is
actually knew about, they all accumulated.
yeah.
And
This is year
then
now.
from 2021 to 2025, it's not like, oh, you're reaping the fruit of all the labors I remember then in Sellar, like you literally used to be in the DM when it would be like, oh, Douglas, there's
Yes,
this client or
yes.
there's this customer that's having issues. You'd be like, oh, okay, you'll be in the DM and you'll be like, okay, can I jump on a call with you? I'm going to fix it right now. And the first time, that was even the first time I had interaction with you. I was like, the founder is sending me DM. Why is this guy, why is this man messaging me? And I think that's something very inspiring that many people don't even see on the outside. They don't see these things on the outside, but the work has gone into it. Those little work, they've now compounded into something that is now big, that everybody now sees and say, oh, this is a really big thing. Oh, Seller grew from this. Oh, they blew up. They're all over. Okay, it's because they are doing press. It's because they are doing marketing. There are a lot of behind the scene things that actually happen. And if there's anything that I learned, if there's nothing that I learned from you, of course I learned a lot of things. But one of the key things that I learned from you, Douglas, is that you are very invested in what you're building. You're very invested in the product that you have built as Seller, and that investment is what could make you like, even though I'm the one that built this thing, you could like roll up your sleeve when needed, and do the dirty work to just make sure that things gets done. And that's what we see today as what Seller is. Thank you so much for sharing that. I have another question for you. And the
Please.
question says, did you at any point think that Seller will become this huge in Africa? Or was it just passion project for you? Like, did you ever picture Seller to be what it is right now?
So the funny thing is, I don't know if I can find this. Let me just try. Just give me a second. But like I'm gonna be speaking while I try to find this. There was a time that I had a spreadsheet of like the um estimate of just like what seller can make. And I feel like I was just thinking that
Wow.
like we would maybe be doing like I think at the time we're not doing the numbers were not that like the numbers were not that good. I cannot find this now because it's too late, but like I remember just like trying to make like an estimate of like, okay, how much can we actually make? And I feel like in my wildest dreams, I was thinking that, hey, we're gonna do like 2 million naira a month or 5 million naira like a month, and that was it. And it's like we do like maybe like 15 to 16 or 20 million a day right now. And I would say definitely this has beat my wildest imaginations um, by far. Interestingly, I think when Sellar started to take an upshoot, I think that weekend, so Trisha had come on board. This was when we really started to see some traction. I think the year before we had got, that's 2019, we probably saw like 6 million total in transactional volume. The year before that, which is 2018, we saw maybe like 3 million in total. That's all year. And then when Trisha came on board, we saw like 60 million in 3 days. And I screamed like, and it's like, and I feel like
You're like,
and
what?
and I feel like the product has just kept surprising me like over and over again. And I'm really grateful for that. And I think that's also what really helps to like, I know I worked on this product a lot way before, but it's even just more exciting now. It's always more rewarding when you see more people use your product, when you see more people enjoy the product. And I think I'm really, really happy about that.
Oh wow, cool. So this one is a personal question. I am not really because I'm
Okay.
wasting time to what we're
Should I be
talking about.
worried? Should
Um,
I be worried? Okay, but go ahead.
no, no, no. No, I mean like it's something that I see Seller to be. I don't know if
Okay.
other people see it that way, but I know that you see it that way actually. But let me just put it out there. Seller is
Okay.
a product-led brand, to be honest. I think it's easy to just, if you know, when you meet somebody and then you just like their energy, like you're just so easy to love. Seller is something, it's just that brand that it's easy to fall in love with. Yes, the marketing was there, all of us. Did you think that, do you think rather that these attributes, because I see Seller as a human being now, that this attribute of Seller, do you think it contributed to, because you could send a cold pitch, I'm like, oh, come and try Seller out, and maybe they like, this thing is giving me headache. I don't, do you think that it contributed to the growth of Seller?
That is, do you mean, I don't know. Can you please take the
Like,
question again? Okay.
okay, I mean, like I said, Seller is a product that is so easy to love. Like,
Yes.
it's like when you meet someone, like, I just like this person. This person did not do anything to me, or like they've not done anything. Just hearing them talk or just being in their space, I love them. That's how it feels with Seller, right? That's how it feels for me, actually, and even for the people that have spoken with my clients and things like that. That's how it
Yeah.
feels when you encounter Seller. Do you think that this attribute of Seller, like, oh, it's so easy to love, which is more like in this case now, the user experience,
Yeah.
how easy it is to use, how seamless it is, do you think like contributed to this growth that's happened over time?
Um, that's a really good question. I've never even like sat down to think about it, but like I would say yes, just because um okay, maybe now I'm doing a lot of like events, but like I think before now I just didn't want to do anything. I just didn't want to show my face. I just wanted to stay on my laptop, do my thing. Maybe you and if you notice, like in all my cold DMs to people, like I don't use a personal account, I'm using the company's account. So it's like the company that you're interfacing with. But I mean now it's, I think times have changed, things are a
Seller.
lot different now. But I would say that it was very important to me that we build a product that people can use without being handheld by anybody else. I think that's also something that um, I think of the product. I think at the time I would think of like products that I loved. I would think of products that have helped people build. I would think of, I know what it's like to like build like different products and like nobody uses it because it's too stressful to use, or they use it because they really like it. And it's like, for me, I really, really wanted something that was completely self-serve. I really wanted something that was really easy for the people. And and that was kind of how we tried to like craft and structure this product today. And yeah, so I would say yes, but the thing is so the thing is, in building a product, you can only hope for something, and the way that customers interact with the product is sort of like it's almost out of your hands at this point. But I'm really glad that I think a lot of people experience our
Yeah.
product and think, wow, this is really nice, this is really smooth, this is really easy. And that's sort of those three things, nice, smooth, easy, is really those are things that we really try to hold very dear to us as we keep building over and over again. Yeah, because we think that's something that hopefully a lot of people stay for.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting. I remember one time when we were trying to look for the keywords for seller. We were trying to look for those keywords. I think easy was just that word that came, like it just keep coming up, like very, it was very
Yes.
recurring, like easy is that word. And I think seller is still very easy today, you know. Okay, before I move to the next question, someone wants to know. Is I should ask you, how did you come up with the name Seller? I think the name
Okay.
Seller also sold Seller.
No. So unfortunately, this that high roots. This is a really good question. This is not even a thing that like was some magical computation at the time. So now we own the .com, but at the time that was the only .co that we could find. So I think we thought of
Dot
Sellar,
co. Oh,
Sellar, like Seller, and that was like the closest. And then it was like, let's make a play on Sellar. And I think Sellar.co, Seller.co was not available.
oh,
And it was like, oh, let's change it to like Sellar. And then it's like, that was the only .co that was available. And yeah, and then it sort of worked. And it's actually really nice that like it's kind of still sticks till today. And now we have a .com and we have a .co, which is really nice. But yeah,
oh
but so that's how
wow.
the name, so the name came out
Yeah.
from lack of options, and just I think we wanted to do something with Seller, so with Sell.
Wow. Wow. Sell with seller. Ah wow. That really, like, it has a ring to it, sell with seller. So from that place of, okay, we're just trying to build something out of sell and nothing was available. You just, okay, let's, play with seller,
Let's just
and
go with the
that's how it
closest
came
that we
about.
have, and that's how we have. Yes,
Wow.
exactly that.
Wow. Wow. That's really interesting. Thank you so much for that. Wow. Okay. So my next question is about money. you know,
Okay.
when we are building stuff, money is very important. You need money to do a lot of things. You need
A lot.
money. Yes, it's easy to say, I want to sit behind my laptop and just coding. Coding alone, you still need to pay for stuff. You still need to put the idea out there. And that's where money come in. But and I'm very well aware that seller, bootstrapped like for a very long time. You guys did not start with, oh, investor this, investor that, right?
Yeah.
So I want to ask, is not I think only until recently that seller just got like its first funding, if I'm correct. So
Um, we got a
um
five. We got a grant. We got a 5K
the
grant from
grant
20,
actually, yeah.
2018, and then another grant like last year. But carry on.
Well, yeah, okay. So basically, it has just even been grant. So it's not like investor, VC, or all of that. Yeah, cool. So should a founder focus on bootstrapping or funding? What's your thoughts on that? I know this is your favorite topic. I know.
It's not my favorite topic. This is a topic I don't want to talk about anymore. No. Okay, but we can talk about it, and we can talk about it really honestly. So the thing is, I think not everybody has the privilege to bootstrap, and I think when I say that, and when I say privilege, I really mean that because um,
Yeah.
it's not easy to bootstrap actually. Um, and I'm going to try to share some things, but I think I'm just like counting my thoughts with this. So the first I would say is from 2016 to 2020, I only quit my full-time job in 2021. So beginning of 2021. So from 2016 to
Wow.
2021, I had a full-time job working at Sellar. I was always paid. Um, I think the only reason why I even quit my job in 2020, like at the beginning of 2021, is because like towards the end of 2020, Sellar was like really taking off. And then that was maybe one of the first few
Yeah.
times I've ever gotten like a work query because like I was so stretched from like doing my main job and then I was doing like Sellar work. And I think by the end of 2020, I just couldn't like handle doing two things
Yeah.
at the same time. So I just kind of had to quit to focus full time. And even at that, when I quit my job, I had like $20,000 in savings. And I know that sounds very like, and I know that sounds very, very like, how do I put it? It feels out of reach, but no, that's actually not what happened. So
Yeah.
let me explain how that happened. So in 2018, by the end of 2018, I think December 2018, I'd gotten a job in Dubai. Um, and I can actually even just be real with you guys, because like I think I was my I was getting paid $4,000 a month. Um, and then by end of 2019, I got fired from that job. And it wasn't even because like I was a bad performer. It was just like I think I talk about this in some interview. I think we talk about like they literally said, "Hey, you're a high performer. Get this money." And I was just like, I think we're negotiating a raise, and I came off as ungrateful, and I think that just turned them off, and so I lost that job. Um, but
Whoa.
but the thing about that experience that really kind of scared me is the thing about that experience that really scared me was when I quit that job, I did not have a lot of money in my bank account. I'd been living in Dubai for like a year. Um, and I'm not even like a party person. I just was ordering food every day, morning, afternoon, night. I don't like cooking myself. I was just so it's never like I was spending my money on like frivolous things. I wasn't even buying clothes. I was just spending my money on food. But I did not have enough savings at the time. So, but as God would have it, as God would have it, I was able to get a job in less than like a week or two after, actually. So God was great. I was not even earning, I think, about $5,500, if I'm not mistaken. It was very, very miraculous. Um, and so when I got fired, they paid me my December salary. They paid me a severance. I feel like I got paid like three times. So maybe I got like $12K that month or like something, or maybe like 10K or something. Then when I got a new job, I was now like, oh man, we have to be serious. So we cannot be like, we cannot be spending money the way we spend because like literally we lost our job right now and like we had no money and
Honestly.
we literally we're almost like homeless. And
Whoa.
but yeah, but so once I got the new job, it was not very important for me that I have to like really start saving my money. So immediately I started putting money aside. So literally like in a year plus, I think from putting like roughly like maybe I was putting like 2K aside or like 2.5 or something. But I had so that's how so literally if I was even more serious, I would have had more money. But like that was how much I had from literally like one
Yeah.
full year of savings and all of that. And when I decided to quit, so the thing is I had the choice of living and continue staying in Dubai because it was convenient, it was comfortable, life was I'd already gotten accustomed to the life. But then it's like with my 20K, 22K in savings, I if I stayed in Dubai, it would only last like 3 months because like I'll be
We're going
burning
to
money
go
like
broke. I swear.
so it would pointless. But then again I
Yeah.
realized that like if I move back to Lagos and bear the shame of the one that jackpot and came back. If I did that, at least I would buy
Oh
myself
my
like
god.
another like 1 year plus 1.5 years like of runway. And
Yeah.
it was a really hard decision, but I did. I moved back, and I do not regret that because at the time I really also moved back because I wanted to get more hands on the work that we were doing, and then also just be closer to the problem that we're solving. And so, and I and I'm sharing that because when I say that I had 20K to continue bootstrapping when I quit my job, it's because it wasn't like I wasn't spending any of that money on Sellar. I was spending all of that money on myself. I have
Yes.
a mom, I have two younger sisters, and if I'm going to be building, I would like to be comfortable. I don't know how to build from a place of like hunger. So
Yeah, it's not.
so
Yeah, it's not. We know. We know.
no,
We know. We
I
know.
agree. No, I agree. I'm not even arguing. I am a softie. Like nobody should stress me. But I think that's very importantly. But then just to take it really back to the question of like which would I recommend? So I would say that in the first 7 years or first 5, 6 years of building Seller, there was never a time that I needed Seller to eat. And that might not be the same for everybody that's in this room today or that's listening like online because some of you might need seller to like some of you might need the work that you're doing to start producing money so you can have where to sleep at the end of the day. But
Yeah.
bootstrapping is something that you do when you've bought yourself as much leverage as you can, I think.
Yeah.
uh, and you either buy yourself as much leverage as you can from either having like savings or having a family to go back to or living in your family house and then them providing food for you and all of that, or you build that in making sure that your business is providing as much revenue as possible to sustain and maintain the business for the longest time. So I think even me personally, I quit my job in 2021, and I feel like Seller only started paying me in 2023. And that's because a lot of
That's
my
like 2
personal
years.
savings, that's like 2 years after. Maybe like at the end of 2022, it was maybe giving me like a little like, okay, I won't say like a little like 500K, but 500K is not that little. But like, it was like, but it's
Yeah,
like,
for
I know,
500 is a lot of money.
no,
But for something like you, it's nothing. It's nothing. We know.
so,
We
so
know. We
yeah.
know.
So, I mean, I would say that it was a life I was particularly accustomed to, and Stella was
Yeah.
not even very close to getting me making things comfortable for me for the longest time, and I was fine with that because I never needed it to do anything. But then more importantly is that weirdly I might be like reckless in my personal finances life, which I have actually made the decision to like change this year. But weirdly in my business life I am very strict. I am very, very strict. Like,
Yeah.
don't play with me when it comes to like money that we're spending on anything, because
You are
like
a different person when it comes to business.
I am a
Business.
completely
You are.
different
You are
person
a different
actually.
person.
And I think it's
Yeah.
really nice because we are in the age of like startup. I mean, if you're building like a startup right now or building anything, like people love to do like a big splash of money. But one of the things that I really learned very early on in my one of the things I learned very early on from working, I think I've worked at like 4 or 5 startups since I graduated. And one of the things I learned very on, and as you take on different jobs, you get to experience, and you get, and if you're a very observant person, if you're very involved, you get to see the different things that like move the needle in terms of like traction, revenue, and just
Mm-hmm.
many things. And you know what moves the needle, and most of the time it's not the big splash of money. It's all the other like
True.
um it's all the other important and just very intentional work in different directions that move the needle. And I think, and I was
Mm-hmm.
very invested in doing that work while I was bootstrapping. Um, and I mean, it wasn't even like I was trying not to raise money. At the end of 2020, when we found traction, I really thought I was going to raise money. I think I started working on my deck, and then I was like, okay, I want to give myself another like 3 months to like buy more time, because like you know that when it comes to like raising money from like venture capital or just anybody, they typically would only like to speak to you when the numbers are looking really good. So I was like, oh, and
You have the
let me
numbers. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm just like, let me just take 3 months and see if the numbers look better. Then I think I was also just anxious that like, okay, last year was good. Who knows if the next 3 months will not be good?
Who
Let me not
knows?
go and take some
Yeah, will be
money and
good.
go
Yeah.
mess up. I think I was always afraid, weirdly. I think it's even just like last year that I started learning to shed some of my fear, because
Mm.
if you're a very anxious person, like I am, it's like the days are looking good, but you're just more worried, like, oh my God, would this really work out? Is this real? Is this not real? And it's insane that like some people would have half my revenue from 2020 and they would have raised like 40 million.
Honestly,
I,
honestly.
I had my revenue in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. And it's like, and I'm
And you
still
were
like,
still like scared.
is this real? Is this not real? But I think 2024 was even when
Wow.
I'm segueing to like a different thing. But it's like when I was just like, okay, it's time to actually just play in the space that you have created and built for such a long time. But yeah, so when it comes to like, so again, going back to the question of like, oh, should you raise, should you bootstrap? I think you might have to do what is convenient for you, but then also you'll be very surprised to realize that you don't have a choice in this, in the sense that like a lot of you will go and try to raise money and then you'll not get the money. And when you don't get the
Nobody
money,
will
what
give
do
you
you
money.
have
Yeah.
to do? You have so at that point in time, you don't even have a choice. You will have to build, and that is
True.
fine. And I think more people should realize that like not getting the VC money that you thought you were going to get is not the end of the world. I think there's so many amazing businesses that innovate around like financial constraints to build great products, and it's just going to be up to you to really figure out like what can you do and you doing that work. Yes.
Wow. I think from everything you said, right, one of the key points that I've picked from what you said is, you know, going for VC funding and all of that is not bad in itself. Just know what is right for you in that moment. But one thing that I've
Yeah.
learned from your own journey is that your fear, you pass your fear out as, let me wait and see first before I move. Like
Yeah.
you have that fear of what's going to be happen, what's going to happen. You know, when you said in 2020, you're like, let's go one more year and see what happens before I give up on this
Yeah.
idea. And that let's go one more year is now where we are now, 5 years in, and Sellar is here.
Look at
This
this. Like literally like 5 years in, and this is where
exactly.
we are.
Exactly. And the same thing with what you said about, going for, funding, and you're preparing your deck and you're like, okay, let me wait 3 more months and see if the number will go up. And waiting
I
that
should have
three more months, you're like, it's like, we don't need this money yet.
No, that's exactly it. I think we waited 3 months. I was waiting 3 months. I think I also just hate like begging that's like just like classless. Just like when I have to like beg and just grovel for money. I'm just like, ugh. But I think after like 3 months, we did another 3 months, and we did another like 6 months. And like I think by roughly middle of 2021 or middle of 2022, I think we sort of found our level to be profitable, at least to like cover some expenses that we're making. And for me, I'm just like, that is really nice. You know what? Let's just keep going and see where it goes. And we're here today, and very happy
So
to
I have two interesting questions for you based on
Okay.
your journey, right? And I'm
Okay.
sure that people want to learn from this. So you mentioned that when you were when you had to quit your job, it was because you got a query and felt like the pressure here was too much, so you had to
Yeah.
quit and things like that. Like, were you not scared of? Yes, you have the 20K, you know, as a backup plan, but were
Yeah.
you not scared of what if after I back down and then Seller doesn't work and everything just go back to zero? Did you not have that fear at any point? You just felt like, the 20K 1 year, last I'll find it all. Like what happened? Like was that not there?
So interestingly, so that's a really good question. That's a really good question. So the thing is, unfortunately, in my early 20s, and I am in my late 20s now, but in my early 20s, I was moving reckless. I
Okay.
feel like I was the first person to resign from Paystack ever. I did that job for 11 months, and I quit without like a backup plan for what I wanted to do. I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. I quit. I was fought away for another like 10 months, and then I was just like, yeah, I'm out of here. This is not working for me anymore. And it's like, and in all of these companies, if you ask all of my bosses, they'll tell you I was doing really great work. And my work there, I was always very like I took my work very seriously, and I really tried to make sure that I was doing
You can
amazing
see
at
it in Seller.
great work.
Mm-hmm.
And but the thing is, I think first of all, I'd done that 2 times already, and that was before like 24 or something. That was before 24. Because I quit my job at Paystack when I was like 19. So I've been a little reckless for the longest time. But then I think one of the things I really told myself is I think I'm a good engineer, software
Mm-hmm.
wise. So it wasn't even the 20K I was banking on. I think I was just like, if I quit my job, if I want to go back to the job market tomorrow, I will find a good job.
True.
Interestingly, I think of the fact that I think I was telling a friend that like I was just like reminiscing on the fact that like most of my peers, they are on their way to passport now, and I have not even started my passport journey in like any country. That's like
Yeah.
how old I am in this game. But like, and I mean, and I'm not even that old. I'm just really extremely young. But the thing is, we all have the sacrifices that we make at different points in our lives. I don't think
True.
that. I think I don't even like traveling for passport to be there. But I mean, don't get me wrong. Right now, I am seeing the repercussions of having a green passport to
Yeah.
the fullest degree. But I think we all have things that are important to us at different points in time. For
Mm-hmm.
me, I think when I was quitting my job, the only thing that I was most worried about was I think I had a commitment my to my mom and my sisters to just make sure that I provide as much as I can to them. And what was important to me, and that's so when I say that the 20K savings, none of it went to Sellar, and none of it indeed went to Sellar. It was just, can I keep giving my mom and my sisters money consistently, monthly? Because my sister is like doing her master's now. She's finishing her master's this year. My other sister is in final year in medicine school, in medical school. And those were the things. So it's like, I don't think, interestingly, I don't think that the passport was ranked very high for me. Yes, I had experienced like what the Japa life was like in Dubai, and it did feel sweet. I think I also still just knew that like if I want to get back in the job market tomorrow, I will go back. I think I would say, or I would consider myself a diligent employee, and I would
Oh,
think that like I should be able to make it work. I'm just going to. And the thing is, startup people love a good spin. You just spin the story that
Yeah.
like whatever you were up to in like 1 year. So yeah.
I think I love that. So you had your safety net was if money finish, no way, I'll go and get a job and we
No,
could get at it again.
it really was that. It was honestly that. Like if it, I would. I think I was so sure that I would fare well in the job market. Actually,
Yeah.
yes.
So that means I'll be good at what you do, be employable, but employable so that when you are like all
And
odds
all of
are
my
against
previous
you.
bosses would hire me back. Like all of them would
Wow.
hire me back. I don't think there's not one of them that wouldn't hire me back. And I know that feels cocky, but that's
It's not
just
actually, it's not.
how
It's not.
diligent
It's safe.
I consider the work that I that I was giving to everybody that I worked for. Yeah.
Wow. So always giving your best, always, just ensure that you're employable. So the next question that I have, you said the 20K didn't go into Sellar, but
Yes.
I know that you had to pay people, you had to pay Sellar bills.
Yeah.
When Sellar was not hitting certain numbers, how were you doing that?
So that's a really good question too. So we got a
How
5K grant
were you
from
paying the bills?
so we got a 5K grant from Tony Elumelu in 2018. And I think that money came to, I think they paid it in Naira. In 2018, I feel like it was like 2 point something million. I had that money till like 2020, just because I barely
That was a
touched
lot
it.
of money.
It was a lot of money,
Wow.
but like I also just didn't touch it. There was nothing I was doing with it. So my mom
Just
is
kept it.
a
Yeah.
my mom before I guess where she is, what she's up to now. But like my mom was a businesswoman, and I feel like I knew my mom was very prudent financially. And I think that
Mm.
definitely like rubbed off on me as a child growing up. I think my mom hates the concept of like being in debt to anybody or like loaning anything from anybody. She doesn't want to hear that. Like
Wow.
I think one of the things that she says is like um she likes to sleep at night knowing that she's not owing anybody money. And even me too. It's like
Honestly.
I enjoy sleeping at night knowing that not there's nobody in this world right now that will call and say that Douglas is owing them like 500
That's
naira or
going,
anything.
yeah.
I think that's really nice.
Yeah.
So for me, it's the fact that like we to do that, a lot of decisions was keeping my cost very low. But
Hmm.
it also just means that like I might not be able to hire the quality of people that I need to do the job. And that sounds like a bad thing sometimes, but it just means I would have to hire people that I can at different points in time. And I would have to work with that. And if you're lucky and you know what to do, you can hire people that are not that great at what they're doing and you can work with them, you can refine the work. It's going to cost you a lot of time and energy, but at least you will get some of the work done. It now
Done.
becomes a
Yeah.
harder like thing to deal with when it becomes a harder thing to deal with when you don't know what is really good. So now you employ someone
Yeah.
that's at your financial capacity. They're doing rubbish. You can contest rubbish.
You don't even know what rubbish is.
You don't even know what rubbish is. And I think that was so. So interestingly, I would say that a lot of my professional work experience has just been about acquiring tastes, if that makes sense.
Mm.
So you go to this company, you
Yeah.
understand what is good in terms of products. Like what does a good product look like? I think in the second to last company, the company that I worked at in 2018, 2019, a lot of my experience there was I just worked very closely with the marketing team. And I really
Ooh.
I really joined them to do a lot of work. And funny enough, I was hired as a developer. So like I was doing things that were out of my pay grade. But it doesn't matter because for me, I like I'm about work. I like doing the most. And it was very helpful. And so
Yeah.
even when I decided that I wanted to do like Seller full time, it was helpful because at least if a social media person sends me if a social media person sends me rubbish, I know how to tell you that
You know that.
I
Yeah.
I know I say that like that. I don't think that's the best way we want to communicate this product. And we might
True.
have to refine it over and over again. It might stress me. And I think that's really one of my biggest lessons from like bootstrapping versus not bootstrapping. It's like a lot of times when you are not, when you are like in a lot of cases where you are saving money, you might be
Yeah.
spending more of your time,
More
and,
time. True.
that can be very stressful. It can be very,
True.
very stressful. So you would need to, and I don't think you can do that forever, because even where I'm at now,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like even my patience for someone that cannot fill in the blanks and someone that cannot, that is not 100% has reduced from what it used to be in 2020 to what it is now. So like maybe like in 2020,
Now,
if you don't have
exactly. Yeah.
90%, if you don't have 90%, I'll be like, this is what I can afford, let's move. That dropped to in 2021 to
Yeah.
maybe like 70. Right now, if you don't have 100%, if you don't have more than 20%, I think I might not want to, because I don't have
Yeah.
the energy. It's really exhausting. So
You don't have the
that's,
energy and even the time.
I don't
Yeah.
have the energy and I don't have the time. So it really, really changes. But you and your company would have to evolve. And if you're lucky enough, you can evolve because you're making as much money that could cover the thing or not. But you definitely want to try to keep your costs low if you really want to try to stretch out the money that you have. I say it a lot that I think we used AWS credits for roughly 4 years,
Yes.
um, and that really saved us so much in like server bills. I wasn't paying thousands of dollars a month, so we're not making any money, so we're not paying all of that money.
Way
And
too much.
even
Yeah.
when we started paying for, and then even when we started paying for AWS, we were making a decent amount of money then to cover it, and that was really nice. So
Yeah.
a lot of it is a lot of you have to be
Wow.
very financially smart. Yeah.
Okay, I think the core thing that I picked from everything you've said, one is, at your when you were working corporate and things like that, you were doing a lot of things that were outside of your pay grade. I know people used to have the mindset of, oh, beg, just a developer, let me just develop and go, but you were involved in other areas, and that really came in handy when you started building Sellar. Because like I mentioned earlier, I know in the beginning you would roll up your sleeve. Douglas, someone is in the DM, we can't do this, we can't this person, and you'll be in the DMs, you'll be having conversations and doing all these things in the DMs, right? And it's just like the experience that you've gathered over time that also helped in that regard as well. And then in terms of cost, cut your coat according to your clothes, not your size in this case. So
No,
cut it
actually,
according to the machine.
according to the quote that you have. So yeah, correct.
Yeah,
Because like,
cut it according to your clothes, and you will be ready to invest time. At least in the beginning, I would always even recommend this to anybody building anything. In the beginning, you have to be ready to put in the time and put in the work, because at the end of the day, it's your brand. If it fails, it's on you. Everybody will pack their bags and go and look for another job. If it
yeah,
succeeds, it's also like your thing. Yeah, there's a side of you
it's
get
you
people
that
who
is
believe in your
benefiting. Yeah,
stuff. Yeah. So by the end of the day, is your thing. So you have to be able to roll up your sleeve and say, you know what? Yes, I have my team because I cannot pay them. They're lacking in this area. How can I fill in to just see how we can get most of the work done and see how we can get a result? All right, cool. So one question I want to ask before I ask a question from the audience is about,
okay,
okay, what if you don't have an option where what you're building is what is actually, surviving you? That's what you're surviving on. What
yeah.
what would you advise in that case?
I think that's a very, very tough place to be. But I think one of the things you should know is you won't be the first to be in that place. I think for a lot of builders that have done
Mm,
really great work, most of them did it at their last dime. Most of them did it from people's couches. Most of them did it without like having a comfortable life to live, um, in different ways. But I think what's important is showing up, figuring out your plan. Having a plan at least is very important. Um, just because when it comes to building anything, there's always going to be a million things to do. Um, if you ask person A, they'll tell you do 10. If you ask person B, they say do 20. They'll like, there'll always be like a million things to do. But you know what's most important is what are you going to do? How are you going to navigate it? How are you
mm,
going to really make your plan to like get through to the next point? And And usually that is the hard thing, because being able to like quiet the noise from everywhere to like focus and say, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to try to get through this, is really hard, but it's also just very important, um, at the end of the day. Um, and then I don't think anybody is an island, or I think there's a saying that says, "Don't be an island," or something of that sort. I think that you want to try to get help from as many people as you can. This could be friends, this could be family, this could be people you previously worked with, but you'll be very, very surprised the amount of people that, and you might really not get that many people to help you, but you're very, very surprised the resources that can come out when you simply reach out and ask for help. Many people don't ask for help because like they're
Mm,
shy. Many people don't ask for help because of pride. Many people don't ask for help because um, maybe they want to like solve it themselves or whatever the case is. But you want to, if you're building something, if you're trying to get somewhere, ask for as much help as you can, because you're like this game is already like, you're already playing this game on like hard mode. You better try to get as
mm,
many like things to ease the process as you can. um Everybody's doing it, and not everybody's trying to buy themselves as much like leverage, as much like peace of mind as they're building, as they're doing their
true.
thing. So do that for yourself. Don't be proud, don't be shy, because being shy doesn't help anybody. Carry your work on your head, and also just be very intentional about the work that you are doing, because like I said, there's always going to be a million things to do. So but you need to narrow down and figure out the ones that you can, and the ones that you can do, and then start doing them, because that's even also the craziest part. People know what they should do, and then they won't do shit. They will not do, sorry for that, they will not do anything. And that is the hardest part. Sometimes it's the hardest part
Yeah,
is the hardest part is saying that like, oh, I'm meant to do XYZ, and then going ahead to do it. Many people will just sit on their ass.
do it.
um,
Yeah,
and I think
true.
if there's one thing that you want, I think there's a lot of work to be done, and somebody has to do that work. And most likely that person is you, because you can't even afford to pay other people to do it. So you better get to it.
Yeah.
And I really hope that's something that a lot of people think about, like from this session. Just the amount of work to be done, and them getting up and moving forward to do it. Yeah.
Wow, that's really really profound. It's just a place of you have to sacrifice some things now, like delayed gratification. Do what you have to do. Do all it takes. Like if you look at every side and look at everything, have you? Like, it's just important to just ask yourself: have I done everything that I could have done, or everything that I could do? Right?
That's a really good question,
And
by the way.
there's yeah, have I done everything that I could do before I
Yes.
let go of this thing, or before I let this thing go? Because at the end of the day, like you said, everybody's journey is different, right? Douglas' story might not been, oh, I'm leaving, might have been, oh, I didn't leave on my, my business or on sellers' money or anything. But there are also people who are living on the business because they don't have anything else. Regardless, these people have also come out of it. So you should ask yourself, like Douglas said, there are like different things you can do. Ask friends for help. Like, do all it takes. You just have to do it. If you don't do it, nobody will do it. Right? Nobody will do the work but you at the end of the day. Wow. Wow, wow. That's really, really profound. Thank you so much for sharing that, Douglas. So there's a question in the comments that I would just like to highlight. Maybe you'd like to take that,
Okay.
which is, how was your marketing in the beginning days of Seller? Social media, lead generation, customer retention. What was your funnel like?
This is a really good question, because like you would really have to scroll too far to find it, but like our social media was chaotic. Chaotic. Like you don't want to see the kind of posts that we're putting out. Just go to Canva and just throw things around and just like let it go. It was really chaotic. It looked like it looked like Instablog, actually. But we showed up to do that. And I think literally
Yeah.
over different social media managers. And I feel like Eloho even gave that recommendation that that we should personalize and start using humans when she was with us, which we really took seriously. Um, but a lot of our lead generation was also cold DMing. So I didn't have the budget to speak to a lot of people to like do ads. I think I was also just very apprehensive about ads, just mainly because I had a very irrational fear of like I don't want to like spend money on ads, and then people will come and see a trash product and they'll be unhappy, and then I would have wasted the money, and then I would have also disappointed them.
Yeah.
So it was very like important to me that I try to talk to a lot of customers personally, one on one, and that sort of, but it wasn't that effective, I should say, because if I sent like maybe like 500 or 600 DMs, maybe like only like 70 got opened. Out of the 70 that got opened, maybe like 50, maybe like 30 would reply, and then maybe like 20 would say no, 15 would say no, and then maybe like 10. So the retention rate was really bad, but it was still very helpful because like at least I got to find the people that I got to find the customers that I was trying to speak to. I got to speak to a lot of them. A lot of them got to hear from me. Interesting. I'll give you an example. Just in this idea of cold DMing, something really really funny. So I feel like I was doing a lot of cold DMing at the beginning of 2020. I was sending DMs to a lot of creators, a lot of like people building different things. Come use our product, and a lot of people did not read or open my DMs. Then Trisha got on board. Trisha Bees, which you will be experiencing on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, and she's a powerhouse, which I know you guys are gonna love.
Yeah.
Um, so she got on board, and then she used that product, and I was very afraid of asking her for anything. I like this is like my golden customer of all time. I'm seeing more revenue than I've ever seen. She's doing really well. I didn't even want to speak to her because I don't want to stress her. I don't want to. And in her magnanimous generosity, she made a post promoting our product for no reason. We didn't ask, just out of the niceness of our hearts. And it was really sweet, really nice.
Trisha is so good.
She's so sweet. And like a lot of people just like started following us. And then I started seeing people reply DMs that I sent them since January in August. I was just like, but I was just like, share reply me. Yes, I would actually reply you too. Let's get to using this product. And it was really nice. And but that's also just but the thing
Oh
about
my
that is I had to still send those DMs so that when they were eventually ready or when they had a second touch point of us, they would remember and there was something for them to come back to. So that's another example of just throwing in and doing as much as you want it as you can do. In terms of customer
yeah.
retention, I wouldn't say that we're really great at this, but I think it was just very helpful that like so there's a customer that I've had since 2016, which is when we started, 2016, 2017, and she's still with us still today. I want to think she's probably my oldest customer, oldest creator so far. And a lot of that relationship was built with constant communication. She's asking me for things, I'm helping her, I'm providing it, we're deploying it. She's asking questions, I'm asking her questions back. She's saying, this is not how I want it, this is how I want it. And it's really been a very symbiotic relationship for the longest time. And I think that's how we've tried to do customer retention. Right now, our retention looks very different. We have a retention specialist that works full time, and we really try to speak to our customers a lot and really get a lot of feedback. So that's sort of like where we are now.
Wow. Wow, amazing. And I just to add to that, I also think that one thing that Seller also adopted in the very early days, you guys still do it now, but in the early days is listening to customers. I remember when
Yes.
customer will say, "Oh, this thing," even during the like as I was selling tickets for the conference, I remember I had to go to Misu come like, "Oh, this thing is not working. Can we put it here? Can we remove this one? Can we move it here?" They still listen, and we're like, "Before I will do like this, it's like that feature is now there, or that thing has been moved or has been done here and there." I think that was also something that Seller really did a lot too in the beginning that really helped because at that time people were like looking for people who can listen, who can give them what they want, what they are looking for.
Yeah.
And Douglas, like you really did the job. Like you rolled up your sleeve so high, like rolled really, really high. And you did the work at the beginning. Like even now you're still doing the work, but you had to like go into the business yourself and do. And I think we also did like some webinars that also helped, buying into other
Yes.
people's audience, bringing these
Yes.
experts.
Yes. Yes.
We're
That was the
doing
thing I
bi-weekly
learned.
webinars then every 2
Yes.
weeks.
So that was a thing that I had learned from the previous company I worked at. And I don't think a lot of people were doing that at the time in which we started doing it in
Then,
2020. I
yeah.
don't remember that many people doing that. But I had learned that, and that was free. I can't remember which of the platforms we were using at the time, but like it was like we're able to do
Yeah.
all of these things, drive audiences from different like people's
But
following. And
we
I think
use the
it's
webinar
that
jam. Yeah.
yes, yes, yes. Oh God, the things that we have seen in this industry together. But it's been a good time. And I think I wouldn't trade this experience for anything else. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Douglas. So your final question for you, right? So
Okay.
how do you manage stress, pressure, and balance at this stage of growth? How do you manage stress, pressure, and balance at this stage of growth? That's going to be like the final question. Yeah.
Who said I'm managing stress well? Let's start there. Let's start there. Let's start there. Who said I'm managing stress well? Who said I'm not fighting for my life every day? I think it's
Okay.
stress management has changed a lot over time. I think it is better just having more competent people. Um, I am kind of single right now because I'm in like a funny situationship with my ex, but but there is also something very grounding about being in a relationship that is also grounding.
Yeah.
Um, and this is like a thing. This is like a
Mm-hmm.
real like thing. I think there's like studies about this. It's like whether it's like just having somebody to come back home to, someone to just like what's the word, talk to all the time. A lot of this is very grounded, and it feels really overtly sentimental to bring that up in a conversation like this. But I think companionship and good friendships have a way of stabilizing you through very, very, very turbulent times. And not a lot of people will have like someone they're in a relationship with, but
True.
you can have friends. And friends can, like 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
uh, 2 weeks ago, I saw a video from a competitor that they were saying some funny things technically about me. And I think I sent it to like all of my friends, like, come and see what is going on. Oh, come and see you. They say I'm not going to see you. They say I'm not a Christian. I was just like, and it was just nice just having friends that like, it was nice just having friends that you could tell that with. And
Yeah.
I don't have to come on Twitter and be replying everybody. It's a waste of my
I'm
time.
replying everybody. Yeah.
It's a waste of
Yeah.
my time. I have friends that
True.
I would insult you to them, and I would get it out of my system. And they would also just remind me of the things that are
Everybody just
important.
moves. Yeah.
They will remind you, because I think I even sent it to Trisha. Like, I guess I sent the video and I was like, I guess I'm meant to ignore this, because if on one end it feels like something you can't ignore, and that thing, on another end it feels like things that you can't ignore.
Yeah.
But sometimes you need a second head to be like, slow down, relax, don't worry. This is not these are distractions. It's always nice to have people to like confide
Yeah.
in, and it's always good to, I mean, also I think my faith is also something that really grounds me. I think my relationship with God is something
Yeah.
that has really, I would say it's given me one of the most peace, because if you are a Christian and you've sort of like, if you're a Christian that unfortunately you maybe have prayed one of those like, Lord, see me, help me to be strong. I don't. There was a video I saw recently that was just very funny, and it's like when you go through trials and tribulations, but the beauty of those things is like you get strong, and then your faith in God also just gets very, it
True.
gets renewed. It gets renewed, I would say. And this applies to Christians,
Hmm.
this applies to Muslims, this to whatever God you believe in. It's the same. It's also very grounding, because there will always be stressful times, there will always be very turbulent times. But knowing that like you have a God that is, um knowing that you have a God that is looking out for you, knowing that you have a God that really cares for you, knowing that you have a God that's really orchestrating and making things work for you, is at least a little silver lining in all of the mess. Um it's that,
Yeah.
it's like that Victoria Renzi song that says like, I get back in. And it's not like you're doing the work, you're doing your thing, but it's nice to have an extra backing that will actually like see
Yeah.
you
Like you have a
that
backing, yeah.
like,
Sure.
have an extra backing that, and that through any nonsense that happens, you know that, you know what, God will make a way and we'll be okay. So that's sort of like where I'm at with this, and it's
Yeah.
and that's and I think those are the things that like really keep me grounded. Just knowing that like I'm not alone in this physically, I'm not alone in this spiritually, um, and also just keeping my eyes on the prize, because there will be so many distractions in all of these things,
Wow.
and it's important to remember and know things for
Mm,
the distractions that they are, and ignore them. And it's not going to be easy, but ignore them at the end of the day. And yeah, so that's what I would recommend.
yeah.
Um,
Wow. Thank you so much, Douglas. This session has been wholesome. It has been fun. It has been wholesome. It has been interesting. It has been enlightening. In fact, I learned a lot from this conversation. Thank you so much for doing this for us and with us. And
thank
I
you.
want to also like say, well done. I know the Douglas then that we say, Douglas, can you send your picture? I want to shade you small. Can you send your picture? And Douglas does not want to post the picture. Now you are here,
Now I'm doing
sharing your
webinars.
story
Now I'm
with
doing webinars.
us.
I'm going to
So
three
I'm
events a
really
week.
honored to have you here.
No,
Honestly,
thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very
honestly,
much.
I'm really honored that you yeah. Thank you so much on stage to speak because I know how hard it is for you to do this, and I'm really deeply grateful for giving us that opportunity, for also allowing the people in the Grow conference experience you and also hear your story from you as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for Sellar as well. We love Sellar, and we are all going to start using Sellar. Those that are not using Sellar yet, go and use Sellar. Everybody that knows, we know that I'm Sellar ambassador. I've always been their ambassador.
And and just before you cut me off, I really just want to
Thank you
say
so
that.
much, Douglas. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, before you cut me off, I really also just want to do my own. I really want to say thank you too, because I think if there's anybody that's been really patient with us as a brand, it's you. I think we have really pushed your boundaries a lot. We've really stressed you. We've done some funny things here and there. But genuinely, I really want to say thank you, because you have been with us for the longest time, even like as a user, to when you were consulting for us, to when you started working with us. And just over the years, even with all the many people that came up, and it's like you kind of still stay with us. And I really, really, really appreciate this. And it's always a pleasure to have you in my corner. It's always a pleasure to just be working with you as we keep building this. And I do not take our relationship for granted. So thank you very much. I really do, and I hope you know that. I think you know that. I think you know that I really do. I like your the relationship we
Thank you so
have
much.
is really important to
Thank
me.
you.
It means a lot
Yeah.
to me.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you. This means a lot to me as well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, and thank you to everybody that came for this session. This is really lovely. Thank you for everybody that put comments. Thank you to
All
everybody that
right.
asked
Thank
questions. Really appreciate it. This was lovely. Thank you.
Wow, wow,
Thank you,
wow. That
Douglas.
was
Thank you.
really amazing. Thank you so much, Douglas, for sharing so much insights on how you were able to start up the idea of Seller and how you're scaling to even build the product even much more for us to use. Really, Seller is an amazing platform, and it's actually a unique platform too, unique product. If you are a service based, even product based, see how they even attend to every one of us. Service based, product based. You can actually sell your product on Seller. You can sell your digital product, your services, your coaching services, consultation, whatsoever it is, you can actually do that on Seller. And I really want to say you are doing an amazing work. Thank you for building such an amazing product that is serving every one of our needs. We appreciate you. And I know we all had a great time learning from Douglas. I could see the comments in the comment section, and I was really I was really really laughing at some point, because one thing that struck me was how when he talked about how he got the name Seller, like that was so unique, like that's out of the box. Sellar. So instead of saying Sellar, the conventional way we spell Sellar, like Seller, remove one L and change the E to an A and get Seller. So innovation just starts from how you even think, how you brainstorm think about your product, how you see your product, how you perceive your product. So I would love us to take a snapshot of our notes, your notes, and just share on your stories. Tag Seller, tag digital creator Chic, tag the Grow Conference, so that everybody will know that we are actually learning from the best here. So I'm happy to announce that our next speaker is ready for us. And we have Dr. Malik in the building. Yes. So I'm going to be handing over to the media team so that they can um, display his bio. And from there, we dive into his session. So, media team.
Dr. Malik. Dr. Malik Harunot King, digital marketing consultant, founder, Vid Pride Limited. Dr. Malik Harunot King is a medical doctor and digital marketing consultant. He is the founder of Vid Pride Limited, a digital marketing and online education company that has helped numerous entrepreneurs and businesses build stronger brands and significantly increase sales through the power of online videos and paid advertising. An award-winning YouTuber and YouTube coach, Dr. Malik has trained thousands of Dr. Malik Harunot King, Dr. Malik Harunot King, digital marketing consultant, founder, Vid Pride Limited. Dr. Malik Harunot King.
Media team,
All
you can actually
right.
go on.
Yes. Yes. We could just keep those
You're welcome on board,
formalities.
sir. We are happy to have you here.
Can
Hi,
you hear
Dr.
me?
Malabo. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Can I start? Because I don't have much time and I have a lot to cover. Can I share my screen?
Welcome
I
on
can
board.
do that from here.
Yes,
Oh, great. Awesome.
Yes, you
yes,
can.
yes, yes, yes. Please, you can get started. Let me share your screen so you can get right to it. Welcome. The stage is now yours.
All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, yes.
Is there a way I could control my slides from here? Is there a way I could control my slides from here?
No, except you have to share your screen yourself.
Yes, I want to do that now. So just
Okay, okay, please do that. All
yeah,
right.
yeah. So just permit me. You can just
Okay,
I think I've done that. Yes. So we could just start immediately.
okay,
All right.
all right.
Thank you very much. Let me just quickly put this so I could be monitoring this from here. Um, Okay, good evening, everybody. Again, Dr. Malik Haruna King here, and I have a lot to cover, and so I'll be moving fast. And since it's a topic I'm excited about, I'll also be moving fast. So if you have notes, just be ready to write. I am a value man, and so I'll do less of talking and more of dishing out the value. At any point, if my network gets bad, just be patient with me. I will come back up. And if there's anything technical issue at the while I'm speaking, please do well to interrupt me and let us go from there. So we'll be looking at monetizing our passion, and I added that we have to turn it into a scalable creator business. And quickly, one of the notions most people have is that hey, passion doesn't pay. Passion doesn't pay, and to me, it's unfair. It's unfair on passion as a concept because it's an incomplete fact, right? It's just the way it's just like saying ideas don't pay, and the truth is ideas don't pay, but doesn't make ideas less valuable. It's just that ideas in on their own per se will not be profitable until certain things are added to it, and that's the same thing that applies to passion, right? So that's why I say passion. For passion to become profitable, there has to be what strategic execution. There are certain things you have to do to that passion for most people, because there are certain persons that their passions pay them automatically, right? Maybe they're exceptionally good and somehow it just brings profitability. But for most people, they have to take that passion and apply some form of processing, right? Some form of strategic execution, package it properly for it to become a profitable business, a sustainable business, and a business that scale, and a creator business for that matter. But again, there's a way I look at passion. I don't see passion the way people see it. Something I love doing, something I can do even if I'm not paid for, right? But passion is far more than that, because it's an umbrella term that covers things like even talent and even certain knowledge that you have, certain specific knowledge that you have, right? Acquired or inherent. Then certain experiences you have gone through, right, can still be placed under passion. Maybe you had painful experiences or profitable experiences. We could term that other passion, right? Or certain profession. Maybe you are doing certain things. There's certain course you studying in university. We could place that under passion. And rightly so, because in itself, those things are seeds that have potential to bring you liberation financially and to even build a large business empire. If, again, remember what I said, strategic execution. And this is my story, right? Because for me, I had certain knowledge, I had certain passion, I had certain talent. I'm a medical doctor, and I was wise enough, even though we are OGs in this space, right? Because when some of us started, some of you were in primary school, right? And so, but we didn't have, so with some guidance from foreign people, from foreign coaches and consultants, we were able to see how to package. I was able to see how I could package some of those things, passion per se, and now has become multiple scalable businesses for me, granting me some degree of financial freedom, right? I have problems, money is not one of them. And this is because I was guided properly, right? Now, there's a formula I used, and this is like looking backwards. It's like me going back and looking back and like, Dr. Malik, see this business you have, or this business you have, or this consulting business, or this medical business you have. What happened? How did you get here that you could have teams and things could run without you and amazing results? Now, I reverse engineered everything and I discovered that there is a particular formula. There was passion and there was skill. There was identifying a particular market with a particular problem. Then there is developing of an entire content strategy around it. There is building of community. And then there is looking for ways that are appropriate monetization models, different offer ladders, then scaling using AI, paid advertisement systems, and teams. And this is what, if you use for whatever thing you're doing, even if you have an idea that is an idea in your heart, or something you know, or something you love, or something you're talented in, or some experience you had and you have, and that you think can be valuable there, if we apply this formula, you will definitely have something very, very sustainable and scalable. And by the way, if the little thing I want to do, I have very short period and short amount of time, is to unpack this entire formula, and I'll be out of your faces. So first is the foundation. Very, very important, the foundation. If I am moving too fast, maybe you work with the organizers to see how you can watch this replay, because this is an extremely very valuable session, right? So the foundation, see, whatever knowledge, skill, talent, whatever you have that is as a seed level that you feel, God has placed this in my heart, and this could be the liberation for me and my family and my generation. The first thing you have to know is that passion needs to be refined in itself. Well, not always, but largely, for most times, passions need to be refined and crystallized and augmented with a valuable skill. Don't worry, I'll explain because it seems I'm just speaking grammar now. For example, if you love teaching in itself, that is raw. That will not bring you money in itself. That will not help you to build a business or to build an empire. No, it won't. However, if you refine your teaching, you see the last line on my slide says refine internally and augment externally, meaning that you have to refine that passion in itself and then augment that passion with a valuable skill. I will explain again. Okay, for example, teaching. You love teaching. Maybe you love teaching children. That alone cannot pay you. However, you can refine that skill internally, that passion internally, meaning that you could take courses, you could learn the art of teaching properly. You love teaching does not mean that you are very good in teaching or that great in teaching. So you refine the skill in teaching internally. Then you have to augment that your passion to teach with a valuable skill externally. It could mean learning how to make videos. How? So that you can now use your content creation, which is a valuable skill, attached with your passion to teach. Now we have a powerful foundation: cooking, brewing. I'll give you an example. Another example. Maybe you love creating. Maybe it's creating software or designing, creating designs, using your hands to draw or craft or whatever. That in itself might not get you too far. However, if you refine it, take certification courses, learn from online, from YouTube, Google, everything, and then fine tune your passion in itself. And then look, what is the skill I can add to this? Oh, maybe I'll add the ability to be able to take this my love for designing to creating, my love for creating to creating funnels. So I love creating things, mixing things, joining things, bringing things to life from ideas. Oh, what valuable skill can I bring in to augment this passion I have? Right? It could be designing funnels, it could be designing websites, it could be coding, it could be anything. Oh, you love connecting, you love talking. You just love connecting with people, and that is a passion. That is what you love. That in itself will just make you will not make you anything. You have to learn other things. Oh, fine tune the act of connecting with people, learn networking. Oh, apart from that, oh, can I blend this with public speaking? Can I blend this in with skills in HR? You can see what I'm doing now. So your passion needs to be refined and crystallized into a valuable skill, refined internally and augmented with a valuable skill externally. With this, you are beginning to create something solid. For me, I love teaching. As evidence, as you can already feel now, you can feel the fire, the energy. I love teaching, but I knew while I was in medical school, I can't just stay with that. So I started learning how to blog. Right there in 2012, 23, 2012, 2011, right? Started blogging. I started creating. Then all of us there, we knew ourselves. All the internet people, we knew ourselves. Me, John Obidi, Mekanopis, Sam Obafemi, Steve Harris. As everybody knows everybody then, right? But now, proliferation. But now, my love for teaching, I started learning skills, blogging, creating videos, and all those stuff. So I refined the skill and I started taking courses on blogging and all those stuff. So you see, it has to be augmented. Important, right? I love launching stuff. I love creating stuff. I started writing books, learning how to run ads. All of those things are skills that will augment your passion. Now, let's move on. The next thing is you have finished doing all of these things. It's just you. It's just you. This is not business yet. It only becomes a business when problems are solved, when desires are satisfied in others. Why? Because you're in business. And when it comes to business, the only thing that matters, or rather the most important thing that matters, yes, is cash flow and it's money. And the money is not with you. The money is in people's hands. And the money can only come in exchange for some value. And so the next thing would be to look for what? This session is not your regular teaching. Yes, that's why I said you might need to come back and watch. Watch carefully, and God will grant you grace, right? So you need to See how you can identify a market that your passion solves that problem. So people don't pay for your passion. They may, hey, he sings well. Oh my God, that guy is great with speaking, the way he speaks. They will just be clapping, you just get fans, right? But when there is a problem, those are not your market. So you need to identify a market and identify a strong, right, knife to the throat problem in that market that your passion can solve. So look for a problem in your niche that your passion can solve because people pay for solutions, right? So start looking at them. Oh, this market. So for me, for example, I started as a medical doctor. I like, okay, since I love teaching, let me start talking about health. So I started blogging about health, right? But I didn't just write. I know that with time, my audience will come out. I started looking at, knife to the throat, right? Problems in the market and I started addressing them. What are their fears? Fears are things people, the pains people anticipate, right? What are the struggles, are the pains people are going through now? What are their desires? What they want, the pleasure they want now. What are their aspirations, the pleasure they aspire for, like in future? So start looking at all those things. If you do this, you see me, I'm not talking about other things like demography. This psychography alone is sufficient for you to go to the next thing aspect, which is content. Do you understand? We'll get there. But you need to see how you can identify a market, a hungry market, that your passion solves a particular problem in that market. So, for example, if you love teaching children and stuff like that, there is a market of children with learning disability, autism, and all those stuff, and it's a knife to the throat problem. You have a business. So now you start looking at it. Oh, what are their fears? Oh, their fear. Oh, will my picking ever become something in future? Now you are taking note of those problems. What are the struggles now? How can they still start to write and learn how to work? Oh, I desire. How can you start looking at all of those things? This applies to anything, whether physical, digital, product, or services, whether yours or others. So this is very powerful. So let me quickly move on because I don't have much time. Now we have set the foundation. You remember what I was talking about? So the foundation we set is that first, you have refined that your passion and then augment your passion with what? A valuable skill. And after that, you identify a market, a hungry market with a knife to the throat problem. Now, with this, you are ready to unleash. So it applies to whatever thing you're talking about. Maybe you love using your hands very well and you're good with musical instruments. Again, that's the last example I'll give with this. Just use your discretion and your wisdom later. You love playing the guitar very well. That alone will just give you fans. Hey, this guy is good, he's crazy. But then you have listened to Dr. Malik. Dr. Malik says first, you have to refine that skill. So you go to take all the online courses, clarify and learn. Okay, I'm using myself as an example because I play the guitar very well. I play the guitar well, very well. So I started learning. I have to read notes. I have to read sheets and fine tune it internally. Then I know that if I go playing in itself, that will not be okay. So I have to learn how to make videos with it, how to get it. It's valuable skills that that will help to augment your passion. And then finally, I started thinking about what are struggles people are having with learning how to play the guitar, right? What is the problem? So you identify a market that has the problem that your passion can solve. Okay, let us move on. So the next thing will be our next part, which is the engine. Because the foundation in itself is like the body of a car. It won't go anywhere. You have done all the beautiful things. You have worked on yourself. You are loaded in yourself, and you have a very good market. But that alone is not sufficient, right? Aki Alabi said that don't create a product or business and then look for customers. Rather, look for what people want and then create business around it. Exactly. We're saying the same thing, but you think we are contradicting each other, right? That is why you said what I said. You have worked on yourself and you look for a market now. You are not going to create a product and then start looking for a market to sell the product for. You are looking for a market that you can address. It's still the same thing. It's just nuance. It's just semantic. I hope this is clear. The phenomenal liar, right? So let me just stay there in case there are other persons there having this confusion. So, for example, um, okay, eventually it's just the one what comes before, right? What comes before. So we are talking about in an incidental situation where your passion can fit a market, right? So we are not saying you are good. We have not created any product. So by the way, we have not created any product yet. We have worked on ourselves, made ourselves a valuable person to be able to serve any addressable, any hungry market. And you heard me say hungry market, knife to the throat problem over and over and over. I didn't say go and create a course and then look for somebody to sell to. We've not created anything. We've made ourselves a person of value in itself, looking at what God has given to us, fine tune it, and you remember I said a valuable skill. You have made yourself a person of value, and then you look for a hungry market. Remember, I kept saying knife to the throat problem. I hope it's clear. I don't want to talk about that again, right? So now we have created the body of the car. It's time for us to have the engine, or else it will not run. So you remember what we're saying again, right? So now this is where content comes in. Content is powerful because now with your idea, you have gotten the hungry market with knife to the throat problem, and you have the solution to that. In itself, nobody knows you. Nobody knows you. So you have to what get visibility. This is the foundation of any form of business. If nobody knows you, nobody buys. That is why people talk about the KLT. The first one there is know. They have to know you, right? And the more people you know, the better. Especially the people in your target market with the problem that your passion, refined passion plus valuable skill can solve. Videos are powerful. Videos are the most powerful thing now online, right? Because they help with building a strong personal brand. I don't want to go into that because I'm a video person. I will become very emotional, right? But when it comes to all of this, consistency is what beats everything. If you don't have the ability, the staying power to stay on something for the next 6 months, 1 year, irrespective of the results, you won't go anywhere, right? So with all your refinement, you have all the solutions, you have the market, you have the deal, and you have to move fast because money loves speed. Consistency is what is the lifeblood, is the spirit of the game, right? And with that, you have to see how you start making content to address their fears, to address their struggles, to address their desires, to address their aspirations. All of these makes life very easy because now you are speaking to an audience, you are speaking to a market, you are speaking to a hungry market, you are speaking to a problem, you are bringing in solutions, and that is all that is needed for you because it will lead us to the next thing, which is building a community, which is like the warmth and the soul of all of this. And then once in a while, learn to humanize the brand. People love connecting with people. People buy from people. People love people. People want to reach out to people. So bring in the non-business side of you. Share the other aspect of you. Humanize the brand. Bring in some lifestyle. Bring in some vlogs. Bring in some lightheartedness, right? I don't know if that's in English. Therefore, leave us with our traditional language. All right. So bring in some lightness to everything. Just carry us along. Bring some lightness and entertainment to the whole thing. This is powerful. With this, you have something very, very powerful to run with. Now, content is very powerful. When you start talking about fears and struggles and desires and aspiration, humanizing it, you are building a strong brand, a strong personal brand. You'll be seen as an authority in that space. You bring credibility. And apart from that, it takes you what? You start building community. This is not something you do actively. When you bring in content, you bring in goodwill, educational stuff, entertaining stuff, inspirational stuff, people start rallying around you. You are burning and people are coming to watch you burn. This is so powerful because the core of the entire thing is the community you build. And sometimes the community can be sometimes heterogeneous and sometimes not structured, like certain persons that always go to watch your videos. They're always following you on social media. It's not structured. But again, it would be good to have a structured, owned media. So that's where the list come in. Right, for me personally, I started talking about health. I started giving people stuff, talking about their health stuff, blah, 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 blah. And I noticed that certain persons come to watch my YouTube videos. Certain persons come follow me online. I started building lists. I started collecting people's email, and close over 50,000 emails at the moment, right? Of all the people I've collected, emails I've collected all this while. You are building data. You have the loyal community, and then two-way conversations start. Comments, chats, inbox, messages, calls, two-way. People are becoming, you are building a personal brand. This is so powerful. And then when I was, again, let things happen spontaneously. The problem I see with creators is we try to push to the next stage. To me, I believe that things should grow organically. Even if you use paid ads, allow the process to go organically. Let it be that, this is their problem. You make content. I make content. Then that content in itself should organically, naturally bring people around you. Don't force it. For me, that's how I roll. I started making content. People say, Dr. Malik, please, that thing you mentioned, please, do you have that supplement? Oh, please, do you have a course on that thing, that fibroid? Oh, do you have an ebook? Can I call you? I'm ready to pay. Can you see what's happening naturally based on goodwill? And being a valuable person, you start building loyal followers, clients around you, evangelists. And that is how, from your passion, slowly to a hungry market, to a problem, to content, now you're building a community around you. And naturally, again, I love it naturally. It is the community that will even tell you the product. I love it that way. I know there are other coaches that will tell you, hey, prepare for this. But for me, for my students and people I coach, I let them know, please just go and make the content. The product, monetization model will come from it. And you see, one of the first ways is, for now, TikTok pays me, and Facebook pays me, YouTube, of course, pays me, Amazon pays me, Google pays me, right? So now, I didn't start up, hey, people should give me money. No, I just, my own power is content. So keep creating content, addressing people's fears, their struggles, their aspirations, and their desires, humanizing the brand. And people start asking you, do you sell this thing? How can I get this? Can you help me launch my course? Please, can you help me design this? How did you design your website? Please, can I call you? You say, I will pay, no problem. I'm ready. I will pay. Monetization models. And please, can you come and talk about my own product? I have a product. Can you just mention it? I will pay something. Can we invite you for our program? Like, monetization models will come because money is a spirit, and money follows value. Money follows speed, right? And money follows boldness. So as you are doing these things, you attract money, right? And so when it comes to monetization, be bold to make offers. As you start seeing it, the monetization models will come, right? It could be, I'm checking my time. Okay, it could be because people will now wanting you to solve their problem at a deeper level. Sell something. Apart from content monetization in itself, where the platform pays you, right? And again, it happens spontaneously from the platform seeing that, now this person is getting an audience, so it's bringing people to our platform and keeping them on our platform. Let's, it happens spontaneously. Apart from that, you sell something. You can start selling based on what your community, listen to your community carefully. When everybody's saying, for me, everybody say, hey, erectile dysfunction, hey, I'm having protein, what is that? That is the community calling you that, please, we have this problem. We want you to solve it at the deeper level, and money. So then I talked with my first product was on erectile dysfunction. Then on BBM, I talked with the mechanobis, with John OBD and all those stuff. Like guys, I did launch something tomorrow now, help me share, right? It was 3,000 naira. And was it 2013 or thereabout? Because they were calling me. Right? So sell something directly or affiliate if you don't have. Right? I saw this place on stuff on some product online, and I started affiliating. it's adults, so I don't want to just mention them, but it's for women that have pain during intercourse and stuff like that, right? So and then it could be physical products, something physical. Does always think in these various ways. It could be direct or affiliate. It could be physical or digital. It could be product or service. So something physical can come, or a digital product from a course to class. I love online classes, right? Powerful or paid webinars to coaching to consulting to membership subscription. In fact, on by Monday, I'm launching a new membership stuff, right? To product and services. So while I was doing all of these things, some persons were asking me, Dr. Malik, how do you make money selling this product? I like, a new market started evolving. Oh, that's how I delved into digital marketing. I like, oh, really? I didn't know I developed myself. Like, so I like, oh, this is how I did it. I used MailChimp. I set up a lead magnet, set up drip. And then when at the end, on the 7 days, I'll give them my ebook. I will now upsell them to one-on-one coaching. And then from there, we'll do consulting. And then I'll open up like, I now discovered that this digital market, I don't need one more. And since teaching is my base passion and my base talent, it was easy for me to transit. And before you know, I started looking for market again. Can you see what again? What's her name? Phenomenal Ty or Liar. Can you see what again? I am coming with my passion and my already developed skill, and I started looking for a hungry market with a knife to the throat problem. Now, I don't have a product yet, right? I now started seeing that, real estate, right? And then big businesses. So presently, I work with big established companies, right? With large teams to help them to systemize their marketing and sales. Can you see where I came from talking about hypertension and diabetes, right? But I understand this formula. And I said, I just quickly switched, and now I consult for big companies. Like, so if you come here, I'm just starting. Sorry, I will not be patient with you, right? But when you say, oh, Dr. Malik, we have this business, it's 7 years, we have 15 staff, we just need come help us to develop SOPs, systemize KPIs, systemize our entire me, right? So you can understand based on these examples I'm giving. I hope God will give you understanding. My time is almost up. So it could be a product or service. Some persons freelancing, it could be you people walk into your store, or it could be you just being a brand ambassador or whatever. The ramifications will come. Just listen attentively to your community. All right. With that said, we move on to the last part, which is accelerators. This is powerful. I will not talk much about this. I am so passionate. One of my greatest passion. And then we are pivoting my company to applying AI as a major pillar. So I now have, my bio didn't reflect that. And so we have videos as a pillar, AI as pillar, and paid media as another pillar, right? So when you are doing all of these things, one powerful way to make things better, faster, easier for you to achieve results better, faster, and easier is learn to use AI, right? It is so powerful. Learn prompt engineering, see how to learn to do agentic AI to do automation and all those stuff. They will make things very, very easy for you. It's like magic. It's like magic, right? And then paid ads. Paid ads is so powerful because it adds two things: velocity and volume. Paid ads will now increase the breadth, how wide you can reach. This is powerful. This is incredibly powerful, right? Because pay ad will give you speed. Some of these, I'm selling this ebook. 1, 2, 3, through. Run ads, right? Learn how to do that. Run ads. It will give you what? Speed, and it will give you volume. It is very powerful. I swear I live and die by ads. I run ads throughout the year for the past 4 years, every single day, even as we're speaking of ads and running, right? So different things. So I just believe that, as John Obidi will say, life is too short for you to do just organic, right? So paid traffic scales what is already working. What is already working. Listen, talk to me. Now, the next thing is you have to learn how to use systems. Some of you are just doing cut, paste, cut, paste. You're just doing. You go to TikTok, you just make TikTok video and leave. And you don't have an ecosystem where that your TikTok video falls in. You're just wasting your time, right? So when people are doing crossover, my own crossover, and I usually share it. If you are following me online, you've seen I usually share my sheets. My crossover is my ecosystem for the year. where every status I post falls into an ecosystem. Every video I make falls into an ecosystem. Anybody I chat falls into an ecosystem. Maybe it's an outbound outreach or a warm outreach or something. It falls into an ecosystem, right? So you have to create systems and you have to create funnels, even individually and corporately. If this is beyond you, don't worry. Everything is learnable. And with AI now, you can learn everything faster, better, and even easier. And automate your process. Many of the things I do are largely automated because I'm very busy. I'm here in Abuja now. I'm just coming from Port Harcourt. Next week, I'll be in Ibadan. Upper one, I'll be in Lagos. I'm always traveling, but I have system working for me, right? I say it proudly. When I say some of my kids, I have two, right? I have two, 7 and 5. uh I say you people don't know how lucky you are because when I see my alerts every week, I go through my sheets, right, and send to my accountant, right. I smile because some things are automated, some things I did in 1997. Do you understand? And some things we did in sorry in 2000 in 2017. Some things I see in 2017, maybe in Amazon or Udemy or something, and then the funnel is just bringing in money. A content I created on YouTube maybe in 2016, and I placed a link there. That link is taken to people to a lead magnet that will take them to some series of email that we now, and they will just see alerts here in 2015, in 2025. Do you understand? So learn to create process like this. I have multiple. I have 23 sources of income online. 23. And my assistants, they see, they monitor it. So all of them. So both direct and indirect from affiliates, right? So so all you should just be seeing dollars. You just from PayPal, from Payoneer, from paste. So you just becoming like that. Why? Because there's a system, and all you need to do is to feed the system in front end by creating content. So some people say, Dr. Malik, yeah, you're always there talking about erection. Hey, yeah, you're talking retos. You don't understand. I'm feeding a beast of a system. It's like network like this, right? So I have just 2 minutes, right? 1 minute actually. The last next thing is a team. As God blesses you, look for people who you work to. Sorry, I cannot read the comments now because I don't have much time. Look for people who can augment you, who can help you, who can who can assist you, right? And replicate yourself. You can't do everything, and you have to buy time. This is a whole webinar in itself. I can't go here. So you have to learn to how to outsource. You learn to hire to delegate some staff and some task and blah 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 blah. So that will be all. The best way to reach me, the best way is on WhatsApp, and that's my WhatsApp sent message number there. So you don't call. If you call, you will never get somebody to pick. So you just send a WhatsApp message. You could send a voice note, and that will be that. So they say my time stop at 6:57. Okay, I guess that will be it. Thank you very much for the opportunity. God bless you. I hope um, um,
Thank you so much, Dr. Malik. Wow.
my
This
network was
was
bad. My network
no.
kept
No,
okay,
we
okay,
can hear you. It was very perfect. Thank you
all
so
right, great.
so much. Wow,
Okay,
thank you so much. So we're just going to take like a few questions, probably take a question
no
like maybe
problem,
3 minutes. Does
no
anybody
problem,
have
no problem.
questions for Dr. Malik? Anybody have questions for Dr. Malik?
Ask now. So much value, man. I came late,
Ask
but I was able
questions.
to grab
Dr. Malik, when
something
I heard you
nice.
have 23 sources of income, I was rethinking myself, like, hello, what are you doing?
Oh, no, okay. It's not sauce. It's not businesses. So
Yes,
no,
yes,
you should
I
not go and
guess.
you should not go and drag me. Let me clarify. Don't go and drag me online or say there's one guy that is boasting. He has 23 businesses. I didn't say
It's
23
not
businesses.
business, it's
I
the
say,
sources of income.
like Amazon affiliates now is one, right? I'm a
Yeah.
so I don't understand. I'm gonna ask.
Work smart, not hard. Work smart.
Yes, so build now, set and forget. Build now and relax later on. All
Wow.
right.
I think I is there any question for Dr. Malik? Your session was
No
really
question.
explanatory.
Okay,
And
great.
okay. So I think someone said something now. How about those whose community isn't saying anything? Wow.
Okay. Again, it could be that you have not built a an engaged community because it's not when you say community. We're not just talking about followers or fans, right? We are talking about people who are already connected to you, to your vision. So if again we are back to that first thing, if the market you have is a valid market, that you are actually valuable to them and you're actually addressing their problems, their fears, their struggle, no, they will speak, they will say, because its problem is a problem, is a problem, right? They will definitely say, please, so we need help with this, we need help. So again, it could be that you're in the wrong market, you're in the wrong niche, or you are disconnected from your community, or you don't even have a community. It's just some fans, and fans don't pay, right? So
Wow.
how can I leverage my relationship with rector business as I belong to P1? How can I leverage my relationship business with rector business as I
I think she's
belong?
a relationship coach. So I think she's also doing real estate. Abi?
Okay, okay. I
Rector.
guess
What's
that
rector? Rector real estate. I'm using
I
realtor.
think it's related. I don't know.
Is she trying to
Relation.
say
How can
okay?
I? Please, can you ask the question again? Hopefully.
I think it's realtor that she's talking about. 'Cause-
Okay. Maybe you ask again.
yeah, please ask again. Let's check another question. Yeah. So somebody asks, what automation system do you use?
And that make you yield money without your presence. You are starting from the wrong place. You're asking the wrong question, right?
Yeah.
You're asking the wrong question because, again, money doesn't like money. As money is listening to you, it doesn't like things like this. It means you are going after money, and that is the wrong thing. Again, money is a spirit. If you try to say, how can I get money? How can I make you money? You are asking the wrong question. Turn back to what we're saying. Go back to the formula, right? By the way, let me just go back. Uh, so go back to the formula and ask yourself, wait, so how can I become so valuable, right, that I can attract money, like people can give me money, then you can start talking about automation. You only automate something that is already a process. Maybe you have a process that is already there, you are doing manually, then you can automate. So you don't even talk about automation when you don't have a process, and you don't even talk about any of all of these things we are talking about when you have not yet, you are not clear on your value proposition on your market, and so you are just way ahead, right? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But if you want
All
to,
right.
for me, again, but for me, just to answer your questions for automation, it depends on what I'm automating, right? So if it's from emails, basically there are different software that we use to automate that, right? And again, some of the automations are unstructured, and it's just one thing leading to another, another thing leading to another. Like for example, if you make a YouTube video and you have a link on that leads to a landing page, right? From there, every other thing can just work, on its own. So people click there, it takes them to a landing page. Maybe you offer them something for free. Automatically, your email provider provides it. Do some drip emails, and then bring them back to a landing page. They pay through Seller, and then from there, they click the button Seller. They come to your WhatsApp. Like all of these things can be unstructured. It's just that you need to create systems like this that work without it. I will advertise relationship and same as advertising land selling. Who will my community, how will my community see me? Even you yourself, you know that this thing you are saying, too makes sense like that, right? Too makes sense. You want to grab here, grab here, grab here. Stay one place. Stay one place and build something solid one place. Relationship in itself can settle you for life. Relationship in itself. Why? Because there is a hungry market. There are knife to the throat problems that can settle you for life. Stay there. Use this formula. Build something strong. Create content again consistently, right? And people will start asking you, and before you know, product will come. Offers and ladder of offers will come, and every other thing you can now in itself, real estate in itself, you can do the same thing. So, but you just want to grab. There are two diametrically opposite, two directly unrelated industries and markets, and trying to blend them together, you will just struggle, right? So, what I would advise for you to do is stay one place. stay one place, right? There are certain persons that do relationship and it's a lifetime task, right? So
Dr.
I
Malik, just
hope.
to add to that, to like a
Mm.
follow-up question. So, like, what if she's already doing both? Is it that she should have different identities for these two things?
Exactly. Because the truth is, I have different avatars online, right? If I start talking about men's health today, you say, wait, no, but this guy they do teaching us about how to, do prompt engineering for realtors. Like, do you understand, right? But it's because I have done one and created a solid brand around it before I created others, right? And if I start talking about video marketing and YouTube today, you're like, wait, oh, who is this? Understand? So yes, you can do both of them together if you have created the systems already. But from the way you are sounding, it doesn't seem you have already done uh, that. That.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Malik. This session has been
Yes.
really insightful and a very learning moment for even myself. And thank you so much for honoring my invitation to come on stage to share from your wealth of knowledge. I'm humble and I'm grateful that you
Yes.
could come here to do this. I know you have a very tight schedule, so but taking out
Yep.
time to come here. Thank you
Yep.
so much. On behalf of everybody here, we say thank you and I'm
All right.
grateful for your time.
All right. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. All right, so we're going to go on a quick break and then Treasure will come back up to bring our next speaker on board.
Imagine being able to save time. Imagine being able to save time while being productive, having like a personal assistant that helps you pick up your items, shops for you, deliver your items, and as a business owner, having a trusted delivery partner that fulfills your orders in no time. You can run any errand to speak. You can shop from your preferred shopping location or any location of your choice or any shop of your choice. You can send us on market errands, food errands, grocery errands, any kind of errands. And then there's the Speak Marketplace, where we offer a variety of everyday essentials, plus deals specially curated for you. Anyone can use Speak. The business owner that wants their item delivered to a customer, the customer that wants to pick up an item from a vendor, and persons that want to have their food, grocery, market runs done for them. Speak delivers to any location within Lagos. You can do all this with Speak. Shop anything, send anything, deliver anything. We pick, we shop, we deliver.
All right, everyone. Wow, that was an amazing session with Dr. Malik. Thank you so much, sir, for pouring out knowledge on us. Really, while you were speaking, I had to start listing out things that I'm actually good at, and I was just writing down, assigning things and all. So I am sincerely grateful personally, and we are sincerely grateful for showing up and for adding value to us. So right away, we are going to be welcoming our third speaker for today. Yes, so our third speaker is actually around. But before our speaker comes on board, I would love us to actually take screenshots. So the importance of taking screenshots and sharing is you are actually letting people know that you are learning from these sessions, and it's a way to stay accountable to your growth. By this time next year, you will have a reminder 1 year ago you were on this platform learning from these persons, and this was what happened. So all of those memories will remind you that you are actually coming from somewhere. Your journey is one that you're actually building up. You are laying bricks day by day, right? So I would love us to take screenshots. Don't forget to tag at the Grow Conference and at Digital Creator Chick. Please tag, use the hashtags Grow Conference 2025. Share on your stories. You can also tag our speakers. Let them know that their session actually added value to you. One way you can actually give back to them is to actually spread the word that they know they actually can add value. They actually know their onions. They are actually good at what they are doing. So your testimonial, your social proof, whatever you're going to be sharing is going to enable them. And if you are yet to upgrade for day 3, the link has been dropped in the comment box. So please look through and start upgrading. Don't wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow might be too late. Or it might not really be too late, but I really love that you upgrade your tickets as soon as you can. All right, so we'll be welcoming on board our next speaker, Tosan, and I would love us to keep up the energy. Take out your notepad. If your note is already looking like it wants to finish, please go and grab another one, right? Take out your notepad and get ready to learn from these sessions. And I believe that you're already learning from the previous sessions, right? So this session will open us up to so much more. So I would hand over to media team to do their thing while we bring on board our
Tosan
next
Etiwe
guest.
is a bold technology entrepreneur, product leader, and co-founder of Speak and InSync Health, building innovative solutions that solve real problems for African communities and beyond. He currently serves as a product manager at the UK's Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, where he brings a public sector lens to his product innovation work. That unique edge earned him the prestigious UK Global Talent Visa, a rare recognition given to world-class tech leaders shaping the future. Tosan is one of the brains behind Speak, a logistics platform simplifying on-demand shopping and delivery for small and medium enterprises, and InSync Health, a mental health tech app that uses AI and therapist-monitored support to make care more accessible across Nigeria. His impact is globally recognized. MIT Solve Fellow 2022, winner, Access Bank NYSC Peach Grant 2022, Global Student Entrepreneur Awards Champion 2020, Orange Corners Grant recipient, €5,000 2023. Raised over $20,000 in micro grants to fund his startups. From product labs in the UK to innovation hubs in Nigeria, Tosan is helping entrepreneurs rethink what's possible and build ventures that get funded and create lasting impact.
Please welcome
Tosan Etiwe.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hello, Tosan. Yes, we can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening. So good to be
Welcome.
here.
I'm so excited to have you here, and welcome on board. Welcome to the stage. Everybody is hyped up and excited. Let's show some love to Tosa in the comments. Tosa is going to show us how to get money, free money. You know, we all love
Thank you for
welcome.
having me. I must say that the previous speaker, Dr. Malik, did an incredible job. A lot of things that he said are going to be very similar to what I'm also going to say, so which is good because we're all in line in terms of yeah. So that introduction was really nice. I was actually going to start off with an introduction, but I don't know if I should go ahead with that already.
No, you do your thing. Do your thing. So over to you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Would you be controlling the slides for me, please?
Yes, I will do that. Yeah.
All right. So you could go to the next slide. Good evening, everyone. Like they've said already, my name is Tosan Etiwe, and I am thrilled to be here with you for the powerful conversation that we're going to be having today on just unlocking capital and navigating the world of funding and finance for your business or for your creative projects. Because I'm aware we have a lot of content creators, digital marketers, and all in the building today. So I wear many hats. I'm a startup founder at Speak and at InSync. I'm also a product strategist, and currently I'm working in the UK's Ministry of Housing and Local Government and Communities. But at my core, I'm really, really just passionate about just helping entrepreneurs, turn their ideas into impact. So whether you're pitching to investors for the first time, or you're trying to get the, how to make grant applications right, or you're simply just finding out if you should even, start raising money or not, this session is for you. So today we're going to talk honestly about why fundraising is hard and why that is okay. What it takes to make your business fundable, because not every business is fundable. You need to know that. The many parts, the various ways at which you can raise capital for your business and how to tell a story, right? Because that's the very important part. How you tell your story is very, very important. And you have to tell it in a way that is very convincing and attracts belief and backing. So in case you're wondering why you should listen to me Well, I've been funded by a few organizations. So MIT, that has been mentioned, Access Bank, the Orange Corners, Alt Prize, just to name a few, really. So let's get started, right? So the first question to ask is, why is fundraising hard? Because raising money, let's not lie, is not beans, like the way Nigerians would say. But the first thing is that fundraising requires a different skill than building, right? You can be an excellent, coder. You can build a fantastic product. You can have a good business, but you might not necessarily have the skills that you require to raise money. And those are two separate things. So you need to understand, right? And investors don't invest in just your product, right? They invest in the market. They invest in belief systems. So that's one thing, right? The next is that it's a full-time job, really. It's a full-time job on top of your full-time job, right? And every maybe that you get, so when you speak to an investor, you speak to someone, every maybe you get, it burns your time, right? And every no that you get also costs you energy, right? So it's a lot. One thing I put there is like, it's a cold world out there, right? It's not very easy because funders sometimes will not reply you. Especially if you're cold calling them, they might not read your pitch decks, they might not even reply you. And sometimes it's just a numbers game. So I'll give you a very real life example. For those that don't know, Antler just came to Nigeria and they have this. So Antler is a pre-seed, seed incubator program that just happened that just came into Nigeria. They had about 7,850 applications. And guess what? Only 16 got in, right? So it's really a cold world out there. It's tough, right? Again, you're also competing with like headlines, you're competing with hypes. So like the big companies that have the name, that are always in the media, that are also competing for the same funding as you, right? One more thing to note is that the market is continually changing. You can't predict what the next big thing is. Like some years ago, AI was not a thing. Right now, it's like people are trying to invest in businesses that have some form of AI or, integrated into it. So again, lack of network means lack of access, right? You cannot be in a place, you cannot be funded even when you're not even in the room where people that, want to fund you are at, right? So you need to have the right network, right? So you can get access. And the last thing I put there is that not all money is good money, because founders often feel pressured, to say yes, when someone wants to give you 1 million naira, 2 million naira, $5,000, because you need the money, most times you just feel like you need to say yes, but that could be very risky. And we will break that all down as we go by. So is your business fundable? Very good question. Like I said, not every business needs funding, and not every business can even raise funding. So how do you know? Next slide, please. How do you know if your business is fundable? One is, are you solving a real problem, right? And I think I heard Dr. Malik's, touch on this very lightly or, in passing, right? You need to actually be solving a problem. Your business needs to solve a problem. Investors are not investing into hobbies, right? They're not investing in something that you call an hobby or just going to give you money, because at the end of the day, they are trying to make their money back as well, right? You need to solve an urgent problem. You need to solve a large or fast, to a fast growing market. And then is your business replacing something that is broken or inefficient? Can it improve a process? You need to really ask, if my business disappeared today or tomorrow, who would miss it? Who would miss it and why? Like, if you are not able to answer that question honestly, right? If your business is gone, who's going to miss your business? Then you're not really doing anything. Your business is most likely not going to be very fundable. So the next thing is, do you have a capable team, right? Do you have the right people on your team? Do you have complementary skills? Is someone building something and is the other person selling? Are you just a one-man army? Are you doing everything by yourself? Or do you have some proof of execution in the past that your team has done something similar? Again, for your business to be fundable, you need to have a clear path to growth, right? People that are going to give you money want to see that your business, they are giving you the money so that your business can grow. So you need to be able to show that your business can grow, right? You need to have a clear path. You need to have a clear growing user or customer base, a repeatable acquisition model. So acquisition model is basically how you get your customers. Is it going to be a one-time business, or is it a business that people can always come back and pay, like they will come back and pay money for your service or for whatever you're offering, right? The next is, your timing is everything, right? Your timing is everything. So if you're too early, your business is basically dead on arrival. And like I said, talking about AI, some years ago, if AI came in, most people would have said it's witchcraft. I remember when, we had 5G technology and there was a lot of noise about it, right? So timing is everything. Your business needs to be in the market at the right time, not too early and not too late. And the last on my list that I put is the investors need to know how they're going to get their money back. I think that's very, very self-explanatory. You need to have a clear exit strategy, a clear roadmap to how in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years, I'm going to make so amount back. There needs to be something clear, right? Because this is not just imaginary. You need to have a plan. Right. So can we move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. So there's more than one way to fund your dream. Again, every business has different, needs, different styles, different stages. You need to be aware of where your stage is at, what style your business needs, and how you tell your story, right? And I will go next into how, the various ways to get your funding, ways to get funded. We have bootstrapping, family and friends, angel investors, pre-seed and pre-seed funders. I'll go into more details, don't worry, in the next slide. And I'll also give you more examples in the subsequent slides. Right, so bootstrapping, what does bootstrapping mean? I'm sure this might not be a new term to many of us here. So bootstrapping is basically building with what you have, right? It's building with your own money. It could be your savings, it could be your salary, it could be your hustle money. I know that when I just started, this is what I did quite a lot, right? I was basically making money and pouring it back into my business because I had so much passion, so much drive, and I just knew where I was going. So most times, many of us are going to start from here, right? And this is good for, entrepreneurs, solo entrepreneurs. If you want to validate your idea very quickly, you don't need 1 million naira or 2 million naira to validate your idea very quickly. You need to be as fast as possible, as lean as possible. And also, if you want to have full control of your business, then bootstrapping might be the best for you, right? You may grow slower, but it's on your terms and it's on your own way, right? So one thing just to point on before we move on from here is that the risk to this is that you usually, most of the time, have limited resources. Your growth is usually slower. And then you would probably have like high pressure on yourself, right? Because it's basically just you doing everything. So what that means is if you're not in the picture, then what happens to your business, right? So, right. So next is angel investments. For angels, basically, they are your early funders, and they're usually from wealthy individuals. They're people that, your big uncle, your rich, someone that has money basically and is willing to believe in you, to place a bet on you, right? So what you get most times is that you get capital, you get some form of mentorship, and if you're very lucky, you could get an angel investor that gives you access to other angels. They provide you connections. Remember, we said your lack of network means lack to access. So sometimes your angels, if you're very lucky, you would get a good angel that connects you to other investors. Now, this one is really good for people that are just starting off early. So you have some form of traction. Maybe you're making sales to 100 people in a month. Yes, you can then go approach an angel investor, or you're a founder with vision but limited runway. So what that means is you have the idea, you know what you want to do, but you need just a little bit or more money to get there. Definitely angels are for you. Don't worry, I added resources where you could find this kind of networks to actually get started on your business. All right. So seed funders, these ones are more like venture capitals, but not as big as venture capitals, or angels, but not as small as angels. So most times they're usually a group of partners that come together And they usually come in the form of, accelerators or incubators, those kind of packages. We have lots and lots of examples in Nigeria. Like Orange Corners, I think that's an incubator, and they give you money, but it's a grant. You have Y Combinator, that's a big one. You have a few other ones, right? So these ones are usually for high growth businesses, scalable businesses. Most times they give you checks ranging from $50,000 to like 100K, 200K, 300K, depending on, the stage of your business. And they also raise for people that, they give you money for people that are just going to be suitable to enter the venture capital market, right? So VC money is not free. You're signing up for speed, and you're signing up for scale. Sometimes it's going to be very stressful, right? The next one is venture capitals, right? So these ones are for big investments, big returns. I'm talking in hundreds and hundreds of millions. Most times you can only approach a VC when your product is going to scale to global markets. So what that means is if you're in Nigeria, your product is not just going to be based in Nigeria, it's going to be based in maybe other African countries, across the continent, because they give you quite a lot of money, right? The downside to that is you're going to lose significant equity, right? You would also lose board oversight. We've seen cases like this where the CEOs of their companies actually got sacked. Like the founders of their company actually got sacked because they got venture capitals and maybe they did not like the direction in which the founder was going. So there's some risks to that. You get pressure to build faster and to exit big. But the good thing is, like I said, is you have a large capital. It gives you some credibility, and then you can scale very, very quickly. Very, very, very quickly. All right. So my personal favorite, honestly, this one is grants, because grants is free money, honestly, with no strings attached. And that's my personal favorite because you don't have to pay back, right? It's money that's for you. And grants can range from $5,000 to $100,000, $200,000. I know Facebook gives $150K, $1,000. I mean, that's the same amount a seed funder will probably give you. So I would say most times optimize for grants, right? So what you get from grants is it's non-dilutive. Like I said, you keep 100% of your equity. It's most times for social outcomes, has a little bit of paperwork, but it's free money, like I said. So good. There are a few ones I wanted to mention. If you move to the next slide, so which is crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is, again, self-explanatory, but it's practice of raising small amounts from a very large number of people. Most times it's usually online. There are a few ways this can happen. Sometimes it could be reward-based. So they give you money, right? And you give the people that give you money maybe like merch, some form of rewards, or you make them early customers for your business, so they get to see whatever you're doing first. In some cases, it could be equity-based. What that means is you give them ownership of your company. Sometimes it's just donation-based, and basically it's free. Yeah, so I'm seeing the chart. It says, so VCs become your employers. Not all the time. No, that's not the case. It just depends, right? Because there's a saying like, would you rather own 100% of a $10,000 company, or would you rather own 10% of a $100 million company, right? And that's where VCs come in. I'm just speaking to the charts that I've just seen. Not that they will necessarily become your employers, again, which is why not every money is good money, and you need to be able to differentiate which ones to get and at what stage to get money, and how much you're willing to risk for that. So going back to the slides, bank loans, right? I just had to put this there because it's something that exists as a funding opportunity. I personally would not advise bank loans because, one, the interest rates are usually very crazy, especially in Nigeria. There are a lot of factors that you cannot control. They would ask you for your assets. They'll tell you to bring your land documents and all those kind of things. Sometimes it could be good. Again, just depends on where your business is at, what you are what you're really able to let go of, and the risks that you're willing to take, right? For this meeting specifically, I wanted to speak about your monetizing your influence, because this is now a very big thing globally. Like, you see people streaming all the time, and half of the time they are basically saying random conversations that you have every day, right? We have lots of digital creators here. You could monetize your influence, right? That's one way to raise money for yourself. And nowadays we see that even influencers are even richer than actors, like Hollywood actors. They're in their bag. So please, if you can monetize your influence, this is one way to sure make money for yourself and for your business. All right, so pitching, right? This is basically when you are now speaking to investors, right? And there's a term called the elevator pitch, right? So it's essentially you being able to clearly define what your business is within 2 minutes, right? The reason why it's called an elevator pitch is that if you were in an elevator with someone that could potentially give you money, let's say Elon Musk, or sorry, maybe Elon Musk is too far, let's say Tony Elumelu or somebody, and how would you approach him? Like, what would you say? What are the things that you would say to convince him to actually give him your money? Give you his money, sorry. All right, and there's a 10-slide formula. Sometimes it doesn't have to be up to 10, but these are a few things that you need to keep in mind. One is the problem. We've touched on this. Like, you need to know what problem you are solving. We see this a lot where people just build things or start businesses for the fun of it. They're not actually solving any real problem. Or you are doing something because other people are doing it and because it sounds nice. You cannot differentiate yourself from the markets, like from the other competition. Then why would somebody want to give you money? Like, why would I want to give you money when I know 10 other people are doing the exact same thing that you're doing? So you need to be able to solve a real problem. No great business starts with a product. It starts with pain. It starts with a pain that you are actually trying to solve, right? So always keep that in mind. Next is the solution, right? So what are you doing to meet the problem that you've identified, right? And you need to be able to use visuals, use screenshots or demos. You don't just speak alone. So if you are building an app, right, you should have like a demo, right? If you are baking cakes, you should be able to walk into any room and say, oh, this is my product. Do you want to try? You need to be able to show your solution. Show workings, basically, is what I'm saying. Show workings. You need to show workings, right? Then the third one is your market. How big is the opportunity? We've touched on this. A lot of times, this with marketing or with like when you ask people what's your market, they say, oh, people will buy now. You don't have a clearly defined market. Like, you could have 50 million people, or let's even say 10 million people. It does not mean that 10 million people are going to buy. In fact, out of the 10 million people, it could just be 20,000 or 10,000 people that are actually interested in your product. So it does not mean that you need to decide, right, as of your market. You also need to have good knowledge about your product, and then you need to have traction, right? So what traction means is you need to have either customers, paying customers. It does not have to be a lot, but you need to be able to show that people are actually interested in what you have. And your growth rates, like how quickly are you growing? How many sales are you turning over in a month? Is that growing? Do you get, what are your customer reviews like? I've touched on team before. Again, it's coming up. It's so important. Nobody's going to give you money if you don't have the right team, right? Especially if you want to scale big. You can't be a one-man soldier forever, right? You can't start small. When you're, in the beginning, you can start small as one person, but as you grow, you definitely need to have more people by your side when you're building your product or, doing your marketing or your business or whatever it may be, right? Your business model speaks to how do you make money and how do you keep the money, right? So who pays you, how much, and how often do they pay you, right? If the maths makes sense, then the money will definitely follow, right? Next, like I said, is your go-to-market strategy. How will you grow? Traction is good, but strategy is better, right? So you have to show a plan. And you also need to know who your competition is, like I've already mentioned. What are you doing different? Basically, why should I bet on you? Why should I give you my money? Those questions need to be answered. And the final thing there is your financials, and then you ask. So financials is basically your numbers, how much you spend, is your business healthy, are you losing money, are you spending more than you need, those kind of things. And then, like I said, the final thing there is you actually ask for the money. Then you go to the investor and say, we need X amount for money to last us X amount of period, which would be what we call the runway, right? So moving on to the next, one thing you should know is like whenever you're pitching, you need to keep it very simple. Nobody has time to read 50. In fact, I've discovered that people don't even read business plans anymore. Business plans are usually mostly for like banks or very corporate organizations. But if you're trying to raise money, even from VCs, they don't read your from angels investors, from pre-seed and seed investors, they don't read business plans anymore. They just read like 10 pages of slides, and you have to keep it very simple because the attention span is actually very reducing nowadays. Like people don't have time to waste. You need to be able to keep it simple, keep it visual, use images, tell a story, right? Keep it data backed. Don't just call out figures from anywhere. You need to keep it data backed. And like I said, tell a story. Most times you have to use your customer story, like what are the pains that your customer is coming from. I'll give you a personal example. When I was pitching InSync, right? I've done that lots and lots of times. And InSync is a mental health application for people, suffering from emotional illness or, some mental illness. Most times I usually start from like a real life story of someone I know. You need to be able to connect to people's emotions, right? They need to see why they should give you their money. I start from someone that probably has a mental health problem. Again, it doesn't have to be emotional. This is not emotional blackmail. It could be that you're doing fintech, for example. Why do I need another bank on my app, right? Again, the difference will be storytelling. How will Money Point, for example, tell their story versus how would OPay tell their story? I find that users would usually go for the products that has the story that appeals to them the most. Right. Next is don't ignore your story. I think I've spoken about that. All right, so how do you stand out? Yes, so how do you stand out? You build in public, right? In the age of social media, I think Dr. Malik has touched on this. You build in public, you build with a community, right? You have to make noise. Like society is not at the stage where you're quiet and just doing things low key. If you really want to stand out, and because when you stand out, you make it easier for people to recognize you, right? You don't have to do too much plenty talk because they already know who you are, right? So you build in public, you show momentum, you lead with community. That's one thing, the digital creator chick Eloho has been very, very good at. I've seen these flyers in places that I didn't even imagine, and people just messaging me like, "Guy, we saw that you're going to be, speaking at the G.R.O.W conference." Community is so important. Like it takes you so far. You have absolutely no idea. So you leverage your community. Your users could be your community, your early users, your buyers, your customers. Build a community around that. Also have advisors, right? Have product evangelists, people that just talk about your story every time. And like I said before, use storytelling, across your page, across your social medias. Write a story about your traction, right? Just write something that people can relate to, right? So you need to also remember that funding is, next slide, please. Oh, okay, so what not to do? Yes, please don't start fundraising too early, right? It could actually kill you, kill your business. When I say kill you, I don't mean kill you like personally, I mean kill your business. If you fundraise too early, now you have excess money. And what that means is there's a danger to start spending more than what you need or buying so many assets that you actually need, such that it now becomes a sunk cost at the end of the day, because you are spending too much money and you're growing too little, right? So don't raise funds when you absolutely do not need it, right? This is not a get rich quick scheme, right? It's actually a strategy to fund and keep your business alive. So if your business is doing fine, right, you're making enough money to sustain itself, and you don't necessarily want to go to the next stage, yet, or you're not at the stage where you need to, grow because you're still trying to build your base customers, then you don't necessarily need funding, right? Don't misuse investors' money. We see this all the time with Nigerian investors, founders. So when they give you money, most times, or a lot of times, we've had a few cases where people just go and buy cars or they go build houses with investors' money. Like they just do very, very strange things. And you don't want to be the person that is blocking opportunities for other founders coming behind you. So please do not use investors' money or any kind of capital that you've raised that is supposed to be for your business for other things. Please do not do that. Don't stop talking to your customers now that you've raised money, because your customers are actually, your market. They are the ones giving you money. They are paying you. And then don't relax too much once you have the money. Remember, funding is not the goal. Growth is. I put that in the next slide. You're not just raising to make money, right? You're raising to grow, and capital should always be seen as fuel for that. So with that brings me to the end of my session. I would like to take questions. I've also attached links to various angels and VC firms in Nigeria that you could reach out to. I think this one's funded most of the startups in Nigeria within 2019 and 2023. So you could check that out after the session, and yeah, put other links to help you with creating slides and the likes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tosan, for that presentation. It was straight to the point and very insightful. Me too, I've learned one or two things. I'm going to work on my elevator pitch after this call. Thank you so much. Do we have any question for Tosan? Any question, guys? Please bring your questions. Bring them on board. Any question? Okay, I think we have one here.
This is what happens when people take investors' money as their personal money. Do they get sued or what? Yes, you could get sued, you would get arrested, because that's technically illegal. Right? That's basically diverting funds that's meant to your business into your own pockets. You shouldn't do that, please.
Wow. Okay. Any more questions for Tosan? Any more questions for him? Questions. Please ask now. Ask your questions. I believe this class was very explanatory. I don't know, somehow everybody that have been coming today, their class has been so explanatory that we don't really have questions. But thank you so much for this session, and we'll share these links inside the community as well. You can also take screenshots of these links on the screen. I'll also share them in the community so that you can use them. I think, like Tosa also said, my favorite is grants, actually. Just apply for grant. There are grant that gives $150K, $200,000, $200,000. A lot of money. Yeah. That will go a long way and help you do things. So do grants, right? The last speaker that came, Douglas, they've never had VCs, just grants. The first grant was Tony Lumelu. The second grant was, I think, was it last year? And they have built the company to almost how many million? Almost $20 million. And it's only grants that they've been collecting. So you can still collect grants.
I've never gotten VC money, and I'm not even at the stage to get VC money. I've not even gotten pre-seed investors. It has mostly been grants. I know so many people that have done the same thing. 200K grants, 150K grants. It's a lot of money, and it can really help you. So
someone asked a question. Do we need to know somebody to push it?
No, you don't. That's a very common myth. I mean, do you need to know anybody to get Tony Elumelu grants in Nigeria? I don't think so. That's an example.
Yeah. True.
Like I said, you just need to follow the framework of understanding your business, the problem you're trying to solve. Make sure you're telling a compelling story, because it's usually not easy. I mean, it's free money. There has to be work and competition for it. So you don't necessarily need to know anybody to get grants. And of course, you can look at foreign grants too. You don't necessarily have to focus on just Nigerian grants. There are so many foreign grants out there that give you money in dollars. So free money, You don't need anyone.
Yeah, I think that is a myth, like you've said. You don't. I have like I know people who apply for grant without knowing anybody. Just have a solid story, have a solid elevator pitch, have a solid proposal, and you can win grants. It's not about
Yeah.
knowing anybody, right? Yes, some people get grant from knowing people, but because you don't know anybody doesn't mean that you can't apply for grant. Like the Limelu grant, for example, you don't need to know anybody. Just have a solid proposal. Who do you want to go and meet and say that? This one or those are the grants that you want. Did you know anybody before you? I think you said you want
No.
Access Bank. You
Yes.
just
So that
apply.
yeah, that one actually happened while I was still at NYC. I mean, I didn't even know that there was going to be like the opportunity was going to present itself. And the reason why I was able to do that
Wow.
is because prior to that, I had already prepared. Like I wasn't thinking of like Access Bank or anything. I was just thinking like, oh, I need funding for my business. What are the things I need to do? One, I need to know my markets. I need to know the problem I'm trying to solve. They sound simple, but I mean, it doesn't have to be very complicated. I need to have my
Yeah.
traction, my business model. I need to have my go-to-market strategy. Know that, imbibe that. It should be your butter and bread for people that are trying to make money. So when it was time to pitch, I was basically just telling them that, right? I was telling a convincing story. Like, you have to
What you
give me this.
already know. So leave the problem and solution. Like have it inbuilt.
Yeah, not focusing on just because the way it works now, most times you find that people are in love with their solution and forgetting the problem, right? Oh, you just want to have this fancy idea. You want to have something that looks nice and shiny, but doesn't actually meet any needs. Nobody's going to pay for it. You're not going to have any users. You don't have any customer base. Nobody's looking at your page. Like, so what's the point? you know?
Yeah. True. I think somebody said something that people like to invest in something that is already moving. You have to be a moving train, no matter how small. Like
Exactly.
move. I don't want to invest in a vehicle that is stuck somewhere. You get so, yeah.
Yeah.
So this question say, please, can you give us example of businesses that doesn't need fundraising too early? Is there any?
Yeah, I mean, so it depends on the kind of business. For example, if you are maybe starting off with baking, right? You don't need, uh, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you need 1 million naira or 2 million naira to start a baking business. You could start small, and then when you start, you see that you need bigger equipment or a bigger space. Then you apply for funding. Then you seek funding. But the cocoa there is the point there is you need to start where you are at, because people fall into the trap of, until I have 2 million naira or until I have money before I can start. Like, you have to look within look within your resources and what you have. Where can you start? Start from with what you have. Basically, is what that point is trying to say. So you don't need so much money. Again, it depends on the stage at which your business is. But the point is to start something as quickly as possible, validate it, ensure you have your users or customers, and then scale up from there.
Yeah, and I think any business can actually apply for especially grants, right? I have a
Yeah.
friend that's into the she's in baking industry, and she applies for grants, and she has won a couple of them as well. So
Yeah.
there's no idea, just like what Tosan has said, just be able to articulate your idea, use the formula for the elevator pitch, and you'll be able to get your grant. I think this one is the elevation pitch one. I think the elevator pitch answered this question. I believe so. How do we position better to qualify for this grant? Are there certain criteria to have in mind?
Yeah, again, it's what we've said before, like knowing your problem, knowing the solution, knowing your market, having traction, your business model, your go-to-market strategy, understanding your competition, and then building in public, right? Um, th- I know it sounds like a lot, but really it's not. Like, you need to just build in public. Build in
Yeah,
public, let people see your work, post on
let people see.
Instagram,
Yeah,
Facebook, Twitter, let people see that you're
evidence.
actually doing something. Show your workings, show evidence, right? Those are the things I would say. I feel like a lot of times people are always waiting for one magical solution, when in reality you just have to do the basics, do the right things at the right time. Definitely you get results.
Yeah. Okay, let's take this last one. What's the best way to apply for grants for businesses still in the idea stage? I think I like this one. Like you've not started anything. Can you still get grants? And have you done this before?
Yes, definitely. I've won quite a lot of money just having an idea. However, my storytelling was top notch, right? Because if they are going to give you money when you don't have anything, anything physical or anything tangible to show, then why would they give you money? It's like they have to be really convinced that whatever problem or whatever business it is that you want to do makes sense. So that's where storytelling comes in, right? And one thing to note is you don't want to be in the idea stage forever. So even though you're getting the money for an idea, you want to be able to scale and grow as quickly as possible. Now, one more thing to add is if you have an idea, right, you could just put out like a wait list to kind of gauge the interest. So if I want to start, I don't know, like trying to just give an example now. If I want to start maybe like a car wash company or something like that, I could just send a message to my friends that have cars and say, "Oh, I'm planning to have these things. Would you be interested in, bringing your cars for car wash? I'm going to start by so this is my price. I can give you discounts because you're my first customers and then they will actually pay." So it depends. You don't necessarily, that's still, again, I don't have the business yet. It's still an idea, but I've been able to secure customers, and that falls into my attraction.
Wow, I think I really love that. Even if you have an idea, you have to at least do something. Don't just act on, oh, is the idea. Have you done it? Have you asked one of few persons? It could even be, oh, just test it on friends and family, people that you already know, right? Just do something and just test how viable. Because I think if you're in the idea stage, the questions that investors are looking at is how viable is this your idea? Does your idea make sense? Like, do you even understand the idea that you have? How are you going to solve the problem with this your
Yeah,
idea? What solution are you bringing? I think the formula still works,
yeah,
whether you're in idea stage or you already have the business. You are still solving a problem. They're like, okay, this idea that you have, okay, it makes sense, but how will you make money? Or
yeah.
what kind of problem? How are you solving problem? What's the problem that you're solving with this idea, right? So it's still ties
And
together, really, if
just
you look
just to
at
also
it.
add to that, like if you're in the idea stage, a lot of times they're actually they are putting their faith in you also, right? So they are believing that
Yeah,
you will be able to deliver, right? Or it could be because you've gotten, in the past you've built other things, and they've seen evidence. Again, it goes back to showing your work previously. They've seen that, oh, this guy has
track
done
record.
something.
Yeah.
Yes, this person has done something before in the past, and he has done it well. So they would feel more comfortable, giving you money that way, even in the idea stage.
Wow, thank you so much, Tosan. Thank you so much. This has been an insightful session. Everybody on the team is saying thank you, even the attendees. We're really grateful for your time. Thank you for coming to share this with us. That's given us a new perspective, and we are grateful. Thank you again. And
Thank you
yeah,
so much
thank
for
you for
having
coming
me.
to the Grow Conference. We hope to see you again in the future. By the way, Tosan will be taking a private section on July 9th, if I'm correct. A private session July 9th, sharing with you like founders, creators, digital people like doing marketing and digital marketing, how you can leverage the global talent, UK global talent route to migrate to the UK without a job offer or without anything, like just your talent, showing that you are a leader and things like that. We're going to be having a private session on the 9th of July. So go and get locked in for that session. So everybody who is attending day 3, who has registered for day 3, will be a part of that private session. Thank you so, so much for your time. We'll see you again July 9th. We are
Thank
going to
you.
have a
Thank
beautiful
you so
time.
much for having me.
Thank you so much.
All right, cheers.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Wow, it has truly been an amazing evening. Ah, there's a whole lot. There's a whole lot of action that you can actually take from today's session. I think today's session just left us with more practical tips and strategies we can actually implement. Yesterday was just the foundation to help us relax our mind, to help us think, to see how we can stretch our mind to think, to visionize or everything that comes to mind. And today is just to bring those ideas to life. Funding, knowing how to scale your product or service in an innovative way, and monetizing your passion. Everything has just been amazing. I really want to say big thank all our speakers for pouring out their hearts to us. We are truly excited for all that you have done for us this evening. So we're going to be taking a very short break. Our next session is going to start, let me see, in the next 5 to 6 minutes. So we're going to take a very short break. We want you to just stretch your legs, grab a cup of water, just stretch because you've been sitting, you've been listening, right? So we want you to just take a stretch. If you want to use the restroom, if you want to just drag someone to join this call, or you just want to take out time to document all you've learned and share on your stories, on your Instagram feed, on your LinkedIn feed, whatsoever. So I want to
I just
take
wanted
the
to add to
time
what
to
Treasure is
do
saying.
that. And while we are doing that, I have a little activity. Okay, sorry, Eloho, you want to say something?
Yeah, just to add to what Treasure said, please, as you're going for a break, make sure you come back. Because the interesting thing, this thing has been happening since day one, is that the presentation I have prepared ties into everything that people have heard today. So that's just all I'm going to tell you. So if you like, don't come back. All right, Treasure, over to you.
Thank you so much, Eloho. So you heard, please, you don't even need to leave the call. You can just drop your phone, go ahead and pick whatsoever you want to pick or do whatsoever you want to do. Just stay on the call. We just want you to take an exercise to stand up and just move about. So please don't leave the call, stay on the call. And I have an exercise for you while you are actually carrying out that little activity. I would love to ask. We've learned about pitching. We just heard from Tosan how to pitch our business, how to couple up our business ideas in a way that we can present to people to actually invest in or to actually fund, right? So I would love to say our pitches in the comment section. I would love you to pitch your business, your brand in one sentence. What do you do? Just share it in one sentence. And while we are taking this break, I will just be reading out some of them. And so I would love to see our comments. You can just quickly type. You can make it fun, engaging. Like, I love your energy, really. No more dinner for you. You are full already. I like this. Like, you understood the assignment for today. Honestly, you actually did. So I give you your flowers. That's the energy. So she said she's sat here, like she's really sat. She's not standing up. She's here to the end. She's full. Tonight, all she has heard, all she has learned is enough to sustain her for tonight. It's just for the session to just end and you go and have your sleep, right? I love that. Thank you so much for that feedback. Yes, please drink water. Very important. I actually have my water bottle here. I've been taking water, sipping because water is very necessary. So go and drink water. Go and drink water. Stretch your leg. Break is 5 minutes, so it's not 30 minutes. It's not 10 minutes. 5 minutes. In short, it's already 3 minutes more. 3 minutes more. So who is sharing? Who is pitching their? Yes, thank you, Esther, for sharing. So drink water, stretch your legs, prepare for the rest. I love that. Let's drink water and stretch our legs and prepare for the rest. So you got that. Copy that. Drink water, stretch your leg, and prepare for the nest. Okay. So a comment coming in. Is anyone pitching? Is anyone sharing what they do? Just a sentence, something fun. If you know you are still here, you've not got to drink water, you're not going to drink water, you're not going to stretch. Beautiful. This is Jones Joker Solution. I am a relationship and lifestyle coach, helping people to get connected maritally, premarital and marital counseling, conflict resolution, and I help you to be your best version. Wow, this is beautiful. It's nice to know that you are a relationship and lifestyle coach. And I love how you were able to segment your audience. You already can tell married people, unmarried people, people, even relationships too. If you're having conflict in your relationships, anything at all, Joker is your plug. So she can bring out the best in you. You want to enjoy your relationship, you want to enjoy your marriage, you want to get it right. Joker is your plug. So just take note of her name. You can search for her on social media to learn more about her services and get to know her better. All right. So who is the next person dropping their one line pitch? I am, oh, hello, dental therapist. I am a dental therapist. If you have issues with your teeth, you can reach out to me. Please, I want to shake this table. Some of us here, we've not gone to see our dentist. Please go and see your dentist though. You see your teeth, your smile. If you want your teeth to be sparkling, our favorite dental therapist is your plug. Yes, scaling and polishing, teeth whitening, all of it. Yes. So I don't know if you're male or female, so sorry about that. So they are a dental therapist, so you have to go and see them to get your teeth done. So take note of their name, search for them on social media, and plug into them. Thank you very much, favorite dental therapist. So this is the needs therapist, so dental therapist. So please, this is beautiful. So you can go on and share. You can reach out to her. You can reach out to her after now. She's asking more questions, so this is your opportunity to shine. Please respond as soon as you can. Okay. So who's our next brand business? Who is pitching? Our break is 1 minute more. Let me give us extra time. One minute more. All right. So we'll be diving into the next session. Please, you can start joining in the call. You can start coming closer to your phones. Yes, coming back to the secret place you created to assimilate everything we'll be sharing in today's session. We are going to be starting right now. Okay, so welcome back. So we're going to be having digital creator Chi come back to speak to us. Yesterday's session, one thing I love about her sessions is she's always very real. It's practical. She says it as it is. Right? I love how practical she is in her session. And today she wants to spit more fire. Yesterday she opened the session. Today she's closing the session. This is so intentional. This is so lovely. So with a round of applause, I don't know if the media team, if we have our bio citation. Oh my God. If we have a bio citation, you can actually share. But if we don't, I would love to bring on board our convener. Please, I want to see your fire emojis.
Professional and the visionary convener of the Go Conference, a platform redefining what's possible for Africa's next wave of entrepreneurs. With over 5 years of experience, Eloho has worked with 5,000 plus businesses across 7 countries, helping creators and entrepreneurs launch their digital products, structure their offers, and scale income using clarity, strategy, and content that converts. She proudly serves as a mentor with the Tony Elumelu Foundation, supporting early-stage founders across the continent in building sustainable, purpose-driven businesses. She's led marketing strategy across multiple industries, ranging from tech to immigration, fintech, education, wellness, and more. Her leadership experience includes serving as Chief Marketing Officer and Growth Marketing Manager at a leading immigration company, where she drove product adoption and customer acquisition. Eloho has also been recognized among Sellar's top 100 African creators for 2 consecutive years, ranking 27th in 2022 and 15th in 2023 for her contribution to the creator economy and her dedication to helping others monetize their skills. She also was recognized as the Outstanding Female Coach of the Year by Universe. Through her private community, Grow Circle, and the big movement that is the Grow Conference, Eloho is building a generation of African entrepreneurs, marketers, and strategists who are not just chasing growth, but growing with clarity, confidence, and impact.
Please join me to welcome Lucky Eloho.
Okay. So I have a buyer today. Hey guys, so today I came here with polish. I'm a polished and soft person today. So please, people should not put me in my Agbero zone today. Okay, thank you, media team. Finally, I have a bio. Oh wow, I watched that and I didn't even realize it was talking about me. How has it been? How are you guys feeling? I want to close out today. So everything we've been doing has been very intentional. Everything, everything has been carefully curated so that it all ties into each other, and we are not all over the place. Tell me, how are you doing? How excited are you about my session? My sessions are always practical. I cannot leave you without giving you practical. I can't leave you without giving you practical. That's the interesting thing about my sessions. Yeah. So your why matters. The purpose-driven approach to leadership growth plus the comfort zone workshop. You people, I will drag you by your wigs. I will drag you by everything that you represent. Who is excited? Who is ready? Who see your excitement? I'm not getting started. Please, let's focus on the presentation. Let's focus on class. It's time for lecture. When they say introduce yourself, you did not introduce. I find it very strange where you are in a place and they ask you to introduce yourself. You don't want to introduce. You think you are doing anybody a favor. You're doing yourself a disservice when you refuse to showcase yourself. I know in the group, when we open the group, we say, showcase what you do. Some people showcase what they do. And before you know, somebody will come, I'm looking for a CAC agent. And that person will get, even though maybe they might not close all the inquiries, but you've already put something in people's mind that you offer that service. Anyways, if you don't put what you are doing there, that's your own cup of tea, right? So everybody has why they are here, so you know why you are here. If you are just here to just listen and not put yourself out there, then that's for you to decide, right? So again, remember to put yourself out there. So I'm going to share my slides, and then I'm going to go. I have slides today to tell you guys that I prepared. Okay, it's not like I've never prepared anyways, but I prepared slides so that you could see how, like, a different way of things today. So I'm going to present my slide now. So let me know when you can see my screen, and I'm going to get started. All right. I'm not even seeing energy inside this room. Go and call all your people to come. Call all your people to come. Your, what they call them? All your people, call them to come. Call them to come, because it's time. It is time. Somebody say it is time. Somebody type in the chat and say it is time. It is my time. It is my time. All right. So I'm going to be talking about a very important topic today, which is this, and I'm going to be a little bit emotional today, right? So I've always been emotional. Even yesterday I was emotional anyways. So discovering your why and stretching beyond the boundaries of your comfort zone. Yesterday we talked about purpose. We talked about, taking action and all of that. Today we are talking about something very important that built into purpose. Your purpose and everything might be difficult to find out if you don't discover your why and if you're not able to stretch beyond your comfort zones. Because sometimes your purpose, in order for you to achieve your purpose, you need to be able to stretch. Your purpose will stretch you. You guys think as I'm doing the Grow conference is easy for me? It's stretching me everywhere, mentally, financially, emotionally, physically, spiritually. Grow conference has stretched me. Yeah, it has stretched me so much that sometimes I'm like, if I had seen this beforehand, I would probably not have, started the Grow conference. But anyways, let's go into the presentation. Your why matters, the purpose-driven approach to leadership and growth. Now, I want you to look at the screen. Can you see the screen? You can see these two guys standing on this mountain top, right? Can you see them? Let's assume that one of those person there is you, right? Let's assume one of those person there is you, and the other person is somebody else standing beside you. Now, the person standing beside you now jumps, just like unprovoked. The person jumps jumps down from the mountain. What will you think? What will you think? The person just jumps unprovoked from the mountain, like nobody provoked you, you just jumped. What will you think? What's the first thing that will come to mind? Let me know in the chat. Let's be quick about this so that we can move fast. What is the first thing that will come to mind? The person just jumped. I will think some madness is around the corner and run. Okay, village people now. Okay, so let me rephrase the question. Now, you're standing with this person, the person tells you, oh, Victor, jump down this mountain. Will you jump? Will you jump? Now the person tells you, say, oh, Victor, oh, Jones jacket, jump down the mountain. Will you jump? Will you jump? You will not jump. Why? Why won't you jump? I want to know, why won't you jump? I like what Tango said. Is there something that he sees that I did not see? Okay, cool. But why won't you jump? Is there a reason why all of you saying no, say they want me? Why won't you jump? Can somebody tell me why they would not jump? Okay, you won't kill me. Why won't you jump? Can somebody tell me why? Can somebody tell me why they won't jump? Because it's very dangerous and risky. Okay, now let's say you are a parent, you have a child, right? And you were standing here and you were carrying your baby, right? But then somehow, oh, this example seemed very sensitive, but I think that's the best example. Let's say you were carrying like a child and somehow the baby slipped from your hand, right? The baby slipped, or the baby was about to slip. Will you jump? Will you jump? Will you jump? Will you jump? I want your responses. Why will you jump? He said, as baby is sleeping, I've jumped. Why will you jump? Why? Why will you jump? Why will you jump? To save the baby. Okay, great. Perfect. Perfect. Now, you want to save the baby, but initially you say you will not jump because it's too risky. But if the baby is now going, right? If baby is now falling, now you will jump. You did not think about the risk, Abby. You did not think about it. So now it's not risky again. Do you have the assurance that as you are jumping, nothing will happen to you and the baby? When the baby was not in the picture, or when that thing was not there in the picture, you say you cannot jump. Never in your life, never. But now the baby is in the picture, you say you will jump. Has the risk gone away? Is the risk out? Is the risk out? Has that taken away the risk? No, it has not taken away the risk. You are not even sure whether you will make it. But you want to at least try to see if you can save the baby. That is why your why matters. That is why your why matters. So what is your why? Your why is the reason why you are doing something, the thing that drives you. The thing that drives you. So whatever you're doing, your business, you're building your business, what is driving you in that business? You're building a career. What is driving you in that career? Like, why does it matter? Why should I do this thing? Why should I continue to do this thing? Like something way more. Now, let me even put it, let me come back to this illustration. Now, imagine, when that first guy jumps, you're going to say, oh, is he mad? These village people, why is he jumping? But what if you now come closer and then you now ask the other person standing there, why did he jump? I was like, oh, the mom was drowning and then he jumped in to save him. What will happen? You will go from, oh, is he mad, to be like, oh my God, what a loving son. Oh my God, he's so inspiring. Am I lying? Am I lying? You will go from, is this person mad, to, wow, oh my God, this person inspires me. I can't believe, oh my goodness. You feel so emotional. So in business, your why is what will build the connection. Somebody was talking about, what if you have a community and people are not talking in the community? What is your why? What is driving you in building that community in the first place? Why did you create the community? Why does the community matter? Why does building that community matter? Why does building your business matter? Why does becoming a leader, a better version of yourself, why does it matter? Why does taking this course matter? And the funny thing is that your why does not have to be out of this box. It just has to be something that resonates, something that ties to your value, something that you believe in, something that drives you. You just have to be around all of these things that I've said. Something that resonates, something that drives you, something that you believe in, that ties to your value. Yesterday, I was sharing I was saying that, at the G.R.O.W conference, we believe that whatsoever you nurture, you become. That is the why of the G.R.O.W conference. And so many of you resonated with that. Like, you held on to that sentence. You're like, oh my God, whatsoever you nurture, you become. Now, what does that do? It creates an emotional connection. So I'm telling you that I'm not just building the G.R.O.W conference to be another community, because there are lots of communities. There are lots of networks out there. The reason why I'm building the G.R.O.W network, because I've seen that I have seen over time that nurturing something makes you become that thing. It helps you bring that thing to life. And so if I have just come and just say, the G.R.O.W conference is a community, that help people grow, that help people make money. That's not the only. There are so many 1 million community out there that help people grow and help people make money. But in most cases, our why can never be the same. Why? Because we are not driven by the same things. We don't have the same values. We don't have the same experiences, and we don't have the same beliefs. So there's no way our why can be the same. It might be similar, but it can never be the same. Again, another thing that makes your why so important is that your why helps you to keep going. Your why helps you to not think about the risk at all. Like, you're not thinking about any risk at all, because you know that this is where I'm headed. This is why I am doing this thing. That it is better I try than not try at all. There is a solid, right? You have this sense of like, okay, I'm running my business, but this is why I'm running the business in the first place. Let's move on. So I want to ask you a question. Why did you show up for day 2 today? Why did you show up? Don't tell me it's because of the reviews. People were saying, day 1 was good. Why did you come here? Why did you show up? Because we have thousands of people that registered for this conference, but look at the number of people that are here on the call. So why did you show up? Why did you show up? Why did you show up? Can you type in the comments, why did you show up? I need to see at least one response before I move on. Why did you show up to the G.R.O.W conference, day 2? Are you guys with me? Can you guys hear me? I can't see. Because I want to learn. Okay, fine. Why do you want to learn? Why did you show up? Because I want to learn. Why do you want to learn? Somebody said, my hungry for desire to learn more. Why are you hungry to learn more? Why are you hungry to learn more? Because I want to grow. Why do you want to grow? Why do you want to grow? Because I need change in my life and business. Why do you need a change in your life and your business? I want to learn so that I can become a better version of myself in business and leadership. Why do you want to become a better version of yourself in business and in leadership? You showed up because the energy of yesterday was high that I can't miss today, and I love it. Why does that energy matter to you? Because I resonated with the things I learned, and it has helped me to build confidence in the future, and that I can be all that God has made me to be. Perfect. I showed up because there's something I desire to see, and this gives me a leveling ground for it. What is that thing that you desire to see, and why does that thing matter? to be independent. Why do you want to be independent? You see? So I'm going to show you how to find your why. So most times there's this rule. When you ask why again 3 to 4 times. Level it up. Why did you show up? I showed up because I want to learn. Why do you want to learn? I want to learn because I know that there's more that I can do. Why do you believe that there's so much more you can do? I believe that there's so much more I can do because I have seen over time how, putting myself out there can build the life that I want. What kind of life do you want? And why do you want to build the life that you want? Because this is where I'm coming from. And I don't want to be stuck. I want to be able to solve this value and take my family from this place. Then that is your why. Let's go on. Are we following? What is your why? Are we following? Now I'm going to say something interesting. Sometimes you might start things without knowing your why first. We've all been there. I've also been there. I started the Grow conference from the beginning without knowing why I wanted to do it. Right? It was just an IG live series. But over time, I had to sit down and think about why am I even doing this in the first place? Do you know why I had to do that? I had to do that because if I didn't do it, I would be sounding like everybody else. I would just, over time, I will become noise. I will just become noise of another people who is just doing conference, who is just doing IG live series. Your why is also something that helps you stand out over time. It helps you communicate and helps you connect to the right people, both emotionally, right? It helps you connect to the right people, both emotionally, both mentally. It helps you attract the people who will buy into the dream and the vision that you see. So I ask you, what is your why? Let me give you, I'm going to walk you through some examples, right? Please, guys, stop projecting anything on the screen for now. Thank you. Just leave my topic that is just scrolling. Don't project anything else. So this what you can see on your screen are some like my journey, some things in my journey. The first one here that you can see where I'm wearing a lab coat is where I was doing biochemistry, right? So one thing that drives me, one thing that I believe in, one thing that drives me so much, I so much love education. I so much love to go to school. I so much love to study. Why? Because in my family, in my dad's family, my dad was the only graduate. Then amongst his children, not all of us are actually graduates. And I said to myself that I'm going to love education so much. I'm going to go to school. I am going to go to school and prove that no, graduate actually come from this place. So when I was, and it's even why from like when I was a child, when I was in secondary school, I don't miss classes. Even when I'm sick, even if they chase me home for school fees, I will sit down in front of the school. I said, I'm not going home. We see this school, I must go to this school. Even at that young age that I didn't really understand what why it means. The thing that drives me, I don't miss classes because I knew that I need to come out of this trap of, oh, you can't finish school, you can't go through school. Even when I was in the university, when I was having a tough time, paying for stuff, living through school, I still had to say, Lord, you have to come out strong. You have to come out well. You not only go to school, you go to school and you come out very well. That was a driving force. You may not know it first, but now that you have consciousness, you have this understanding, it's time for you to start asking yourself. So if you are doing something and you're not feeling motivated to do that thing, it's time for you to take a step back and ask yourself, why am I doing this? Why should I care about this? Why does this matter? Why is this important? Ask yourself the 3 layers of why or 4 layers of why. And if you don't find anything tangible as to why, then that's probably why you're not motivated to keep going. And then you should probably not pursue that thing again. It's probably not tied to your purpose. Yeah. The other picture where my wig is standing, I'm sitting on a stool, was when I was doing like a live session when I was still working at Sellar. It's one of our bi-weekly webinars. I was in a friend's house using a friend's laptop. I didn't have a laptop. Now, let me tell you guys, and a very interesting, the second one where you can see the white table with laptop and ring light. The only thing that I own in that picture is the ring light. The laptop is not mine. The table is not mine. Everything there is not mine. The house is not even mine. The ring light was the only thing there for me. The other one where I'm standing with a ring light, I went to my cousin's place to use their phone to snap, to do videos. Because then I was using a 1 GB phone, right? That doesn't even have space, it lags and everything. That was when I just started my content creation journey in 2020 during the pandemic. The one where you see me on my Instagram page, that was what I was doing first on Instagram. That's what I was talking about Facebook ads. Then the one in a tailor shop, I was sleeping in my tailor's friend's shop most nights when I had to leave my house, went back to school, squat in the school hostel with some friends. So if there's no light, I'll go to my tailor shop and sleep there so I can work overnight till the next morning. The one where you see me having this scarf around my neck, standing there, the house did not really show where, is where we literally stayed in that house for more than 12 years in a civilian barracks. Face me, I slap you. Then the one where I have the blue purse across me was the first time I finally moved into my own apartment. Now, all of this story that I've said to you, there are some things that are very specific. One of them is I don't have access. I don't have any leverage. There is no stepping stone for me. There wasn't any stepping stone. So the thing that kept me going regardless of all of these things is because I needed to build that leverage. Since I didn't have it, I needed to create it, I needed to build it for my immediate family and my soon-to-come family. So we moved to this particular place where I have this red muffin on. Is it muffin or scarf? We moved there in 2020. Let me go to the next slide and show you something. We moved there in 2012. Yeah, we moved there 2012. You see this picture at the bottom where I'm in front of one curtain like this, where I'm wearing black with net on my head, is inside the house. The house is always dark. Anytime you enter the house, from morning till night, there is no light, there is no ventilation. We stayed there for 12 years. From 2012 to about 2024. That's how many years? 12 years. 2024, I think, was it last year that I finally moved my parents from that place. Me, I left them there in 2020. After like 8 years, I left. That's when I started moving from one place. I moved back to school hostel, squat with school hostel, squat with friends. Started moving from one place to another until I eventually got my own place in 2021. Right? So until up until 2024, my parents were still living inside that dark house. So you see this one where I have this blue water bottle on this stool was when I was still squatting with one of my friends. What I was sitting on is my box of clothes where I'm wearing yellow. That stool was my workspace for like almost a year. That box was my seat. This one where I'm wearing black with shorts was when I eventually left Benin and finally came back to Lagos because I got a job to come and work as a digital marketer in a medical company. And that's where I'm wearing this wine shirt. I was at the medical company as a digital marketer. This one where I'm sitting here, I got my first show to come and talk on a TV show. That was like 2022. Now, what am I saying? In 5 years, I've gone through like different phases of shege, different phases in my life, right? So, and even in all of these phases, I started the G.R.O.W conference. Yeah, I started the G.R.O.W conference in 2021. When I was still going through the phase, I was still going through all of the shege. The why might not be clear then, but I still knew the end goal, like the deeper why of why I need to show up, why I need to push through regardless of all the shege. Shege means like you've seen a lot of things. Like you're going through a lot. That's what shege means for a non-Nigerian audience. So I knew some core things. One of them is I must go through school. I must study. I must finish school. I must study and I must do it so well. And that has helped me in every area of my life. I remember when I was studying biochemistry in school, I used to read 8 hours straight. Like I would leave my hostel, go to a class, a quiet place. I read for 8 hours, 10 hours straight. That built me into a firebrand. So what you see, when some of you say, hello, how are you doing it? You're always showing up, you're always doing this. I have built myself. When I was in uni studying biochemistry for 4 years, I read for 8 hours, sometimes 10 hours straight. So when I came out, I finished biochemistry and all of that. The pandemic happened and all that. I was learning during the pandemic. That fire, I carried it. I was learning different things during the pandemic because I knew that I cannot be stuck inside this dark house. During the pandemic, I was inside that dark house. I cannot be stuck. You will be inside your house. Other people in their own room and their house, they are hearing everything you are saying, everything you are doing. If you're not even careful, they are seeing everything you are doing. If you cook stone, they will know you cook stone. If you drink water, they will know you drink water. That was the kind of place we were staying. And in 2020, I started to think, 8 years we've been in this place. And when we moved to this dark house, my mom was like, don't worry, after 1 year we will leave. After 1 year we will leave. It turned to 8 years, which eventually turned to 12 years until last year when I moved them out. From 8 years, it turned to 12 years. In 2020, I said, no, I can't stay in this space. If I stay in this space, I cannot grow beyond. So I took that drastic step and then I left home. No one said you go for greener pastures. During the pandemic, around August, I told them that, I was going for a retreat. I went to Ibadan to stay with a friend for 5 days, used this laptop. Then I've already started digital creator chick. I was doing Facebook ads. I used this laptop to do my first ever class. And then from there, after the 5 days, I moved to Benin to go and start squatting in school, start using other people's laptop. I used more than almost 4 people's laptop until 2021 when I bought my first laptop. When I was working at Sellar in 2020, that's why I said Douglas is one of those first persons who took a chance on me. 2020, when I was working at Sellar, I didn't have a laptop. There were times where I'll be doing webinar for Sellar. I will be under the staircase in the hostel just to get network. My why was the fact that I want to make something tangible and I want to take my family away from where we were or where we are coming from. I want to build a soft landing for my future family to come. Now, that is the inward facing why. So your why needs to be inward facing. It can be inward facing and outward facing, but you also have to have outward facing. Now I started to think. So that inward one is what pushes me, what drives me. Like, hello, you have to show up. You have to do this. You have to do that. It pushes me all the time. It pushed me so hard, even up till now. That's what I still think about. I'm not where I want to be here. Yes, I've taken my parents from this place and I'm in a very good place and all of that, but I'm not there yet. So that's something so any day I want to give up, I think about that. I'm like, see, I told somebody the other day, I said, if I need 100K or 200K, I don't have anybody in my family to call to give me that amount of money. I'm not even joking about it. I don't have anybody in my family to call. Except my mom. If I call my mom, based on she's my mom, she wants to do everything possible to find the money and give it to me. I rarely ask. So when I ask, she will find every means to get me the money. So I know that I don't have any backup plan. The only backup plan I have is God and myself. So it's either I fail or I fail. So it's like I'm carrying a baby. If this baby is falling, but I know that if I allow the baby fall and I stand there, I will live with regret for the rest of my life. So I will jump in and dive in with that baby. At least let me try to save the baby. Now, the outward facing why, which now comes to you as a person, that like what people would see, because this one, people will not necessarily see it. What people will see on the outside. You are running a business. Yes, maybe you started your business because of hunger, because you want to make money. But I think it's time for you to sit down and ask yourself, why am I really doing this business? Why? What is the thing what are my beliefs? So write down your beliefs, write down the thing that drives you. What drives me? Take a step back and do reflection. What drives me? What meaningful thing can I tie around this business that I'm building to make it make sense to the people who are looking at it? When I was doing this explanation, I explained it from two sides. Excuse me. The guy on the mountain, when he was jumping, you jumped with the baby because you have to go all in or at least try so that you don't live with regret. But then the other people watching came and said, why did this person jump? And then you tell them, oh, this person is trying to save this baby. This person tries to do this. And they feel connected and they feel emotional, like, oh my God. So this person has this kind of good heart. This is so good. This is so nice. So if you don't have a why, all of these things we are saying will not make sense. You will create one content, you will be tired. You will leave it, you will not do again. You will plan things. If they don't go according to plan, you will give up. You will not do again. You will try. When somebody said that they live on their business, they are currently surviving on their business right now. Or what do we do? You might not have the leverage like Douglas, like he said. But have you done everything that you should do? Have you done everything that, even the one you cannot do, have you tried to even push yourself beyond your comfort zone? Your why pushes you when you have like the consciousness, if you are currently constantly living the consciousness of your why, it pushes you beyond your comfort zone. It pushes you to dare to do the things that you would never dare to do. So why your why matters? I think I already shared that. Right? So why does your why matter? It matters. Defining your why helps you steer career choices. It helps you with the kind of relationships. It helps you with business choices. It helps you with the causes that you invest in. And it also helps you with personal goals. It's very important because if I know my why, for example, I know what's driving me. So I cannot compare myself with somebody who had the privilege. They went to Babcock, they went to Convent. Now, there's nothing wrong with people having privileges. But I can't compare myself with people who have people that they can call and say, oh, I don't have data, I don't have this, please give me this. I can't compare myself with them. So I have to know that me, if they are taking one step to get to where I want to get to, I may need to take 10 steps. So that means I have to sacrifice more. I have to, invest more. So I can't live my life like them. In terms of relationship, I've not really come from a background where relationship is very smooth and nice. So I have to be very careful of the kind of choice. So when I understand all of these things and why, and you can build why around different things in your life. Build your why around your relationship. What drives you? What are your beliefs? What are your core values? Build why around your business. Build why around your career. But all of this why can tie to one core why. That if everything is no longer there, this is the one core thing that I'm actually focusing everything, both the spiritual, the relationship, everything, it ties to this one core why. So you can have several mini whys, but everything tied to the one core why. Is that making sense? Let me wrap up as fast as I can. So how can you find your why? Reflect on your purpose, on your values, on your goals, and how they shape your approach to life. Reflect on your purpose, your values, your goals, and how they shape your approach to life. And by the time you do that, you ask yourself the 4 layers of why. You layer your why upon why. Layer your why. Why am I doing this? Oh, because I want to learn. Why do you want to learn? I want to learn because I want to make money. Why do you want to make money? You start thinking deeper. Like, oh, I want to make money because, to be honest, I don't have anybody to call for help. Oh. You're running that business. You're making sales. What is that? Why? What is the emotion? What's the why that can build an emotional connection that if people look at you when you jump, they'll be like, oh my God. For example, the G.R.O.W conference, my why for the G.R.O.W conference is very simple. Whatsoever you nurture, you become, because I know that it is so hard to have access. In the beginning, when I started, I didn't really have money to pay for a lot of things. So somebody have even asked me over time, hello, why is the G.R.O.W conference free, almost free, or even so cheap? Why are you doing it like this? What's the end game for you? I said, it don't have to be an end game. I'm just making an impact in the world, because I know that when I started, I could only afford 2K, 5K, sometimes 4K, until eventually now I pay for courses that are $3,000, $15,000. I'm currently doing my MBA. My MBA costs £15,000. So I'm like, okay, what else can I do to add meaning to everything that I'm doing? Because you know why? When you add meaning to everything, the money comes easier that way. So I'm asking myself, what can I do to add more meaning so that I don't have to always be in my hustle game? In order to get to my overall why, my overall and my core why, which is the bigger why for me, right? I need to build other smaller whys so that I will not only be running in the hustle level, I will just be hustling and chasing after numbers. Because that meaning, imagine now, I've spoken to lots of people on this platform. I've connected with all of you guys. I've heard me speak, and all of that. There is something that this has done to you. And when you need certain things, you might probably think of me first. Or maybe when you're in a certain room, you might probably think of me first, or maybe not. That has given me a soft landing. So even though your why is outside facing, it still comes back to reward you. That's why you should build on your why. Yes, have the part where you're making money. Of course, I have areas and things that makes money, right? But you also have to have the part that is tied to what you believe in, what drives you. Like in my business, for example, I don't do, like, you will never see me put out content that say, you've what other, I will never batch other people. I don't really, I do not build my brand around how much you will make. I rarely come and say, oh, this is how much I've made in my business. I made $1 million in my business. This is how I can do it. There are people who build their brand around all of that. I do that. That does not drive me. It's not in my core belief. So it cannot be the center of my, when my team, there was one copy somebody wrote for me one time. I was like, oh, have other experts spoken to you, but it did not work? Let me tell you, those experts don't know what they're doing. It's me that know. I told that, I said, this copy cannot fly. I don't believe in bringing other people's down in order to make my point. I can make my point with my point without bringing anybody down. So that is something that drives me. You see how your why and your beliefs and everything, make sure that whatsoever you do, it's the core. Then talking about how your why also affect the causes that you invest in. So there was one time I went for an event, and the one man that is selling, that has this supermarket. If you're in Lagos, Nigeria, you know Just Right, right? You will know Just Right. So Just Right is a company, is a supermarket. Looking at Just Right, the first thing you think about when you think about Just Right is supermarket. And this man saying that he saw this problem from a remote village where he was living in. For people to buy stuff, they have to go to the city to go and buy stuff, or they feel like, oh, because they're in a remote village, they cannot live the life of the city. So because of that, he now opened Just Right, which is like, if you look at it on the outside, it's like supermarket, like a superstore where you can buy anything. And if you notice the specific things that the specific area where you will see Just Right are the underserved areas, the rural areas, underserved areas. And he said that his why is that he's bringing the city lifestyle to these underserved areas. And then he said something that really struck me. He said, because these people are in the rural areas doesn't mean that they have less buying power. They might be living in the rural, doesn't mean that they cannot spend money that people in the city, in Lekki and all of that spend. He said, so he saw that, and he brought it in. And so it tells them that we are building this in to make your life easy, to live the life that people even in the open place, in the exposed and urban areas are living. So because you are living in the rural area doesn't mean that you cannot experience the life of that area. So his superstore is not just the store that now sells provision and groceries. He sells TVs. He sells, Just Right sells TVs. They sell generators. They sell stuff. Then he now said that they are also inventing solar tricycles, solar keke maruas, tricycles. Like that's also like bringing the life of the city to them. So when you understand your why, you're able to create connection. Like hearing that, I'm like, oh wow, I feel so connected to that. And another thing that you need to understand, right? That's how you find your why. Understand the problem you're solving. Once you have the problem or the business that you're running, you ask yourself, why does this matter? What are the things that I believe in? How can I shape this thing around what I believe in? Because the truth is that if you don't have the things that you believe, if you don't have things that you believe, you don't have core value. You are here, you don't have anything that you believe, you don't have anything that drives you, you don't have core value. You have to go and rethink your life. Now, by the time you're able to find your why, the final thing you're going to do is to be vocal about it. Because if you don't tell it to people, they will not know. If I don't tell you what the why of the G.R.O.W conference is, they will not know. So it's when you're vocal about it that people will buy into it and you're able to build connection. That person that asks about community not responding, I hope this is answering your question. You're able to now build connection. You're able to now, attract the people who buy into your why. So when people see me and say, "Lord, you are very solid," it's because I'm coming from a very solid why. I'm coming from a very solid journey. I've gone through a lot of things. My background is solid. So I have to be solid. So if you are here, you don't have core values. If it means for you to go and Google what core value is, how to set up your core value, what are the things that drives you? The things that drive you are naturally born out of your situation. Sit down and think about what is happening around you, where you are coming from, your background, your experiences. What don't you want in your life? Maybe if you don't know what you want, then think about what you don't want. And then build your values around that. And these are the things I don't want, then I cannot do them. Me, I don't want to talk down on anybody. That's something I will never do. So I build my values around that. Okay, so why is very important because but so many people do not pay attention to why. They only pay attention to the how and the what. right? That's what the golden circle, according to Simon Sinek, he said that most people, even businesses, pay more attention to their what and their how. They don't pay attention to the why. Every organization on the planet knows what they do. They know the product that they sell or the services. Some organizations know how they do it, but very few people know why they do what they do. Why is not about making money. If I'm going to be don't say, oh, I want to make money, that's why. Why is not about making money, right? It's about results. Why is a purpose, right? Is a purpose, is a cause, is a belief. It is a reason you exist as a human being or that your business exists. So some simple questions. I also don't want dishonesty. Okay, great. I don't want poverty. Simple questions that you can ask to help you in this situation is, what problem are you most passionate about solving? What do you want to impact the most? Who do you want to impact the most? This is for the business side of why. What legacy do you want to leave behind? What problem are you most passionate about solving? Who do you want to impact the most? And what legacy do you want to leave behind? You can even still tie this back to your career. You can tie it back to yourself as a human being. What problem are you trying to solve? As a human being, this is the problem I'm trying to solve. Empathy is my core. What are your core beliefs? Empathy is my core. Empathy, not looking down on anybody. That's why I can't work with people that are condescending. It's about a cause, it's about a reason, it's about a belief. Reason to believe. That's what your why is. So when you know your how, what do you want to do? I want to be the largest printing company in the world. How? Oh, okay, I'll do this, do that. But why do you care about being the largest printing company in the world? Why? Why? What problem have you seen out there in the world? What are you trying to change? What misconception is out there that your belief cannot stand, that you're trying to change and make an impact out there in the world? So wrapping up, so your why is the purpose, your beliefs, the things that drive you, right? Your how is the process. What is the process that you go through in order to make your why a reality? My how right now, some of my how right now is, I'm doing the G.R.O.W conference, yearly G.R.O.W conference. This G.R.O.W conference now has bettered the G.R.O.W Connect. By the way, the G.R.O.W Connect is a free community. We'll share more information about that shortly. I built the G.R.O.W Connect. I have the G.R.O.W Circle. I have the TGN Talent, where I'm mentoring the next generation of African marketers and strategists, right? I have that as well. That's the process that I'm going through, right? Then the what is the result? What is the result that I get at the end of the day? We have people who are nurtured into becoming what they want to become. Whether you want to be a better strategist, a better marketer that is positioned for global opportunities, or you want to be a better human being, a better professional who is efficient, who is accountable, and who pushes themselves to be the best version of themselves. The G.R.O.W Circle is there for you. That's the result. Or you just need a community where you are hearing the right things at the right time. Then the free G.R.O.W Connect is for you. I also have other businesses that I'm also doing, other things. That's why I say you can have plenty whys, like small whys, but there is an overarching why that stands at the center of it. For me, my overarching why is what I've said. My family, creating that leverage for my immediate family and the one to come. That's my overarching why. But if I stand on only that why, it go hard, because if they talk that one for outside, it will not make sense to anybody. You have to also look at the outward facing why. Stretching beyond your comfort zone. I'll just quickly wrap up in the next 3 minutes, right? To talk about comfort zone. Now, when you find your why, or when you understand this thing, because your why is something that is not fun sometimes. It's not something, you cannot stay in a box. Your why will require you to stretch yourself, will require you to leave your comfort. You think as I'm here talking, doing all these things, I'm tired. If you leave me, I don't want to do this conference again. Your why will stretch you. You cannot survive it, right? You cannot survive it. Now, there are 4 types of zones. There are 4 types of comfort zones. The comfort zone model, right? Not types of comfort zone, and the comfort zone model. I'm just going to run through it. One of them is the comfort zone itself, right? One of the model is the comfort zone itself. What does that mean? It means that you are safe, right? You are safe, but stagnant. What does that mean? Oh, you are making sales. You make sales every day. You make sales, you make money, you buy new products, and that's it. You go about your life. Oh, you make enough money to just live okay, and that's it, right? You make enough money to just feed your family, and that's it. You don't think about anything else. Like, that's all that matters to you, and that's it. That's not. It's a very dangerous place to be in. It's a good stage, but it's a there's even a stage before this. It's a survivor stage. So the survivor stage is more like you are just trying to survive. Like, you're not even comfortable, you're not even making enough yet. You are hustling. You are still hustling, hustling, hustling. It's not bad to be in survivor stage. I was in survivor stage. I just told you my survivor story. From survivor, I moved to comfort zone, right? I told you my survivor story of how I was struggling moving from here to here. But it's a decision that you make during your survivor stage that will determine whether you move to the next stage in the zone model, right? In the comfort zone model. It is the decisions that you make during the survivor stage. So don't even joke with it that, oh, I'm just surviving, I'm living from hand to mouth. Sit down there, be living from hand to mouth. And then that's it. No, think of ways. I told you guys, when I was at home in that dark room, I didn't have a laptop, but I was learning funnels. I was learning how to run ads. I needed laptop. Oh my, I have to leave the house. I had to leave the house. That was my survivor stage. As at then, I was still borrowing 500 naira every 2 days from my friends to recharge. I didn't even have data to subscribe. That was survivor stage. I was barely surviving. But I was like, if I sit here and say I don't have, and I don't do anything, and I don't move, then there's a problem. Even in the Bible, there was a story of the lepers where, something was going on and they were just sitting there. And then one was like, if we sit here, we will die of hunger. Let's go into people's house. Let's go and look for things to take so that we can eat and feed ourselves. Right? So even if you're in the survivor stage, don't remain there. Don't limit your mindset to remain there and die there. No. Train yourself to ensure that you move, you do everything that you can to get out of that stage. Everything ethical, please, to get out of that stage. The next stage is comfort zone, which is safe. It's a very dangerous place. You're making just enough to be okay. But is that what all life is about? There's so much more to it. If I'm doing comfort zone, to be honest with you guys, I'm not making anything from the Grow conference. I'm not seeing any profit from it. So doing my digital creator check is enough. I can charge clients 7 figures, 6 figures, and I'm okay. And I don't even have to worry about anything, to be honest. I don't need to do the Grow conference to make money. Because to be honest with you, I'm not making anything from it. So that now moves us to the fear zone. That's where the self-doubt and the excuses arises. This one is the zone where you start to stretch yourself. You're uncertain, you are insecure, you start feeling discomfort. External judgment, internal fears, excuses, and you start to avoid. So that's what the fears zone is. Like, you're afraid because now you have not left your comfort zone. You're like, what more can I do to make a meaning? As I'm doing the Grow conference now, so many people have different opinions about me. And sometimes it bothers me, sometimes it doesn't, but most times it doesn't. Right? And even when people don't have opinion, I'm like, oh, what does this person think about this? This thing that I'm doing, does it even make sense to anybody? That's the fear zone. Right? Then we have the other zone that is the learning zone. This is where you develop yourself. You tackle your challenges. You go through the fear, even though as the fear day, you are putting your head inside. We are going to do this anyways. You are curious. You are willing to explore. You're willing to give yourself a chance. And for you to be here today, it means that you're willing to give yourself a chance. Then the other zone is the growth zone. That's where your dreams are achieved. Your purpose is fulfilled. Right? Dreams are achieved. And you know the interesting thing about all of these zones? If your screen is not clear, do your settings on Zoom on YouTube. Is your YouTube settings that is making the screen not clear. Right? So what is the interesting thing about all of these zones? The interesting thing about all of these zones is that you can be going through these zones at different phases in your life, or in different areas of your life. Sometimes your entire every area of your life can be in survival mode. Sometimes you can sometimes you might have grown out of survival mode, but you might get to a phase in your life, if you're not careful, you can just fall back to comfort zone. So you have to keep living in this consciousness every time that you have these 4 zones, and you have to be living through each one of them. Don't settle or don't limit yourself. So how do you move through this zone? How do you ensure that you survive these zones, right? How do you move through? For comfort zone, right? To move from comfort zone to fear zone. Okay, to move from survival zone to comfort zone, do everything that you have to do. Make sacrifices. That's the point where you do delayed gratification. Make the sacrifices, ask for help as much as you can, and do all you can do to move. Then to move from comfort to fear zone, start small. Take small risks to gradually expand your boundaries, e.g., try a new skill, meet new people. Shift your mindset. Embrace discomfort as part of the process. Any small thing, I beg, I'm too tired, this thing is too tiring. Embrace discomfort. Then accountability. Be accountable. That's why we have the grow circle, right? Accountability. That's why we have the grow circle. All right. Then another way, if you want to move from fear zone to learning zone, acknowledge your fear. Don't throw it away. Acknowledge your fear. Then acquire knowledge. Do you know that knowledge is power? When I started teaching, sometimes when I was teaching, I would be doubting myself. Do I really know what I'm talking about? Do I really know what I'm doing? Guess what? When I now pay for knowledge, let's say I go for a class, I pay for a class, and then I go for the class, the person is teaching, and I'm like, hello, you know this thing, you can actually do this. It gives you confidence. That's why I keep investing in knowledge. Now I'm doing my MBA. I did brand communication school in January. I've done this and that. I'm investing in knowledge because it gives you confidence as well and help you move through fear. That's why the conferences like this, like the Grow conference, is also there. Because you're able to say, Omo, but I say I can do it too. So acknowledge the fear, embrace it, move through it, acquire knowledge, and then finally to move from fear zone to learning zone, experiment. 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 So how do you move from learning zone to growth zone? Take consistent action. One thing I'm so proud, I'm so very big on is action taking. I don't sleep on action, right? Take action. As the ideas come, try. Yes, you may fail. If you fail, you pick up yourself and move again. Take actions ASAP. So I think on Tuesday morning, I was having a review call with my team. And on the call, I had an idea that, what about if I shoot a video that will play before the live and after the live? As a Tuesday morning, no, as a Monday afternoon, I did not have Monday evening was 7 p.m. That's when the idea came. Monday evening, I was like, what if I have a video that will play before and after to, set the pace? We didn't have that video. They're like, okay, try now. Around 8, we didn't have the video. Tuesday morning, I woke up. It was so discomforting. I didn't have the energy. I pushed myself. I shot the video. I edited all the 4 videos by myself, and I uploaded them for this event. That's what action taking is. That's what action taking looks like. It doesn't have to be convenient. So if you want to move from learning zone to growth zone, learn how to take action, collaborate. This conference would not have been possible without the sponsors, without the volunteers. My friends, I have a group where my friends have been praying with me for the past 3 months since February for this conference. I have people who have been supporting, the ones that are giving me emotional support, spiritual support. You need to collaborate. Collaborate with people, right? Collaborate even in business, collaborate with other people. All the speakers I'm bringing here is part of collaboration. Only me will not have been able to do this. So most times collaboration is to ask. Some of them, I don't even have personal relationship with them. I just send the message to ask. Final one, in order to move from learning to growth, stay focused. Set specific goals and celebrate milestones to maintain. Stay focused. Don't let anybody deceive you. Don't say, hey, running from here to here. Stay focused. It might tarry. But eventually it will happen. It's for unexpected time, right? So stay focused. Stay focused. That's how you move from learning zone to growth zone, all right? How do you move from growth zone to a new comfort zone? How do you move from growth zone? Because if you stay in the growth zone, you can't stay there forever. How do you move from a growth zone to a new comfort zone? Evaluate, right? Because by the time you get to a growth zone, you might grow above that place. How do you now move from a growth zone to a new comfort zone? Always evaluate. Like I said, if you've noticed, if you've paid attention to how all the things I've been saying, I always reflect. I always take a step back to evaluate and reflect on my journey, what has been happening, all of that. Reflect on your achievements and identify areas where you have become too comfortable. You might not know. That's why I say comfort zone, you can fall back again and go back to comfort zone without you even realizing. So from time to time, maybe once a month, once in 2 months, once in 3 months, once in a year, reflect and identify areas where you've become too comfortable so that you can pick up again. I'm like, like last year, I didn't really take courses like that. I didn't really take trainings. And I started feeling like I was already out of touch and becoming too comfortable in this zone. I had to, this year is my learning year. I'm learning a lot this year, right? So that's one point. Point number 2 is dream bigger. Set new ambitious goals that challenge your current abilities. By the time you keep doing something and you have done this before, you've done it before, you have to dream bigger and setting new goals for yourself. Then finally, begin again. Begin again. Yes, it's okay. When you enter a new comfort zone, you can re-enter a fear zone with a fresh perspective and a renewed courage. I've been doing the Grow Conference for 5 years. Does not mean that I'm not afraid every year the Grow Conference come about, right? I'm always afraid, right? But with a new perspective, with a new energy, with a new strength. All right? So, tools that you need to move through the stages: self-awareness, identify which zone you are in. So your assignment from here is, what zone are you in? Go and identify. Self-awareness. Number 2, support your system. Once you identify the zone you are in, seek for mentors, seek for friends, seek for communities for encouragement. That's why we have the Grow Circle, we have the Grow Connect, we have the TGN Talent. All right? Then also, another thing that you can do is growth mindset. Embrace challenges and persist through setback. Always ask yourself, what can I do better? Action plan. Break down your big goals into smaller actionable steps. And then finally, celebrate your wins. Always acknowledge progress. Celebrate your wins. Every stage is a necessary part of growth. The goal isn't to avoid discomfort, but to embrace it as the price of achieving your dreams. So with this, my friends, I drop my mic. Thank you, everyone. I hope this has been valuable to you. You've gotten something from this, and this has shaped. No, so my call to you and my charge to you from here is that go back. That thing that you're afraid, if you're in the fear zone, that thing you're afraid to do, do it. Send that DM. Ask for that collaboration. Do that thing. If you are in the learning zone, what do you need? I pointed out all the things you need in the learning zone. You know, what are all the things you need to put together in your learning zone? Go and learn. If you're in the growth zone, go and evaluate and make sure that you have not become too comfortable. If you're in the survivor zone, look at all the things under the survivor zone and see how you can move to the next zone. All right, thank you, everyone. I don't know if you guys have questions for me, but I'll hand over to Treasure from here.
Thank you so much, DCC, for always bringing on the fire. Like, everywhere is just on fire. Thank you so much for actually, whenever I hear you speak, I'm always inspired because your story is one of resilience, is one of, is a lot. I can actually relate and all. So I would love to see our comments. This is a serious mindset shift, like very serious mindset shift. Mindset shift. Yes, it is a very serious one. I would love to see, do we have any questions for DCC? Somebody said something. How can I get a team that is ready to stick and support? So this is as regards team building.
All right, let me quickly
Okay, so there's
answer that. We are going to be talking. Yeah, we're going to be talking heavily on team building on Saturday. Ivie, who is an HR, who is a very high-end HR consultant, leading HR team in have you over 6,000 HR over 6,000 employees. She's leading a team of over 6,000 employees, right? As an HR professional. She's going to be here on Saturday to talk more on this, but I'll just talk what I know based on my own experience, right? In order to get a team that are ready to stick and support, you have to show them, your why is important. You have to show them why this is important to you and tell them the vision. And then number 2, you have to also let them know that the why is important to you. You have to take the initiative. You saw how I was talking about Douglas, how he rolled up his sleeve, was doing the work even with us, right? You have to also show them that this thing matters to you and it means a lot to you. People in the team for the Grow Conference, the volunteers, they see how involved I am in every process. I don't just leave everything to them, not because I cannot leave it. I allow them do their thing, but they see me get into the process. And that shows that, oh, this thing means so much to me. I'm not playing here. It means a lot. And that also encourages them. And from time to time, you can also encourage them, empower your team with resources, empower your team, train them, speak to them and encourage them. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. So somebody said that they need accountability, right? So if you need accountability, join the Grow Circle, right? You can join the Grow Circle. Is a monthly subscription where whether you're a whether you're a professional or you're a career person, you're a business owner, you need accountability. You want me to hold you, you want me to hold your hands, quarterly review session and strategy with me, bi-weekly live sessions every Thursday, right? No, every 2 weeks Thursday, and support system. Join the Growth Circle. Is 10,000 naira every month. I think it's about $10 every month, right? It's a subscription fee, so it's not a one-time payment. So that's a subscription. I'm going to drop the link now in the group, in the chat, so you can look at it. The growthnetwork.sellar.com/circle. So you can go join the Growth Circle. Is a monthly subscription program, right? That you can join as part of that. Okay. So for those who need accountability. And then for those who want to grow in marketing, we have the Grow Talents, the TGN Talents rather, where I market and mentor people in marketing. All right. So I mentor you in marketing and help you become the next marketing champion across a global marketing champion. So I share with you, my experiences, my strategies. How do you implement? So there are marketing professionals who don't know how to implement anything, right? They don't know how to implement stuff. They don't know, they have ideas. You've been in marketing, social media manager, content creator, content marketing, virtual assistant, web developer, but you don't know how to implement, you don't know how to get results for your client. I help you get results, right? I help you get results for your client. And this one is a cohort-based program. It's a 3-month mentorship where I mentor you in marketing, right? It's a 3-month program where I mentor you in marketing. We just finished the last cohort in May. The next cohort will start in July. And it is 85,000 naira, $85 for 3 months. But if you upgrade to the Growth Conference VIP, you get 25,000 naira discount, which is like you're getting $25 off. So you pay 60,000 naira instead of 85,000 naira to join the next cohort in July. So if you are in marketing, you are in strategy, you want to know how to get real results for your clients, you've been showing up, you are not able to get results for your clients, this TGN Talent Mentorship is for you. So the link is also in the chat. Go and upgrade for VIP and you'll get access to that. All right. So finally, the final thing I want to push is the Grow Connect community. This is a free community. So ideally, after the Grow Conference, we will dissolve the Grow Conference group. We will close the group down. Yeah, we'll close the group down. And the next thing we are moving to is the Grow Connect. We started it last year. It's over a year old now. It's a community where we give you continued support. It's a free community, but you have to apply. So go and apply. We'll select people. So as you're answering the questions, answer them thoughtfully. Because if you don't apply, we will not accept you. We're not just accepting anybody there. So the community of people who are hungry, who want continued support even after the Grow Conference. So you can scan the code, take the screenshot the link. After now, go and apply for the Grow Connect community, and we'll review your application and see if you are a fit to be a part of the Grow Connect community, right? So finally, if you have not upgraded to day 3 of the Grow Conference that's happening on Saturday, I don't know what you're waiting for, right? I want you to go and register, go and upgrade to day 3. Physical tickets to attend in Lagos is 5,250. To attend virtually is 2,130 or $5, right? So please go and register for day 3 of the Go Conference happening on Saturday. So we'll take Thursday and Friday break. You can use that to catch up on all the replays, do your exercises, and then on Saturday we come for the grand finale. I will meet you either virtually or physically on Saturday. All right. So join the Grow Connect, apply for the Grow Connect. It is free. Join the Grow Circle if you're looking for accountability and you want to be the best version of yourself. Join TGN Talent if you're in marketing or strategy. You want to be able to get results for your clients. You want to be able to get real results, not just showing up and making noise or doing stuff. Like you are worried that you're not getting results. And that's why you can even charge more, right? So join the TGN Talent, the next cohort. And you can get that at a 25,000 naira off or $25 off when you upgrade to the Grow Conference VIP. All right. So that's everything I have for you guys. I'm going to I'm going to pass the microphone to okay, finally we have the feedback. Please share your feedback for day 2, right? We like feedback. If you know me, I like to take my flowers. Please share your feedback for day 2. We'll also drop all of these links in the chat inside the group after we are done. Share your feedback for day 2. Want to hear from you to know how we can do better and moving forward and all of that. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to pass the mic now to our host so that she can continue from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eloho. So just to place more emphasis, day 3 is still upcoming, live in Lagos, Nigeria. So if you are yet to upgrade your ticket, please do so. You have today, you have tomorrow, you have Friday, you even have the morning of the event to do so. So I would really love to meet every one of us there live in Lagos. And if you would love to join virtually, there's actually a ticket for you as well. So just check through the comment box for the links being dropped. Also, your feedback is actually very important. If you would love us to improve the experience you're having currently for next year, we actually need you to take that feedback form, fill up that feedback form. Just express yourself, the sessions, how were they? Who would you love to see next year? Should we bring another speaker on board next year? The same speaker, this same lineup of speaker on board next year. Just share your feedback. Your feedback matters a lot to us and will help us to create a very wholesome experience for you in upcoming programs that we're going to be organizing. So we are already coming to the end of today's session, and I really want to say thank you for staying through. This is 5 hours 10 minutes plus count and counting, and it has really been amazing. Today's session was so what I am even lost for words. I can't quantify it. Special thanks to our speakers for showing up today and for pouring their heart to us, for dishing out the insight and everything. Thank you so much to the team that put this up, and see you on day 3 of the Grow Conference 2025. Don't forget to share your feedback too on the group chat before you go to bed tonight. I want to see some fire on that group chat. Don't forget to tag us, share your screenshots, share your notes, share everything on social media. You can make a post, tag the speakers, tag digital creator chick, tag Grow Conference. We want a buzz between now and Saturday. We want to see the buzz on social media. Let them ask, this is what is happening. People have been mentioning your name. What is going on? What are you causing in Nigeria here? So that they know that we're actually ready to grow and scale our businesses. All right.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. So before we go, I have a message for you guys, and I hope that this message passes something to you and gives you the right drive on what to do moving forward after day 2. And I hope to see you all in day 3. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Hey, 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 hey. You could already see from my excitement. How was day 2? Oh my goodness. How was day 2? That was, oh my God. Every session, every speaker came to tell their truth. Every speaker told their truth. Oh my God. Wow. To be honest with you, I was not prepared for all of this experience. In fact, I feel like I am experiencing the Grow Conference for the first time, like somebody who didn't plan it. Yeah. I knew it was going to be great. It was going to be transformational, but I didn't know to what extent. I'm not going to say too much today. You know, when something so good happens to you that you cannot even express yourself, you just want to go back and just go and soak it all in. That's what I'm feeling right now. So if you're feeling the same way, it's fine. Soak it all in. Soak everything in. Yeah. Go and do your exercises. Do everything that you need to do from the Grow Conference. Remember, day 3 is on Saturday. So day 3, I'm going to meet some of you live in Lagos at the Solution Arena, Onipman, Lagos. It's just about 5 minutes away from Maryland. And I'm also going to meet some of you virtually again on day 3. Yes, there's a virtual access to day 3. So if you've not upgraded, day 3 is not free. You have to pay for it, right? So to attend in Lagos is $5,250. To attend virtually is $2,130 or $5, right? So I'm going to ask you, is this worth an investment for you? Because the truth is, if you don't spend that 5,250 or 2,130 or $5, if you don't spend it on the Grow conference, you spend it on something else. Yeah, probably on snacks, or probably on something else, probably on coffee, on a drink, or anything. So the question is this worth your time? Is this worth investing in yourself, in your business, in your idea? My mentor is coming on the 28th, Trisha Bays. This is somebody that changed my life. Remember the event I talked about that I attended in 2020 during the pandemic that changed my life? That was the first time I heard Trisha Bays speak. And when I heard her speak, I knew this was the person. Like the energy, everything, I felt it. I started to follow her, and the rest, they say, is history. And on the 28th of June 2025, she's going to be on my stage as a keynote speaker. This woman, she has disrupted industry, worked with multinationals, and you name it. And not just her, there are a lot of amazing speakers that are going to be in the room on Saturday. And guess what? Saturday is where we implement as well. All the ideas, all the things you've written down, we're going to be implementing on Saturday, walking you through and, moving you into the next stage. Remember, the Grow conference doesn't start with the conference and it doesn't end with the conference. So go and join the Grow Connect, apply for the Grow Connect, upgrade for day 3, and I'm going to see you around. I'm going to see you on Saturday. Bye, everyone.